Chapter 265. Swoosh. All of a sudden, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a transparent crystal coffin that was less than a foot long flew out from the third floor of the hall. Thump, thump, thump. The crystal coffin floated in the air, vibrating rhythmically like a heartbeat. It was filled with majestic life energy. So that's where the sound came from. Everyone was enlightened when they heard the sound. However, as soon as the dazzling light from the crystal coffin dissipated, everyone's expression froze. The heart of the great emperor. This is the saint heart of the great emperor of the demon clan. Seeing the item in the crystal coffin, all the great demons, including the black golden ape, exclaimed at the same time. Then, they were all ecstatic. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a bright red heart within the transparent crystal coffin. It was only the size of a fist, and it was sparkling and translucent like a red agate. Intense blood-colored divine light lingered around it, and the powerful aura of life was being emitted by it. The heart of the great emperor, we must get it at all cost. The young demon clan girl took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in her heart. While guarding against Chu Bei, she gave the order to the great demons below and took the lead to fly toward the transparent ice coffin. Seeing this, Ji Feng and Bai Lian immediately exchanged glances. Then, both of them looked toward Chu Bei's direction at the same time. Fellow cultivator, as a human, I'm sure you know the consequences of letting the demon clan get the heart of the great emperor. The heart of the great emperor is the source of power. If they get it, they might be able to create another great emperor of the demon clan. That's right. As a human, we can't let the demon clan get the heart of the great emperor. As soon as they finished speaking, Ji Feng and Bai Lian led the group of experts behind them and flew toward the transparent ice coffin. Under the lead of Ji Feng and Bai Lian, the 18 ancient chariots of the Ji family formed a battle formation and rushed toward the crystal coffin. The cultivators of the Wavering Light Sacred Land and the Jade Lake Sacred Land also took action. They either rode on savage beasts or rode on divine rainbows as they rushed toward the coffin. In an instant, the crystal coffin that was less than a foot long was firmly trapped. Almost at the same time, the great demons of the demon clan also arrived and reached out to grab the crystal coffin. Bang! Bang! Several pairs of giant hands reached out and grabbed the crystal coffin. Of course, these giant hands were formed from light and were not real hands. While fighting for the crystal coffin, they were also fighting each other. Greedy humans, die! Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out in the air, reverberating through the world. The three-headed black gold ape, whose strength was comparable to a peak dragon realm expert, had made its move. At this moment, its whole body was surrounded by green gas and covered with strange runes. Even its arms were gradually crawling with black tortoise and Chilean characters. Its 3 heads and 6 eyes shot out a green light that was several meters long. It could be said that its demonic aura was soaring to the sky. As he punched out, a terrifying long rainbow smashed through the void and landed on the bodies of the human race cultivators. In just an instant, Ji Feng and Bai Lian, as well as the other 2 Four Extremities realm experts, were sent flying while coughing up blood. Seeing that Chu Bei was indifferent, the pale-faced Ji Feng and Bai Lian anxiously shouted, "My friend, for the sake of the human race, you can't just be a bystander." Hearing this, the black gold ape snorted coldly. Its 2 heads each condensed a terrifying energy beam and shot it at Ji Feng and Bai Lian respectively. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the beam that was enough to kill them, Ji Feng and Bai Lian's pupils shrank suddenly. However, just as the god of death was about to descend upon them, a huge purple fist print appeared in front of them. With a loud boom, it destroyed the deadly beam of light. After regaining their balance, Ji Feng and Bai Lian immediately looked in Chu Bei's direction with gratitude in their eyes. Of course, they knew that the fist print that had saved them from danger was released by him. The black gold ape looked deeply in Chu Bei's direction and snorted coldly again. It took a step forward and appeared beside the crystal coffin. But just as it reached out to grab the crystal coffin, a sword light pierced through the void and arrived in an instant, ruthlessly slashing its arm. With a sharp pain, the arm that was about to grab the crystal coffin inexplicably lost all feeling and fell uncontrollably to the ground. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, A snake-like purple light flashed past and wrapped around the crystal coffin. Damn it! It's this rope again. Human, you're too greedy. First it was the Tao scripture, then it was the Central Plains treasure, and now you're not even willing to let go of the demon race's emperor's heart? Looking at the long purple rope that was wrapped around the crystal coffin and dragged it to Chu Bei, the demon race girl's beautiful eyes seemed to be about to spit fire. Of course. Chu Bei put one hand behind his back and played with the crystal coffin with the other. He looked at the demon race girl and smiled knowingly. I want all of them. The copper plate and the emperor's heart were different from the treasures from the 6 great grotto heavens. If they were contributed to the system, the cultivation conversion progress would at least increase by a few points. As for the long purple rope in his hand, it was a replica of the immortal binding rope that he had exchanged for. Do you really think the demon race is easy to bully? Amidst the roar, the black gold ape's gaze locked onto Chu Bei. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent as it shook its body violently. The bird head on the left opened its mouth and spat out a blazing bolt of lightning. The snake head on the right spat out a black flame that instantly scorched the void. Fellow cultivator, be careful. This is the black gold ape's extreme yin lightning and nether fire. Seeing the black gold ape's methods, Ji Feng and Bai Lian's expressions instantly turned ugly. Both the extreme yin lightning and nether fire were the black gold ape's ultimate killing moves. Even an opponent of the same level would have to be extremely focused when facing these two attacks. One wrong move and death would come knocking. Human, give me back my emperor's heart. Amidst the dancing lightning, the black flame burned fiercely. Under the black gold ape's control, the lightning and black flame intertwined to form a sickle-shaped attack that pierced through the void and blasted towards Chu Bei. This little bit of strength is far from enough. As his calm and indifferent voice fell, Chu Bei took a step forward and his figure appeared directly in front of the sickle formed by the extreme yin lightning and nether fire. Immediately after, under everyone's gaze, he stretched out his right hand and used his index and middle fingers to clamp down on the sickle that was filled with a terrifying aura. Following which, under everyone's astonished gazes, his 2 fingers rotated slightly. With a sizzling sound, the sickle turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated into the void. After doing all this, Chu Bei snapped his fingers and a spherical wave of light instantly bombarded the black gold ape's body. With a loud bang, the black gold ape was sent flying. Its body that seemed to be cast from black gold was charred black and there were even some parts of its body that were emitting thick black smoke. Glancing at the black gold ape, Chu Bei revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Although his current strength was not enough, because of the abundant willpower he had obtained in the Doluor continent, it was enough for him to squander for a few days. According to the system's evaluation, a Dragon Realm expert in the Shrouded Sky Realm was equivalent to a Dozun in the Battle Break Realm. The system's corresponding level was equivalent to level 9. At present, the goods that Chu Bei could exchange for had already reached the 11th grade of high grade. For this reason, Chu Bei was more than enough to deal with a Dragon Realm expert. Senior Golden Ape. The group of demons, including the demonic girl, hurriedly caught the black gold ape that was sent flying backwards, their faces filled with worry. This, even the black gold ape couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Who is he? Could it be that he has already broken through to the Dragon Realm and is on the same level as the family head? Why would such a person appear here? Ji Feng and Bai Lian looked at the black gold ape in the distance, whose aura had weakened in an instant. When they looked at Chu Bei again, besides shock, there was only respect in their eyes. Oh my God, it seems that among everyone here, this fraud is the strongest. It's a pity that he only has eyes for Yi Zi. How good would it be if he had taken me in as well? If that's the case, I'm quite envious of Yi Fan. Wasn't that Tao scripture given to him by the fraud? At the foot of the volcano, Lin Jiao, Li Xiaoman, and the rest first glanced at Chu Bei, then at Yi Fan, their eyes filled with envy. Why did you hold back? Why didn't you just kill me? The black gold ape steadied itself and stared coldly at Chu Bei as it shouted angrily. There's no need to kill you. Chu Bei's indifferent voice fell as he looked in the direction of the ancient palace. I'm here for the treasures in the palace. I have no intention of killing anyone. Having said that, Chu Bei pointed at the ancient palace. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the sky above the ancient palace. Within the crack, a black pillar of lightning with a diameter of 20 meters slowly formed. Gulp! Looking at the huge black pillar of lightning that was filled with an aura of destruction, everyone instinctively gulped as a chill ran down their spines. Ji Feng looked at the Ji clan's disciples behind him in a daze and could not help but murmur softly, "Tell me, who do you think is stronger?" As soon as the black pillar of lightning was formed, it crashed down and hit the ancient palace hard. Crack! With a loud bang, the ancient palace shattered into pieces, sending rubble flying everywhere. Among the rubble that shot out, there was no lack of items that glowed with light, exuding an ancient aura. If you can get them, they'll belong to you. If you can't, then you'll have to blame me. Chu Bei's smiling voice drifted in the air. Get them. Get one. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the Yarrow Guang, Jade Pool, Ji Clan, and the rest of the powerhouses looked at each other with burning desire in their eyes. However, before they could do anything, the glowing treasures flew toward Chu Bei at the same time as if they were pulled by a force. I can't let any more of the Great Emperor's items fall into that guy's hands. The black gold ape looked at the calm Chu Bei unwillingly and roared angrily as it took the lead to chase after the nearest treasure. When the black pillar of lightning appeared, it knew that the gap between it and Lin Fan was not just 1 or 2 levels. Since it could not take back the Great Emperor's heart from Lin Fan, it might as well go for the other treasures first. In an instant, apart from Chu Bei, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others below, all the human cultivators and great demons moved and quickly rushed toward the treasures. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of green light arrived in front of Chu Bei. "Boss, let me do it." Just as the green light was about to hit Chu Bei, Yi Fan turned into lightning and caught the green light. It was a green dagger that was less than half a foot long. When he flicked the blade, there was a crisp metallic sound. The green light surrounded the dagger and it was extremely sharp. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a pool of clear water. It was crystal clear and emitted waves of cold air. As expected of an item from the demon race's Great Emperor's collection. It's extraordinary and definitely not ordinary. Yi Fan played with the dagger. Whether it was the quality or the cold air, it was far superior to the daggers on Earth. Damn it! It has placed a restriction on these treasures. We can't get them at all. Looking at the treasures that were enveloped by the mist, the experts from both the human race and the demon race stared at Chu Bei with resentment. They could only watch as the treasures disappeared into Chu Bei's body. Cultivation conversion speed increasing. Progress at 13%. Progress at 14%. Progress at 15%. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. As expected, the treasures in the Demon Emperor's tomb had successfully received the system's approval. When all the treasures in the air flew into Chu Bei's body, his cultivation conversion speed had reached 21%. Let's go. There's nothing left for us to do here. Under a few unwilling gazes, Chu Bei turned into a beam of light. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he appeared next to Pang Bo. As Pang Bo screamed in panic, he brought him away. Just as Chu Bei, Yi Fan, and Pang Bo left, a frail figure endured the pain in his body and flew to the spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven's sect master's side with great difficulty. Who is he? Who exactly is he? How much do you know about him? Xiaozhe asked as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Seventh Elder, this is my first time seeing him. You've seen what he's capable of. How could a small grotto's sect leader like me have anything to do with such a person? The spiritual ruins grotto's sect leader looked at Xiaozhe respectfully. However, I know his name. Boss Chu. Boss Chu. I will remember this name. Xiaozhe took a deep breath and repeated this name in his mouth. Immortal trickster, are you willing to take me in? Pang Bo looked at Chu Bei with anticipation on the peak of a small mountain outside the ruins. I've said it before. You're different from Yi Fan. However, the reason why I brought you here is to give you an opportunity. Chu Bei waved his hand as he spoke to this point. A ball of blue light appeared in his palm. This is the heart of the Great Emperor. Pang Bo's jaw dropped as he looked at the small transparent coffin in Chu Bei's palm. Although he did not participate in the previous battle, He had witnessed the entire process. Naturally, he knew what the beating heart in the coffin was. It was an item that would cause a group of great demons and human experts to fight for it. I'm sure you know about your background, right? This heart of the great emperor is the opportunity that I'm giving you. Chu Bei exerted a little force and the transparent crystal coffin shattered. Then, Chu Bei waved his right hand. The blood-red heart that was releasing a majestic life force turned into a beam of red light and entered Pang Bo's body. Chapter 266. Now, you already have the heart of the great emperor. As long as you focus on your cultivation, you will definitely become the great emperor of the demon clan in the future. As for where you will cultivate in the future, you can follow the demon clan here. You have the heart of the great emperor and you have the aura of the demon clan. They will treat you well, Chu Bei said calmly to Yi Fan. This was his decision after much consideration. It was also a good karma with Pang Bo. Thank you for your guidance, immortal. Pang Bo was so excited that his lips were trembling. It was obvious that he had not calmed down from the excitement of having the heart of the great emperor. Yi, it seems like I will be catching up to you soon. After bowing to Chu Bei, Pang Bo walked to Yi Fan and gave him a bear hug. He, one day, I will dominate this world. Yi Fan punched Pang Bo's chest. As for the immortal ascension cauldron fragment, Chu Bei had given it to the system earlier. Go back and merge with the demon clan, Chu Bei said as he looked at Pang Bo and pointed to the depths of the ruins. Ha ha. It seems like I'm quite lucky today. Just as Pang Bo left, a laughter came from the forest further away. Then, a chubby Taoist priest with a red face rushed over on a divine rainbow. Although he looked fat, his movements were very agile. He landed beside Yi Fan silently like a fallen leaf. I was just lucky. I happened to pass by this place and heard some commotion, so I immediately came to take a look. Who would have thought that I would sense the existence of a spiritual weapon before I even entered the depths? At this point, the chubby Taoist priest reached out his large hand and grabbed the green dagger that Yi Fan was playing with. At the same time, he did not forget to show a kind smile and said, "Little brother, this is a lethal weapon. You can't suppress it. Come, let me subdue it." Lethal weapon? I have a secret manual of the Buddha's palm here. Do you want it? Seeing that the chubby Taoist priest's large hand was about to land on the green dagger, Yi Fan immediately turned into a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he pulled away from the chubby Taoist priest with the green dagger. His gaze towards the fat Daoist priest was filled with disdain. It seemed that there were also swindlers in this world. Especially when he saw the fat Daoist priest's flushed face, he wanted nothing more than to punch him and loosen his grease. Hey, little brother, you're quite flexible. A hint of surprise flashed across the fat Taoist priest's face. The blue thread in his hand surged and tossed out. With a swoosh, he snatched the dagger away from Yi Fan before he could react. Heartless fatty, give me back my dagger. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with astonishment. His opponent's methods were actually so sharp. Hey, little brother, this Daoist will remember this favor. It's a small world. The next time we meet, I'll definitely thank you properly. After saying these words, the fat Daoist priest grinned at Yi Fan, revealing his yellowed teeth. However, just as he patted his butt and was about to ride the divine rainbow into the sky, a prison formed by an unknown energy appeared around him. Peng peng peng. Looking at the prison that appeared out of nowhere, the fat Daoist priest exclaimed in surprise. His hands danced as he threw a few punches at the prison. Ouch! It hurts so much. Which bastard is torturing me? Whoosh! Just as the fat Daoist priest was cursing, a black brontosaurus suddenly appeared in the prison and violently bombarded the fat Daoist priest's body. Instantly, the fat Daoist priest let out an even more miserable wail. Who is it? Which bastard is it? Come out and fight me if you dare. Whoosh. The fat Daoist priest endured the pain on his body and scanned the void around him. However, before he could finish cursing, another brontosaurus landed on his body. Compared to the previous brontosaurus, the lightning energy contained in this brontosaurus was even more terrifying. Almost instantly, Black smoke rose from the fat Daoist priest's body. Damn it, get out of my way. Almighty, I know my mistake. Please let me go. Black smoke came out of the fat Daoist priest's mouth. Just as he was about to continue cursing, 8 purple brontosaurus appeared above his head. Sensing the powerful aura fluctuation from the 8 brontosaurus, the fat Daoist priest immediately stopped cursing. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly changed his tone. He clasped his hands together and bowed to the void while begging for mercy. You're amenable to coaxing but not coercion? Seeing that the brontosaurus above him had disappeared, the fat Daoist priest was overjoyed. He continued to flatter. I wonder which Almighty is passing by here. Can you show yourself to me? I've just obtained a psychic dagger. If Almighty likes it, I can give it to you as a gift. Consider it as a good karma. Fatty, I recognize you. Your surname is Duender, and your name is Duender. You're wicked by nature, Duender. Wicked, wicked. Suddenly, a mocking voice floated in the air. The fat Daoist priest's flattering smile immediately disappeared when he heard the mocking voice. He could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Little fatty, you want to leave after robbing me? That's a little immoral. Chubei crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled as he looked at this famous guy from shrouding heaven and perfect plane with a playful expression. Chubei raised his right hand, and the replica immortal binding rope flew toward Duender. With a whoosh, before Duendeshang could react, the green dagger left his palm and appeared in Chubei's hand. You're the one who set this up. Duender was shocked as he looked at Chubei, who was approaching him step by step. Naturally, he had noticed Chubei long ago. However, he did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations on him, and he looked about the same age as Yi Fan. Therefore, he naturally thought that he was just an ordinary person. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking guy was actually an almighty being? What else? Chubei's smile grew wider. He waved his sleeve, and the prison that trapped Duender disappeared. Well, I'm sorry for my poor eyesight. I hope you don't blame me. I'll leave now. Sorry for disturbing you. Hee hee. Duender immediately cupped his fists at the mysterious man in front of him. Then, he moved his feet, and there were bursts of gorgeous light under his feet. However, just as he was about to break through the air, he suddenly realized that his body was suppressed by an invisible force, and he could not move at all. Little fatty, it's fate that we met. I see that you have many weapons on you. With your divine ability, you can't suppress them. Come, let me suppress them for you. As the mocking voice faded away, Chubei waved his right hand towards Duender, and the blood-red pearl in front of his chest instantly flew into Chubei's hand. Give me back my colored glass bead. The fat Taoist screamed, and his face was full of pain. However, as soon as he let out a miserable cry, the sapphire diamond ring on his right middle finger flew uncontrollably into Chubei's hand. Sumeru ring, don't touch my Sumeru ring. The fat Taoist scream was completely occupied by panic, and his liver-colored expression was as if he had been robbed of his life. Whoosh, 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 but all this was just the beginning. With the sound of breaking the air, the fat Taoist's body flashed one after another, and they all fell into Chubei's hand. These are all lethal weapons. Consider it as me saving you from disaster. Chubei played with the psychic item he snatched from the fat Taoist with a smile on his face. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind blew over the fat Taoist. Oh my God, you're a robber. These are all treasures that I've painstakingly collected over the years, and you've snatched them all away. The fat Taoist who had regained his freedom howled like a husky whose tail had been stepped on. His expression was even more terrible than if his parents had died. Fatty, there's always a mountain higher than the one before it. Who told you to snatch other people's things? Yi Fan laughed mockingly when he saw the fat Taoist's heartbroken expression. It's gone, it's gone, it's all gone. The fat Taoist mumbled, and walked into the depths of the ruins with empty eyes. His eyes were empty, and he looked as if he had lost his soul. Little fatty, our fate is not over yet. We won't meet again in the near future. Remember, collect more weapons so that I can continue to help you get rid of disasters. The fat Taoist who had not walked far heard the laughter behind him, and he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Boss, your method of giving someone a taste of their own medicine is the best way to deal with such a wicked person. Look at his liver-colored face, it's so satisfying. Yi Fan smiled. Remember this fatty's face, his an indispensable existence on your path to immortality. You've already been bound by the unseen world. After saying that, Chu Bei handed over all the treasures that he had plundered from Duander to the system, and his cultivation conversion progress increased from 21% to 28%. Boss, where are we going next? Yi Fan asked excitedly as he took the Sumeru ring and put it on his right middle finger. We're going to find the source. Chu Bei said faintly. The most important thing for him now was to recover his cultivation. What's the source? Yi Fan was confused. Simply put, you can think of the source as the energy crystals and spirit stones in those novels. They contain the purest cultivation energy in this world. Your physique requires a lot of spiritual energy, so the source is a must. In this world, there's a kind of person who lives for the source. They stand at the top of the search for the source, and they're called the Source Heaven Master. Moreover, there might be a peerless demon sealed in the source. There's also stone gambling here on Earth, but it's not jade, it's the source. Chu Bei put his hands behind his back. After answering Yi Fan's question, he waved his sleeves and flew to the east with the latter. Have you heard? A war between humans and demons broke out in the primitive ruins near the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. Of course I know, the war came and went quickly. I heard that not only the 6 Grotto Heavens sect masters, but also the Yaoguang Sacred Ground, the remote antiquity Ji family, and the Jade Lake Sacred Ground stationed in the Yang country. I heard that an ancient palace has appeared. That ancient palace is the mausoleum of the last great monarch of the demon race. 3 great treasures flew out, and it seems that the Almighty of the human race has obtained them. Hehe, you don't know about this, right? That Almighty is a businessman, and he calls himself Boss Chu. His strength is above those from the Yaoguang Sacred Ground, and even the great demon living in the forbidden area of the remote antiquity is no match for this Boss Chu. I saw the battle with my own eyes. TSK, it was wonderful. I was there too. That Boss Chu's strength is really terrifying, and he can both defend and attack. Less than 2 hours after the battle for the treasure, the disciples of the various forces and sects outside the ruins began to discuss wildly, and the news spread to the entire Yang country at a speed of 1 kilometer per second. Chapter 267. Qingfeng City. There were millions of people in the city. It was one of the most prosperous cities in the whole of Yang country. Looking around, the streets were bustling with people coming and going. Although it was not the central area of Yang country, its reputation was not inferior to the central cities that occupied a unique geographical location. All of this was because it was the gambling city of Yang country. The gambling city was naturally related to stone gambling. In the whole of Big Dipper, the source of heaven and earth spirit Qi was the hard currency in the currency market, and stone gambling was no exception. The premise of stone gambling was to use pure source to exchange for source stones that might contain source stones. Have you heard? Fairy Yangran of the Alcade Sacred Land came to the Alcade Casino today and personally participated in stone gambling. Is that true? Let's go and take a look. If we can see Fairy Yenran's beauty with our own eyes, we can die without regret. Not just anyone can enter the Alcade Casino today. You have to have at least 1 kilogram of source stones to be allowed in. With your poor appearance, you'd better go to other casinos to try your luck. On the bustling main road, all the cultivators with some wealth flocked to the Alcade gambling house. Qingfeng City, as the gambling city of Yang country, naturally opened casinos again. Usually, the number of people in the casinos of the various sacred lands was about the same, but because of Fairy Yenran's arrival at the Alcade Casino today, the number of people far exceeded the casinos of the other sacred lands. Boss, you've also learned Genesis techniques. Do you have a secret manual? Let me learn. Along the way, as Yi Fan's understanding of stone gambling deepened, he looked forward to learning Genesis techniques more and more. Genesis techniques, compared to stone gambling, were simply cheating devices. What was even more crazy was that this cheating device was not against the rules. As an Earthling, Yifan was very clear about the terrifying value of a good Genesis technique. I haven't learned Genesis techniques, but I have other methods. Chu Bei looked at Yifan with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. I almost forgot, you're the boss of the All Heavens shopping city. Yifan slapped his forehead. After suddenly coming to his senses, he rubbed his palms excitedly as if he was going to do something big. The Arcade Casino was located in the eastern part of Qingfeng City. It was a very quiet place surrounded by trees. It feels like they haven't opened the door yet. It's not that it's not open, but the first round has already ended. Rumor had it that the Wavering Light Sacred Land had transported a lot of high-grade dawn stones to suppress the other Sacred Land's gambling houses. As long as you are brave enough and have enough pure source, you might even be able to create a divine source. Sigh, looks like I can only wait for the next round. I wonder when the next round will start. Don't be discouraged. Fairy Yangran didn't even come to the previous match. I presume that Fairy Yangran will definitely grace us with her presence in the second match. In front of the Alcade Stone Gambling House, many people had gathered under the towering ancient trees and were discussing animatedly. Boss, there's still some time before we open. Where should we go now? Yifan looked at Chu Bei and asked. Of course, I'll find a random place to try my luck. Chu Bei chuckled and then walked towards the Alcade Stone Gambling House, which was next to the Alcade Stone Gambling House. Although the Alcade Stone Gambling House was far smaller than the Wavering Light Stone Gambling House in terms of scale, it still had many courtyards. The ground was littered with dawn stones, which ranged from a few kilograms to a few taels. The most important thing was that one did not need to verify the amount of pure source in one's possession to enter the Alcade Stone Gambling House. Even if one did not have a single gram of pure source, one could still enter and take a look. The first courtyard was obviously the most inferior one. Only a few people were there. The dawn stones here were the most ordinary ones. It could even be said that many of the stones were casually brought back to make up the numbers. Boss, that little girl seems to be quite serious. Do you think she knows any Genesis arts? Yifan's gaze instantly stopped on a young girl. At this moment, the young girl was walking back and forth in the first courtyard. She patted this place and knocked on that place, looking very attentive. Little girl, the dawn stones here are all fake. None of them are good. If you really want to try your luck, you'd better go inside, an old man with a walking stick suggested to the young girl as he passed by. Thank you for your reminder, Grandpa. Once I'm done here, I'll go inside. Take care. The girl's lips moved slightly, and her clear and melodious voice was like pearls falling on a jade plate. This young girl wore a purple dress and had an indescribable noble temperament. However, when she revealed a smile, it was a different kind of flirtatious charm. Her eyes were sparkling, and there was a small dimple on her left cheek. She looked very charming and playful. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen the world's most beautiful girl? If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out. After sending off the old man with the cane, the purple-clad girl's gaze suddenly landed on Yifan. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, looking as if she wanted to swallow Yifan alive. In terms of appearance, the purple-clothed girl was extremely beautiful. Her bright eyes and long eyelashes gave her a spiritual aura. She looked very lively and playful, giving people a feeling of quick-wittedness. As soon as I see the spring breeze, as soon as I part, I yearn to be convinced. As soon as I look at you, you can topple a city. As soon as you smile, you can charm 100 people. Yifan looked at the purple-clothed young lady. Miss, you are so pretty, can't you let others take a second look? At least you're honest. I'll allow you to continue looking. The purple-clothed young lady giggled, and the small dimple on her left cheek appeared again. Her pair of big eyes instantly narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. The corners of Chu Bei's mouth involuntarily twitched when he heard Yifan's flirtatious poem. A nauseating feeling surged out from his stomach as all the hairs on his body stood on end. However, when he noticed the purple-clothed young lady's sweet left dimple and cute little canine teeth, he was stunned. Could it be that this little girl was, "Little girl, are you from the G family?" Chu Bei looked at the purple-clothed young lady and immediately asked. Hearing Chu Bei's question, the purple-clothed young lady's delicate and flawless face instantly had a look of vigilance. How did you know? You're Ji Ziyue? Chu Bei's smile grew wider. Who exactly are you? Did my uncle send you to bring me back? Or are you an enemy of the Ji family? The purple-clothed young lady swallowed her saliva. Her sea of misery emitted a blue light, and she instinctively took a few steps back. Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person. I just know your distant ancestor. Chu Bei put his hands behind his back and pretended to be an expert. You know my distant ancestor? P2E 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 P2E. Do you know who my Ji family's distant ancestor is? He's a great emperor. The purple-clothed young lady made a face at Chu Bei. After realizing that he was not hostile, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Chu Bei smiled. Then, he turned to look at Yi Fan. An inexplicable feeling of admiration rose in his heart. This guy just casually flirted with his future wife. Perhaps this is fate. Perhaps Yu Laro really exists. Chu Bei could not help but sigh. Boss, what are you mumbling about? What fate? Yi Fan looked confused. Chu Bei pointed at Ji Ziyue. Based on my divination, this young lady is your cultivation partner. Bastard, what are you talking about? Do you believe that I'll send someone to chop off your tongue as soon as I get home? Hearing that, Ji Ziyue, who had her ears perked up, raised her small fist before Yi Fan could say anything. However, perhaps because of her canine teeth, Ji Ziyue, who was clenching her teeth, looked a little cute. It could be said that she was not lethal at all. Boss, I really hope that your divination is accurate. But from the looks of it, this little girl still needs some training. Yi Fan stared at Ji Ziyue and said, I can't be bothered with you guys. Ji Ziyue waved her fist at Chu Bei and Yi Fan again. She then continued to tap and tap to find the origin. Buzz. At that moment, a buzzing sound was heard in Chu Bei's mind. Looking at the system interface, Chu Bei smirked and fell into deep thought. Ji Ziyue's name was added to the first-level agent column. Master Yuan, how do I value the source stones here? After observing for a while, Ji Ziyue finally chose a spherical source stone that was about 2 meters in diameter. Since there are many inferior source stones here, the price is also very cheap. One tael of source stones can buy 1,000 kilograms of stone. Since there were only a few people in the courtyard, Master Yuan only arranged for one person. Master, I'll take this one. Please cut it. Ji Ziyue passed the source stone to Master Yuan and shifted her position so that Master Yuan could cut it. Oh my god, there's source stones here. Looking at this source stone, it must be at least half a kilogram. Half a tael of source stones for half a kilogram of source stones. This little girl is making a killing. Don't you see her clothes? She must be the daughter of a rich family. Maybe she's just having fun and looking for something new. As Master Yuan cut it again and again, the source stone was gradually revealed. The cultivators who were passing by also gathered around, exclaiming with envy and jealousy. See, this is strength. When Master Yuan completely cut out the source stone, Ji Ziyue shook her head proudly at Chu Bei and Yi Fan. She didn't forget to stick out her tongue, looking very cute. In the end, the source stone that was cut out was half a kilogram. Boss, this little girl has some skills. Looking at Ji Ziyue, who put the source stone into the space bag and ran into the depths of the courtyard, Yi Fan was speechless. She's a direct descendant of the Ji family. Chu Bei smiled. Under the perception of his observation haki, among the hundreds of stones on the first floor of the courtyard, only 4 stones had source stones, and the stone that Ji Ziyue chose had the most source stones. Compared to the outer courtyard, the inner courtyard had a special young woman in charge of receiving and introducing various source stones. Master Yuan also had several people in charge of cutting the stones. Why are you two following me? Ji Ziyue went directly to the innermost courtyard. When she saw Chu Bei and Yi Fan following closely, she suddenly pouted. Miss, you have a unique vision. I want to see you show off your skills again. Yi Fan spread out his hands and smiled. Then follow me. Don't blink. As soon as she heard Yi Fan's words, Jizue's unhappy expression suddenly disappeared and revealed her cute little canine teeth. Chapter 268. Jizue glared at Yifan. Like before, she knocked here and there, carefully looking for a stone with source energy. After searching for a long time, Jizue's brows suddenly curved into a crescent moon. Master Yuan, this is it. It was an origin stone the size of a watermelon. Although it was not big, it was not cheap. Due to the high rate of source energy, the price was higher than the price in the courtyard. Little girl, don't you want to reconsider? There is no source energy here, Chu Bei reminded Master Yuan just as he was about to cut the stone. Do you know origin arts or do I? If I say there is, then there is. Jizue glared at Chu Bei before looking at Master Yuan. Master, cut it. Chu Bei shook his head with a smile and did not say anything else. Crack. As Master Yuan skillfully cut, the stone's outer layer slowly peeled off, and the stone became smaller and smaller. How can there be no source energy? Jizue screamed when the stone was completely cut without any source energy. Her voice was filled with surprise. Miss, this is the stone gambling den. If everything has a source energy, then won't the stone gambling den lose a lot of money? Yeah, there's an element of luck involved in stone gambling. Who can guarantee that you'll be able to cut it? If you can cut it, then it's your ancestors' good fortune. If you can't, don't be discouraged. This is normal. The cultivators at the side kept comforting them. What are you two laughing at? Who hasn't made a mistake before? Jizue glared at Chu Bei and Yifan angrily. She then turned around to choose another origin stone. Master Yuan, cut this one. There must be a source energy inside. Jizue chose another origin stone and immediately called for Master Yuan. Seeing how confident Jizue was, Yifan could not help but look at Chu Bei and ask, Boss, does this one have a source energy? Chu Bei shook his head. It's the same as the previous one. Seeing how calm Chu Bei was, Jizue's face was filled with anger. Master, cut it for him. Master Yuan raised his hand and cut the stone. No. Impossible, there is still nothing. Jizue opened her mouth wide as if she could not believe what she had just seen. After calming herself down, Jizue carefully selected 3 more dawn stones. However, despite her high expectations, there was still no dawn stones. Little girl, you'd better not waste your source. That's right. You're out of luck today. In my opinion, you should be the one making the decision today and watch the others cut. As for you, you can cut it tomorrow. You're right. This is called a rebound after hitting rock bottom. What exactly went wrong? Jizue collapsed on the chair and pouted her lips. Her eyes kept wandering between the origin stones. She looked disappointed and depressed. Boss, let's cut a piece too. Yifan rubbed his palms, eager to try. The 4th one over there. Chu Bei casually pointed in a direction. It was a crooked, ugly rock about the size of a soccer ball. It was grey in color and crisscrossed with cracks all over it. The strangest thing was that these cracks were similar to the shape of a human's mouth. It was as if some ancient creature had bitten it to form this shape. How can you choose an origin stone by looking? You have to get close to it and feel it. Jizue glanced at Chu Bei, who looked like an outsider. The origin stone you chose is obviously exhausted. Also, it's a ghost splitter stone. Its entire body is covered in cracks. It's very likely that it was bitten by an ancient origin ghost. There is no origin stone left. Little brother, this girl is right. It's obviously a useless stone. I advise you to change to another one. Don't waste your origin stone. That's right. This is the famous ghost splitter stone. It's been here for half a year. It's just there to make up the numbers. There is no origin stone. The onlookers shook their heads and consoled him. You're all too young. Yifan smiled at Jizue and then glanced at the onlookers. Unlike these people, Yifan's eyebrows were filled with confidence. He firmly believed that this ghost splitter stone contained an origin stone because he believed in Chu Bei. Very soon, Yifan brought the ghost splitter stone that Chu Bei had pointed out to Master Yuan amidst the crowd's sighs. Even though it was just a ghost splitter stone, Master Yuan still followed the rules of this trade. He bowed to the origin spirit and muttered a few words before moving his blade. His blade was like a swimming dragon, shining with a cold light. The surface of the stone quickly fell off. Not long after, the football-sized ghost splitter stone had been peeled off layer by layer. It was no longer the size of a fist. Master Yuan, this useless stone can't produce an origin stone. You're just wasting time. Just cut it open. If it can produce an origin stone, I'll swallow all of it. Ji Ziyue sat on a chair, swinging her snow-white legs as she made a face at Chu Bei. In her opinion, if time went back hundreds of thousands of years, this stone might have produced a good origin stone. However, it was obvious that the origin stone had been swallowed by the origin ghost. Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest, ignoring Ji Ziyue's mockery. Under Master Yuan's continuous slashes, the ghost splitter stone was no longer the size of a lychee. However, just as the blade fell, a dazzling light shot out. The rich spirit qi that followed made people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze, as if they were soaking in a hot spring. All the pores on their body relaxed, and they felt very comfortable. A fiery red light overflowed, bringing with it a faint thin smoke. It was like a cloud of fire, but also like a blood-soaked immortal qi. This. The onlookers were shocked. Their gazes were fixed on the lychee-sized ghost splitter stone in Master Yuan's hand. Judging from the density of the spirit qi, it was obvious that an extremely high-quality origin stone had been dug out. The origin qi far surpassed that of similar stones. Taking a closer look, the lychee-sized ghost splitter stone had a red origin stone embedded in it. It was only the size of a finger, but it was flowing with light and vibrant colors. It was so red that it was intoxicating. Although the quality of this origin stone is not bad, it's too small. Yeah, I wonder if it's worth the price of this stone. Speaking of which, although this origin stone is so small, which of you can recognize it? Discussions broke out again in the field. Master Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable. After being stunned for a moment, he could not help but exclaim, Could it be the fiery origin stone? As for Ji Ziyue, she knew that she was wrong the moment the red light overflowed. She was very wrong. This ghost splitter stone, which did not have the slightest spirit qi fluctuation, not only did it have an origin stone, but it was also a high-grade fiery origin stone. What? So this is the fiery origin stone. In that case, this thing, which is only the size of a finger, is worth 5 kilograms of pure ordinary origin stone? Oh my god. It seems that gambling origin stones really need a lot of luck. That girl cut 7 high-grade stones in a row and did not get a single gram of origin stone. But this guy just randomly picked a stone, and he actually got a mutant origin stone. It seems that gambling origin stones really depend on one's fate. Such a origin stone, together with a good cultivation method, can build a divine bridge. Amidst the clamor of exclamations, Ji Ziyue's eyes were wide open. She firmly locked onto Chu Bei and said angrily, Luck, you're just lucky. If you're really that good, cut out another mutant origin stone. No matter what, she did not believe that there was anyone in this world who could tell whether a origin stone contained an origin stone just by looking at it. If there really was someone in this world who had such ability, his name would have spread across the eastern wilderness and even the entire Big Dipper. Miss, before that, shouldn't you fulfill your promise first? Yi Fan came to Ji Ziyue with a pair of origin stones in his hands. You. Looking at the origin stones in Yi Fan's hands, Ji Ziyue's face suddenly changed. The redness spread all the way to her ears. Especially in front of so many people, her cheeks were burning red. Don't tease her. Chu Bei smiled and looked at Ji Ziyue. He pointed at the pile of origin stones that she had cut out earlier. You're right. There should be an origin stone in these stones. As for why it didn't cut out, you'll know when you take a closer look. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Ji Ziyue was stunned at first. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and immediately jumped off the chair. After hearing Chu Bei's words, the onlookers all looked suspicious. They seemed to have guessed something and followed Ji Ziyue one after another. All right, you swindling profiteers. It seems that these origin stones have been cut open. After the origin stones were taken away, they were filled with new stones and sealed with a secret method. After a long while, Jizue saw through the clues. She stood up and cursed at the manager of the stone gambling den not far away. Look, the quality of these stones is really different. They have indeed been processed. Hey Sandstone Gambling House, you guys are too daring. What you've done is too much. How despicable. No wonder the 2 stones I cut out earlier did not contain an origin stone. You guys took them away in advance. Great, if this little girl did not see through the clues, how long would you have lied to us? Everyone, let's destroy this stone gambling den. After the theft of the stone gambling den was exposed, it immediately caused public outrage. Everyone rushed to the manager of the stone gambling den. How did you find out? While the crowd was demanding an explanation from the stone gambling den, Jizue came to Chubei and blinked her eyes curiously. Do you really have the ability to tell if there is an origin stone in it just by looking? Jizue looked at Chubei expectantly. If that was the case, he would definitely hit the jackpot in the Saint City of Gamblers. Looking at Jizue's shiny canine teeth, Chubei naturally knew what she was thinking. Hey, don't go. Answer my question. Seeing Chubei turn around and leave, Jizue panicked. She quickly chased after Chubei and Yifan. Miss, you are the one following us this time. Yifan could not help but tease Jizue. When Chubei walked out of the Black 3-stone gambling den, the entrance of the Alcade gambling den was already crowded with people. Among them, there was no lack of young elites dressed in luxurious clothing. If it wasn't for the chance to see Fairy Yangran, I wouldn't have come to Yang. The stone gambling den here is too low-end compared to the Saint City. Isn't that obvious? The Saint City's origin stones are also much more expensive than the ones here. However, the Saint City's stone gambling den can really produce good stuff. Not long ago, someone cut out a demonic eye. I heard about it too. Not only that demonic eye, but also a demonic bone. Its value is immeasurable. That's nothing. Someone from the clan of the Ancients even cut out a broken emperor weapon. Before Chubei even walked into the stone gambling den, he could already hear the sounds of discussion around him. Is it really that incredible? Why does it sound so ridiculous? Yifan subconsciously glanced at the few young people from the Saint City and muttered, "You idiot. You're so ignorant." Ever since Chubei cut out the fiery red sauce, Jizue had been following behind him. After hearing Yifan's muttering, she immediately cast a disdainful look at him. Sauce is the rarest spiritual item in the world. It can produce anything, Jizue said seriously. According to the ancient records, hundreds of thousands of years ago, which is the Ancients' era, a peerless beauty was dug out. She walked out of the source of God. Unfortunately, the sacred lands chased after her and she still managed to escape. This is really a magical world, Yifan exclaimed. The Alcade gambling den was serene and quiet. There were exotic trees and rare herbs planted in the courtyard. Stones were scattered all over the place, making it look like a rock garden. The layout was very particular. There was a gurgling spring, a pavilion covered with vines, and stones everywhere. It gave people a refreshing feeling as if they had returned to nature. Look, isn't that Fairy Yangran in the pavilion? Let's go and take a look. As soon as Chubei and his group entered the Alcade gambling den, they heard the excited voices of the young talents. In the Alcade gambling den, there was a pavilion built near the water. It was shrouded in mist. The pavilion was hidden among the ancient trees, surrounded by greenery and shrouded in mist. At that moment, through the mist, they could see a graceful lady playing a guzheng in the pavilion. She was otherworldly and untainted by the mortal world. The sound of the guzheng was like the sound of nature. It was refreshing and full of charm. What Fairy Yangran? She's definitely not as beautiful as me. Jizue glanced at the lady in the pavilion and could not help but mutter. Everyone, Yangran welcomes you on behalf of the Alcade sacred ground. The sound of the guzheng stopped, and a clear voice like that of an oriole was heard from the pavilion. Following that, a few beautiful and otherworldly women walked out of the pavilion in a single file. The last person was like a fairy whose stamen was blooming under the moonlight. Her entire body was hazy and indistinct, but she gave people a feeling that she was flawless. Is this fairy Yangran from the Alcade sacred ground? What a graceful body, slender and beautiful. She's surrounded by flowers. It's like standing in a cold palace. She's holy and distant. It's really hard to get close to her. It's a pity that we can only look at her from afar. It's said that Yangran has already been selected by the Alcade sacred ground saint. The young elites in the field stared at fairy Yangran without blinking their eyes. Some of them couldn't help but drool from their mouths. What a bunch of perverts. Ji Ziyue glanced at the young men around her and spat. She looked at Yi Fan and said, "You're much better than them. You know how to appreciate real beauty." Ji Ziyue did not forget to point at herself when she said that. Chapter 269. Hearing Ji Ziyue's words, Yi Fan was speechless. He had seen countless beauties on TV, so he naturally wouldn't be shocked by this so-called fairy Yangran in front of him. As for Chu Bei, he just glanced at fairy Yangran and no longer paid attention to her. Instead, he began to use his observation haki to sense the source stones behind the attic to see which ones had high-grade source stones. Everyone, this is Yanran's first time coming to Yang's Alcade stone gambling. Naturally, I can't come empty-handed. This time, the sacred land has just dug out 36 source stones from the primordium ancient mine, and Yangran specially brought them here. In front of the attic, the woman in white moved her lips slightly. What? Primordium ancient mine. There are source stones from there. It is said that the source stones of the sacred city are dug out from there, and from time to time, you can cut out a few earth-shattering treasures. No, even if I have to go bankrupt, I have to take a gamble this time. Hearing the words primordium ancient mine, everyone in the field instantly seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and they all rubbed their hands together. Seeing that everyone seems to be a little impatient, then Yangran will not waste any more time. Everyone, please follow Yangran. As her voice fell, Xia Yangran took the lead and walked to the back of the attic. Seeing this, everyone followed closely behind. Behind the attic was a huge square. Normally, the Alcade stone gambling house would divide it into several areas, and the price of source stones in each area was different. Today, the square was not divided, and tens of thousands of source stones were placed in an orderly manner. The large source stones were 10 meters in diameter, and the small ones were only the size of a fist. Compared to the past, not only were there several times more source stones in the square today, but there were also several times more patrolling personnel. Yangran, we really have to trouble you. The person who spoke was a bald old man. The old man was sitting on an exquisite chair, and a middle-aged man was sitting on each side of him. Whether it was the bald old man or the two middle-aged men beside him, the aura released by them was not weaker than that of the 6 Grotto Heavens sect master. Everyone, these are the 36 source stones dug out from the primordium ancient mine that I told you about. You know more or less about origins. Can you feel anything strange about them? Beside Xia Yangran, there was a square area of about 300 square meters. There were 36 football-sized source stones placed in an orderly manner. Quick, let me take a look. I've never seen an origin stone from the origin ancient mine. Don't push. Move over there. Damn, why do these 36 origin stones all look the same? At this moment, there were thousands of people in the plaza. They were scattered all over the place, gently patting the origin stones. Because of Xia Yangran and the Taichu ancient mine's source stone, a third of the people were gathered around the 300 square meter area, all of them standing close to one another as they observed the source stone carefully. These 36 football-sized origin stones were very dim in color, and they faintly had a rustic aura to them. Obviously, they had just been excavated not too long ago. Apart from looking the same, these origin stones from Origin Ancient Mine look very ordinary. There's nothing special about them. That's not right. The spiritual energy of the sea of bitterness in my body is circulating more actively, as if it's yearning for something. Could it be that there's a high-grade origin stone in these origin stones? Could it be that my senses are wrong? Why do I feel like there's something calling out to me from these 36 origin stones? In the square area, hundreds of people were observing the 36 origin stones at close range. Those who were rich and had yet to cultivate were at a loss. To them, these origin stones were very ordinary. As for those cultivators, their eyes were shining with a golden light. Their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at the origin stones, as if they could not wait to cut them open and see what was inside. Hehe, we can earn a lot today. Ji Ziyue revealed her shining canine teeth as she rubbed her hands in anticipation. Don't waste the origin stones. Chu Bei smiled as he looked at Ji Ziyue and kindly reminded her. Everyone, I'm sure that some of you have noticed the abnormality of these origin stones. No matter which origin stone it is, when you get close to it, the spiritual energy in your body will resonate with it and become more active. But to be honest, when these origin stones were dug out, there were originally 40 of them. After we cut 4 of them, we realized that there was nothing in them, Xia Yangran suddenly said. What? It can't be. You've already cut 4 of them. There's nothing in them. Then why do these origin stones have an inexplicable calling power? That's right. Are these origin stones all ghost stones? As soon as Xia Yangran finished speaking, a group of cultivators began to question her intensely. According to our judgment, these origin stones should have been assimilated by a superior origin stone. To put it simply, there should be a superior origin stone in these 36 origin stones. As for the other 35 origin stones, it's very likely that they are really useless stones. Xia Yanran's voice sounded again. What? Only one origin stone has an origin stone, the other 35 are all useless stones. So, the hope of cutting out an origin stone is only 1 in 36. That's too low. But think about it from another perspective. Once it's cut out, it's a superior origin stone. An origin stone that can cause the sea of misery to fluctuate is definitely worth hundreds of pounds of ordinary origin stones. That's true. Anyway, I have an origin stone. At most, I'll buy all 36 of them. Fairy Yangran, tell us the price of these origin stones. Hearing Xia Yanran's words, the crowd was stunned for a moment before they began to ask about the price of the origin stones. Because there's a possibility of a superior origin stone being cut out from these origin stones, the price is relatively high. For this reason, the price of the origin stones is the same as the price of pure origin stones. Xia Yanran's gaze swept across the crowd as she spoke with a smile. What? The price is 1 to 1. Each origin stone is £15, right? In other words, we need to spend £15 of origin stones to cut one. The price that Xia Yangran quoted immediately caused the atmosphere to rise to the peak. £15 of origin stones, even the grotto heavens in Yang country would need to harvest them for half a year. For small forces, it might take a year or even years to store them. As for those rogue cultivators, it might take several years to accumulate them. This price was no longer a small gamble, but a huge gamble. Especially those who had previously said that they would buy all 36 origin stones, they immediately shut their mouths. This price was a complete slap to their faces. Of course, although most of them were still in shock, there were also some disciples from the big forces outside the Yang kingdom who were eager to give it a try. Originally, they only wanted to see Xia Yanran's beauty. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a good thing? Although they were still unable to buy all 36 origin stones with their financial resources, they could still buy 1 or 2. Everyone, if you have the financial resources, if you are interested in these origin stones, you can pick 1 or 2 and cut them all. The corners of Xia Yanran's lips curled up slightly. Although there's a high possibility that you'll get a useless origin stone, once you really cut it out, it'll be a superior origin stone. Under Xia Yanran's persuasion, some people who originally did not plan to buy the origin stones became restless. Little girl, how many pounds of origin stones do you have? Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest and suddenly tilted his head to look at Ji Ziyue with a smile. What? Do you want to rob me? Ji Ziyue hurriedly wrapped the space bag around her waist with one hand and stared at Chu Bei with a vigilant expression. She subconsciously took a step back. If I wanted to rob you, the space bag around your waist would have already changed owners. Chu Bei smiled. Then, with a wave of his right hand, He bought a crystal clear glass ball from the All Heavens merchant city. This is a colored glass ball. Jizue's eyes lit up when she recognized the colored glass ball. This was a treasure that could stabilize one's divine soul during cultivation. There was no need to worry about overdoing it and causing chi deviation. Chubei casually threw the colored glass ball he snatched from Duander in front of Jizue. How about this in exchange for 60 pounds of origin stones? Exchange, of course. Jizue's large eyes narrowed into crescents. Her head was like a chick pecking at rice. Then, she quickly took out 6 black balls from the space bag. These are 6 black origin stones. They're equivalent to 60 pounds of normal origin stones. Hand over the money and I'll take the goods. After throwing the 6 black origin stones to Chubei, Jizue immediately took the colored glass ball. Her impatient appearance was as if she was afraid that Chubei would go back on his words. This little girl has an extraordinary background. The people who were closer to Jizue immediately revealed a shocked expression when they noticed the black origin stones. 1 pound of black origin stones was equivalent to 10 pounds of normal origin stones. Fellow, are you going to take 2? After taking the 6 black origin stones, Xia Yangran looked at Chubei with a smile. Disciple, bring me those 2 origin stones. Chubei did not pay much attention to Xia Yangran and directly ordered Yi Fan to bring over 2 origin stones. Damn, this guy is so crazy. He didn't even look at them carefully and just casually chose 2 origin stones. Those are 60 pounds of origin stones, and he wasted them just like that. He's rich and willful. Moreover, what do you mean by wasted? Even if he randomly chose, there's still a 2 out of 36 chance of success. That's true. With our ability to see through origin stones, what can we see after looking at them carefully? In the end, we're just looking for comfort. We might as well be as straightforward as him. Almost in an instant, the 2 origin stones that Chubei and Yi Fan were carrying became the focus of everyone present. Even those who were originally staying outside to choose other origin stones ran over at this time to join in the fun. However, with Master Origin Stones in place and everyone looking forward to it, Chubei did not mention anything about cutting the Origin Stones. Brother, are you going to cut them or not? Stop wasting time. Finally, someone could not help but ask. Aren't there still 34 Origin Stones? If I cut them all out and you don't buy them, then wouldn't Fairy Yangran suffer a loss? Chubei said with a smile. Hearing this, Xia Yangran threw a grateful look at Chubei. Chapter 270. TSK, then why didn't you say it from the beginning? What a waste of time. Some of the young elites from the big forces outside of Yang Kingdom sighed and then handed over the source to Xia Yangran. Then, one by one, they began to choose the source stones seriously. Among them, Jizue ignored Chubei's persuasion and joined the crowd. Boss, didn't you say that there is only 1 source stone? Why did you choose 2? Aren't you wasting 15 kilograms of source? Could it be that you don't want these people to be suspicious? Or, is it that the observation haki can't completely determine which of the 2 source stones has source? Yi Fan looked at Chubei with a puzzled expression. You will know in a while. Chubei pretended to be mysterious. In the square area, Jizue walked back and forth, patting this piece, then knocking that piece, looking very attentive. It's so strange. It feels like both of them have source, and the source seems to be the same size. After searching for a long time, Jizue pouted and looked hesitant. After a long while, Jizue's eyes suddenly lit up. Her eyebrows relaxed and she was overflowing with joy. It's you. Jizue screamed excitedly, then picked up a source stone and returned to Chubei and Yi Fan. Little girl, you wasted 15 kilograms of source. Chubei shook his head. Compage, I bet that there is no source in your source stone. Jizue patted the source stone in her hand and did not forget to stick her tongue out at Chubei and make a face. Chubei smiled and said, why don't we make a bet? What kind of bet? Jizue was interested. Let's bet on which of our source stones has a different source. Chubei looked at Jizue with a smile. Okay, what's the bet? Ji Ziyue agreed immediately, her face full of confidence. Block all of the sauce in your body, Chu Bei said. I still have 20 kilograms of black sauce, which is equivalent to 200 kilograms of normal sauce. What do you have to bet with me? Ji Ziyue shook the space bag. Damn, I didn't expect you to be a super rich woman. Yi Fan could not help but sigh. If you win, everything in this bag will be yours. Chu Bei waved his hand and an ordinary-looking bag floated in front of Ji Ziyue. Ji Ziyue sent her divine sense into the Sumeru ring. After she recognized what was in the Sumeru ring, Ji Ziyue's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. Are you sure you want to bet? Bet everything you have with me. Ji Ziyue swallowed her saliva and spoke in a trembling voice due to the shock. There was a strange look in his eyes. He was suspicious of Chu Bei's identity. As long as you win, they are all yours. Chu Bei's expression was indifferent. It's a deal. Ji Ziyue shouted excitedly. Just as she was about to open the stone, the others had already chosen their favorite dawnstones and asked Master Yuan to open them. God bless me, I hit him in one strike. It was a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. There was no spiritual power fluctuation on his body. He was obviously just an ordinary person. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes were locked on the knife in Master Yuan's hand. He clasped his hands together and kept chanting. Master Yuan's hands were nimble. The knife was like a swimming dragon, and the surface of the dawnstone quickly fell off. As the onlookers waited, the dawnstone, which was originally the size of a fist, was soon smaller than the size of a fist. The surface of the dawnstone continued to fall until it was completely opened, but there was still no dawnstone. It's really a useless dawnstone. It seems that Fairy Yangran was right. These dawnstones have only been assimilated by the superior dawnstone. That's why they have its aura. It's just a pity for this nouveau riche. He lost 15 kilograms of dawnstone and got nothing. The onlookers looked at the middle-aged man with pity in their eyes. As for the middle-aged man, his pig-liver-colored face looked as if he had lost a family member. Open mine. The second person stepped forward and handed his dawnstone to Master Yuan expectantly. As for the other cultivators who could not wait, they also found a Master Yuan to open their dawnstones. Almost at the same time, 6 masters opened their dawnstones together. Crack, crack. Amid the crisp sounds, the surface of the dawnstone kept falling off. Every time a dawnstone fell, the onlookers' hearts would skip a beat. The second dawnstone, no dawnstone. The third dawnstone, no dawnstone. The fourth dawnstone, no dawnstone. The fifth dawnstone, no dawnstone. 6 dawnstones in a row, and there's nothing. If this wasn't the Alcade Stone gambling den, I would have suspected that this was a scam. When the 6 masters put away their knives, the 6 dawnstones that they had opened at the same time were all empty. The onlookers at the side exclaimed, 7 have already gone. Now our chances have greatly increased. A cultivator who had yet to open his dawnstone looked delighted. This time, it's mine. Ji Ziyue placed the dawnstone in her hand next to Master Yuan. She did not forget to look at Chu Bei and raise her small fist. Don't forget our bet. If you lose, you have to pay up. After saying that, Ji Ziyue looked at Master Yuan eagerly. Go ahead. Through the secret method passed down by her ancestors, she had the most direct sense of origin energy. Although these dawnstones were almost the same, she still sensed a slight fluctuation from this dawnstone. Ever since she had learned the secret method passed down by her ancestors, she had been searching for origin energy. She rarely made a wrong judgment on ordinary dawnstones. In the Black 3 gambling den, the reason she had made a wrong choice was not because of her, but because the unscrupulous merchant had taken the origin energy inside. Young lady, don't be so confident. The result will disappoint you. That's right. Although you've already cut 7 dawnstones, you only have a 1 in 29 chance. The hope is still very slim. Adjust your attitude. Even if you can't cut it out, don't feel too bad. There's only one origin energy. Seeing Ji Ziyue's confident look, the onlookers could not help but mock her. Hihi, just wait and see. My judgment is not something you can compare to. Ji Ziyue shook her head at the onlookers. At this moment, the small knife in Master Yuan's hand moved like a dragon and snake. Layers of old skin from the dawn stone clay pot kept falling to the ground. Boss, will the dawn stone she chose contain an origin energy? Yi Fan asked curiously. Yes, it does, but… Yes, there's light. Before Chu Bei could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a middle-aged man's scream. When Master Yuan's knife landed on the dawnstone again, a dazzling green light shot out from the dawnstone. At this moment, the spiritual power in the cultivator's sea of misery began to circulate on its own. All the pores on their bodies began to relax as if they were swimming in a hot spring. It was very comfortable. This young lady really cut it. What kind of origin energy is it? It can cause our spiritual power to fluctuate. Sigh, does this mean that I don't have to cut the dawn stone in my hand? Can I return it? Some of the cultivators were disappointed amidst the astonishment. Hihi, I told you. There's a mutant sauce in my bag. Ji Ziyue looked around proudly and finally fixed her gaze on Chu Bei. Her expression was proud like a little rooster that had won a battle. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Everything in your bag belongs to me. Then, Ji Ziyue looked at Master Yuan. Continue cutting. Cut it out. I want to see what kind of origin energy it is. However, just as Master Yuan's knife landed, Ji Ziyue's excited expression froze. Her face turned grey in an instant as if she had eaten a bitter lotus. She was not the only one. With the exception of Chu Bei, everyone present stared blankly at the piece of Genesis sauce that Master Yuan had cut out. Every single one of them felt as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue. The strangeness in their gazes was already difficult to describe their current astonishment. How? How can this be? I've been gambling on origin energy for decades, and this is the first time I've seen something like this. Could it be that this mutant sauce has developed intelligence? Does it know how to use illusions? My understanding has been changed. Origin energy is indeed a magical existence. Haha, it seems like we still have a chance with the origin stones in our hand. Amidst the surprised clamor, there were also some sounds of relief. Impossible, how can this be? Ji Ziyue stared blankly at the origin energy in Master Yuan's hand. There was only disappointment left on her face. That's right, it was not a single origin energy. It was just a thin origin energy that was not even half a millimeter thick. This origin energy was evaporating and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It disappeared, it actually disappeared. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the thin mutant sauce that Master Yuan had cut out turned into a rain of light and disappeared, leaving behind a pile of stone skin. Did this mutant sauce become a spirit? A shocked expression appeared on Xia Yanran's face. When that green light appeared, she thought that the mutant sauce had appeared. Who would have thought that it was just an illusion of the mutant sauce, a complete fake? How cunning. Ji Ziyue stomped her feet angrily and gritted her teeth when she realized that she had been tricked by one-piece sauce. Cut this one. While everyone was still immersed in shock, Chu Bei waved his hand and an origin stone fell in front of Master Yuan. Suddenly, everyone's gaze fell on Chu Bei, who had randomly picked 2 origin stones. Master Yuan took the origin stone that Chu Bei had thrown to him. Perhaps because the origin stones before were all useless, the anticipation in his eyes had lessened a lot. He held the knife in his hand and moved like a dragon. After the first cut, everything was normal. After the second cut, nothing happened. The third cut, the fourth cut, the fifth cut, hey, looks like you're wrong too. Seeing that the football-sized origin stone had been cut to the size of a fist, Ji Ziyue looked at Chu Bei and laughed gloatingly. However, just as she was about to say something, there was a crisp sound that was different from the sound of stone skin being cut. Everyone trembled when they heard it. Master Yuan immediately became careful and slowed down the carving knife in his hand. In the next moment, the green light rushed out. A green mist appeared, and the spirit chi was so dense that it seemed to have condensed into liquid. Almost at the same time, all the cultivator's sea of misery began to move on its own, as if it had received a huge temptation. Chapter 271. There's a source, someone exclaimed. Could it be an illusion like before? Someone guessed. No, this is the real source. The real source. Master Yuan's eyes lit up. The surface of the stone continued to fall off, and the greenness became even more vibrant. It shone brightly in all directions. So many watermelon seeds, everyone exclaimed at the same time when they saw the source. No matter what source it was, as long as it was the size of a watermelon seed, it could be called a watermelon seed source. The watermelon seed sources were tightly embedded in the stone, and there were at least 30 to 40 of them. It's it. That spiritual energy fluctuation was caused by it. Oh my God, this person's luck is too heaven-defying. The first choice, and it's a random one, he actually got it. Now it seems like we can only pray that there are other sources in our source stones. But then again, what source are these watermelon seeds? Everyone's eyes were focused on the watermelon seed sources, and their eyes were filled with greed. This is the abyssal jade crystal. Ji Ziyue and Xia Yangran exclaimed at the same time after looking at it for a long time. What? This is the first source below the divine source, the abyssal jade crystal. No wonder it can cause the spiritual energy in our bodies to fluctuate. The abyssal jade crystal is the top among the different sources. Just one of them is equivalent to 15 kilograms of pure source. Just one of them is enough to recoup the cost of this source stone. The group of young talents from outside the Yang Kingdom were shocked when they heard about the serene jade gems. Their eyes were filled with envy when they looked at Chu Bei again. At this time, Master Yuan had also completed the extraction stone. There were a total of 50 abyssal jade crystals, which was equivalent to 15 kilograms of pure source. 15 kilograms to 15 kilograms, that's crazy. Why don't I have this kind of luck? Is it because I'm unlucky? Haha, even if there is an opportunity, it is left for those who are prepared. You didn't even buy the source stone, so how can you have such an opportunity out of nowhere? Speaking of which, this person is really blessed by the heavens. In the future, when I choose a source, I'll be like him, straightforward. The noise in the field did not stop for a long time. As expected, you really do have the ability to identify the source with your eyes. Ji Ziyue's watery eyes widened as she stared at Chu Bei. After this round of stone cutting, and connecting it to the previous round of stone cutting, she was absolutely certain that this unknown person in front of her possessed an ability that everyone longed for. Don't be in such a hurry to be shocked. Shouldn't you fulfill your bet with the boss first and hand over all your origins? Under Chu Bei's instructions, Yi Fan put the 50 dark jade crystals into his Sumeru ring and waved at Ji Ziyue. I always keep my word. Ji Ziyue mumbled with a pained expression on her face. She then transferred all the black sources in her interspatial bag to Yi Fan. Congratulations, fellow Daoist. You've made a huge profit. Xia Yangran smiled and cupped her fists towards Chu Bei as she congratulated him. After Chu Bei nodded at Xia Yangran, he tossed the other origin stone he had chosen to Master Yuan. Cut it. What? Could it be that there's an origin in this stone? Ji Ziyue looked at Chu Bei in surprise. The surrounding cultivators looked at Chu Bei's slightly expectant expression, and all of them were at a loss. Looking at the smile on his face, it seemed to be even better than cutting a piece of dark jade crystal source. This is the real treasure. Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest. As soon as he said that, everyone's interest was piqued. Everyone looked at Master Yuan's hand again. Crack. The surface of the stone slowly fell off. Master Yuan cut it carefully. Perhaps due to the pressure from Chu Bei's words, every cut was very careful, as if he was afraid of cutting something. Crack. Suddenly, when Master Yuan's fourth cut fell gently, the stone cracked naturally. Then, a dazzling light shot out. It was extremely dazzling, and then a light figure shot into the sky. Oh my God, what's that? Why is it flying? Many people exclaimed. It's like a living thing. Could it be that he cut out a treasure? Maybe it's the flying immortal in the stone. The onlookers in the Alcade Stone gambling house were in an uproar. Not only Xia Yangran, Ji Ziyue, and the others, but the bald old man who was standing still with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. Together with the two middle-aged men beside him, he was stunned. A dazzling divine light shone in the sky above the square. It was sparkling and translucent like a crystal. Xia Yangran immediately rushed into the sky and intercepted the light figure. Yi Fan was even faster. His body turned into lightning and appeared beside the light figure in an instant. He reached out a hand to grab it. Pop! However, just as Yi Fan was about to grab the light figure mysteriously dissipated. Hey! Why is it gone? Yi Fan was confused as he looked at the light figure that suddenly turned into a rain of light. As for the cultivators below, the moment they saw the light dissipate, they all became extremely excited. It's really the flying immortal in the stone. The real treasure is still in the origin stone. Boss, what's going on? Yi Fan returned to Chu Bei's side with a puzzled expression. You're really an idiot. Before Chu Bei could speak, Ji Ziyue glanced at Yi Fan and said, the flying immortal in the stone is a strange phenomenon. Since ancient times, it's also an auspicious sign that stone cutters have looked forward to. Once it appears, it means that something unusual is about to be born in the origin stone. The last time I saw the flying immortal in the stone was in the Holy City. 5 years ago, an almighty cut out a divine source that was worth 50,000 kilograms of ordinary origin stones. I didn't expect to see such a strange phenomenon in my lifetime. I wonder what it will be. I can't believe that these two stones were randomly selected by him. The first one was a dark jade crystal, and the second one is a flying immortal in the stone. This is crazy. Everyone was discussing excitedly. They stretched their necks and stared at the cracked origin stone in Master Yuan's hand as if the origin stone was theirs. Continue cutting. Hearing Chu Bei's calm words, Master Yuan's hand that was holding the knife started to tremble. It was obvious that this was his first time cutting a origin stone with a strange phenomenon. Ji Ziyue, who was at the side, was even more anxious. She couldn't wait to see what was inside. Will there be any mistakes if you cut it like this? Will the divine item inside leak its spiritual qi or fly away? Master Yuan didn't dare to cut immediately. He seemed to have recalled the legends about origin stones and looked at Chu Bei worriedly. Don't worry. It won't be able to escape from my hands, Chu Bei said calmly. Crack. With Chu Bei's words, Master Yuan continued cutting. The surface of the origin stone peeled off layer by layer. Soon, a piece of crystal appeared, and a cold aura rushed towards them. It's so cold. The nearest ordinary person who wasn't a cultivator shivered instinctively. A layer of frost appeared on his face. The surrounding temperature also dropped rapidly. Traces of cold air spread out from the origin stone. Strange origin stone, ice origin, Xia Yangran exclaimed. After the surface of the origin stone was peeled off, an oval snow jade appeared. It was like a piece of ice embedded in the origin stone. It was the size of a fist. Oh my god, this ice origin stone is worth at least 500 kilograms of pure origin stone. Moreover, it definitely can't create a phenomenon like immortal flying in the stone. There should be something else inside, a young man exclaimed. Crack. After cutting out the ice origin stone, Master Yuan continued to cut along the crack. When he reached the center of the origin stone, a dazzling light shot out again. A rich fragrance, accompanied by an incomparably holy spiritual energy, swept through the air. It must be a rare treasure. Young man, let's cut this origin stone here. You can take the ice origin stone. As for the rest, I'll buy it back for 3,000 kilograms. At this moment, the bald old man and two middle-aged men flew to Chu Bei's side. Oh, but I don't want to sell it. Chu Bei looked at the bald old man playfully and shrugged with a smile. Young man, it must be your first time in Clearwind City. I'm Sun Ce. Not only am I the owner of the Alcade Stone Gambling House, I'm also the 9th elder of the Alcade Sacred Ground. If you can sell this origin stone to us, we'll treat you as a distinguished guest when you come to our stone gambling house in the future. What if I still don't sell it? Chu Bei looked at the bald old man calmly. Our original intention was to sell the origin stone that could trigger spiritual qi fluctuations. You did indeed obtain the abyssal jade crystal. As for the origin stone that caused the immortal flying in the stone phenomenon, it was our negligence. The bald old man said again, the treasure inside this stone is far from what you can control. Even I have to hand it over to the sacred Lord as soon as possible. You were the one who brought these origin stones from Primordium ancient mine. Do you have the same thoughts as him? Chu Bei ignored the bald old man and looked at Xia Yangran instead. Immortal flying in the stone. This kind of origin stone is not something I can decide. Xia Yangran moved and retreated behind the bald old man. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became strange. Is the Alcade Stone gambling house forcefully buying it back? It doesn't seem to be in line with the rules. Immortal flying in the stone can definitely cut out a rare treasure that is worth a city. How can the Alcade Stone gambling house let him get it so easily? Now it seems that the Alcade sacred ground is also a hungry wolf. That time in the sacred city, the divine source that was cut out was worth 100,000 catties of pure divine source. He actually wants to buy it for 3,000 catties. It seems that we can't cut these origin stones here. What if they target us again? But then again, the Alcade Stone gambling house is backed by the Alcade sacred ground. This person has no choice but to compromise. A group of cultivators discussed softly. Although they were dissatisfied with the bald old man's actions, no one dared to stand up for Chu Bei. After all, standing against the bald old man meant going against the Alcade sacred ground. The latter was one of the overlords of the entire eastern wilderness. You unscrupulous merchants are really the same. Your table manners are really ugly. The Alcade sacred ground, bah, so you are shameless. You actually want to buy back the origin stones that you sold after seeing the immortal flying in the stone phenomenon. You only dare to do this in this small place. If you were in the sacred city, you would have been killed by those big shots who like to gamble. Ji Ziyue stepped forward and stared coldly at the bald old man. Her words were full of sarcasm. Little girl, do you have the right to speak here? The bald old man frowned and snorted coldly. A strong aura came out of his body and swept toward Ji Ziyue. Bang! Under this aura, Ji Ziyue's purple dress suddenly lit up with a purple light. Although she successfully blocked the bald old man's energy attack, she still couldn't help but step back. I didn't expect you to have such a background. The bald old man glanced at Ji Ziyue's purple dress and his eyes flashed with surprise. I'll let it go this time. If you dare to say anything more, you won't be so lucky. You! Ji Ziyue clenched her fists and stared at the bald old man with hatred. Her eyes were full of anger. There's nothing for you to do here. The bald old man ignored Ji Ziyue and glanced at Master Yuan to signal him to leave. After that, he reached out to grab the half-opened origin stone. It's indeed my first time in the Windy City, and it's also my first time gambling here. For this reason, I've done everything according to the rules. However, what I didn't expect was that you, the banker, really know how to play. However, just as the bald old man's hand was about to touch the origin stone, a mocking voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Almost at the same time, his body trembled violently as if he was imprisoned by an invisible force. No matter how he activated the Sea of Misery to stimulate his spiritual power, he couldn't move at all. Rumble. Suddenly, there were bursts of thunder in the sky above the square. What's going on? The sky was clear just now. Why are there rolling dark clouds and rumbling thunder all of a sudden? Looking at the rapidly changing sky, the people in the square suddenly showed a touch of shock, but more of them were confused. Compared to the spectators, the bald old man felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Before he could figure out the source of the chill, he saw a purple lightning strike above his head. The lightning came and went quickly. Before anyone could react, it had already struck the bald old man's body. In the roar, the bald old man twitched violently and then fell to the ground. His whole body was charred black, his eyes rolled white, and he lost consciousness. What happened to the owner? Why was he suddenly struck by lightning? Old man, God is watching what people do. Even God can't stand it anymore. Looking at the bald old man who was suddenly struck by lightning, Ji Ziyue smiled. What's going on? Are you the one who did this? The two middle-aged men standing behind the bald old man looked at Chu Bei warily. As soon as they finished questioning, the two of them activated the Sea of Misery and reached out to attack Chu Bei at the same time. Crack! Chu Bei didn't move at all. Another 2 bolts of lightning fell, and the location where they landed was exactly where the two middle-aged men were. In almost an instant, the two middle-aged men who were originally attacking Chu Bei fell to the ground with a loud bang, just like the bald old man from before. It's you. Looking at the 3 people who fell at her feet one after another, Xia Yanran's graceful body trembled slightly. When she looked at Chu Bei again, her pupils constricted and were full of fear. She instinctively distanced herself from the other party. Chapter 272. There's no need for such a gambling den to exist anymore. Chu Bei glanced at Xia Yangran calmly. The moment he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the dark clouds above the square started to roll violently. A few moments later, a thunderous dragon roar rang out, and a lightning dragon formed from interweaving lightning bolts emerged from the dark clouds, carrying with it a terrifying and threatening aura. Gulp! Feeling the terrifying aura from the Brontosaurus, everyone in the square gulped instinctively as their eyes widened in shock. Rumble! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the Brontosaurus seemed to have received some kind of instruction as it started to roll around. In just a moment, he swam from one end of the Alcade stone gambling house to the other. Wherever he passed, thunder rumbled and thunder rolled down. The attic, the house, the lotus pond, the rockery, and all kinds of buildings collapsed with a loud bang. In just a few seconds, the originally luxurious Alcade stone gambling den had turned into ruins. There was no raging fire, but there were burn marks on every piece of collapsed rubble. After destroying the entire gambling den, the Brontosaurus appeared above the square. Its large head swept across everyone in the square as a terrifying aura filled the air. Some of the ordinary people were so frightened by this aura that their legs turned to jelly and they fell to the ground directly. Another dragon roar sounded. The Brontosaurus suddenly opened its large mouth and spat out several bolts of lightning. One after another, they accurately hit the source stones that had not been cut open. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, all the source stones exploded and several source stones of different sizes were separated from the source stones. Looking at the surface of the source stones, it was even smoother than the top source stones. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Before everyone could react from their shock, these source stones that had exploded mysteriously flew towards Chu Bei. Since you're doing this, it's not too much for me to take these source stones by force. Chu Bei's calm voice drifted in the air, and everyone came back to their senses when they heard his voice. In the next moment, everyone looked at Chu Bei as if they had seen a ghost. All of them froze as if they had been struck by lightning. Especially Ji Ziyue. Her mouth looked like a boiled egg had been stuffed into it. Her eyes were wide open and her brain seemed to have lost the ability to think. She stood there like a piece of wood and stared blankly at Chu Bei. Her frozen expression was like she was getting to know a new person. As for Xia Yangran, she glanced at the lightning dragon above her head, before looking at the pieces of source energy that had disappeared into Chu Bei's body. She sucked in a cold breath, her expression blank and at a loss. She stared at Chu Bei with a gaze full of wariness. Oh my God, we've been wrong. He's not as ordinary as he looks on the surface. If I'm not wrong, he's old enough to be your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. Who is he? Is he also from the sacred ground or the clan of the ancients? I finally understand now. He didn't choose these 2 source stones at random. Maybe he has mastered a terrifying ability to identify the source stones. It's just that owner's son is so pitiful. He actually kicked an iron plate. How can he be pitiful? This is called the evils we bring on ourselves are the hardest to bear. If this source stone with the flying fairy in the stone was cut out by us, what do you think the outcome would be? After regaining their senses, everyone's eyes were fixed on Chu Bei as they laughed and guessed. Where did you come from? Ji Ziyue swallowed. After seeing Chu Bei's means, she was no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, there was some respect in her eyes. Didn't I tell you? I know your ancestor. Chu Bei looked at Ji Ziyue with a smile. As for my Taoist name, before the ancients, people called me Boss Chu. Boss Chu. Why does this name sound so familiar? Where have I heard it before? What? So you're Boss Chu. The Boss Chu who snatched 3 treasures from a group of powerful demons, the Ji family of the ancients, the Yaoguang sacred ground, and the Jade Lake sacred ground all by himself. Where did he come from? Tell us in detail. I just heard this news not long ago. It said that a few hours ago, the Shifter Emperor's tomb appeared in the primordial ruins. 3 treasures were found. One was the human race's immortal scripture, the second was a treasure that was lost in Zhengzhou, and the third was the Emperor's heart. Under the covetous eyes of all the major forces, a mysterious man easily took the 3 treasures into the pouch. This man is Mr. Chu. What? There's such a thing. Amidst the clamor, the crowd once again raised their heads to look at the 300-meter-long lightning dragon. When their gazes returned to Chu Bei, other than astonishment, there was more respect in their eyes. As for Xia Yangran, when she heard about Chu Bei's deeds, her body tensed up like a rock, and her heart sank like it was filled with cold lead. Boss, we haven't finished cutting the source stone. After putting all the source stones into the Sumeru ring, Yi Fan looked at Chu Bei and pointed at the half-cut source stone. After Yi Fan's reminder, everyone's eyes fell on the source stone in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. Chu Bei smiled faintly. With a wave of his sleeve, a snake-shaped bolt of lightning flashed past the source stone. Immediately, the surface of the stone fell off and fell to the ground with a rustling sound. In an instant, dazzling light shot out in all directions. A ball of light rushed out and danced in the air. A fragrance filled the air, and the light and shadow swirled around. It was very dreamy. It was a silvery white light that was extremely sacred. It danced around everyone, and an intoxicating fragrance filled the air. Trying to run. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The ball of silvery white light broke through the void and escaped far away. However, before it could move 100 meters, the brontosaurus above the square swung its tail and whipped the silvery white light towards the light. Perhaps the brontosaurus used too much force, but the silver light outside the ball of light instantly dimmed, revealing its inner appearance. Rare. This is indeed a rare treasure. Look carefully. This rare treasure is incomplete. What a pity. How could this be? When everyone saw everything in the ball of light, there was some pity in their shocked expressions because this was not a complete divine treasure. It was missing a crucial part of the plant. In the ball of light, the light blue root was crystal clear like a sapphire, but there were no leaves on the root. However, this rare treasure was very special. The light blue root was connected to a pair of tubers that looked like feet. They were not very big, only an inch long, and were silvery white in color. As the tubers were too similar to human feet, if one did not look carefully, they would think that they were the feet of a little jade person. This seems to be. Legend has it that there was a type of divine medicine in ancient times. It did not have leaves, and it looked like a human body. Could this be that divine medicine? Very likely. It has been extinct for countless years. We only know its shape, but almost no one knows its specific effects. Since it is called a divine medicine, it must have incredible effects. It must be priceless. Some of the people who knew about the ancient divine medicine identified the incomplete spirit plant, and their eyes were filled with passion as if they could not wait to take it for themselves. Let's go. There is nothing for us to do here. Chu Bei took the incomplete divine treasure, glanced at Chu Bei, and then gave Ji Ziyue a look. He stepped out of the ruined Alcade stone gambling den. As soon as Chu Bei left, the ruins were filled with people. Who can tell me what's going on here? The Alcade stone gambling den turned into a ruin just like that. Isn't the Alcade stone gambling den backed by the Alcade sacred ground? Who in the entire eastern wilderness would dare to offend such an overlord? Where is Fairy Yangran from the Alcade sacred ground? As far as I know, Owner's son has already entered the Dao Palace realm. In terms of strength, he is even stronger than the 6 Grotto Heavens sect master. Why would he watch his gambling den turn into this? What? He is already dead. Based on what you are saying, the Alcade stone gambling den really deserves it. How could they do such a ridiculous thing? However, do any of you know where Boss Chu went? I haven't even seen his face yet. Clamorous sounds rose from all over the ruins, and all of them were discussing Chu Bei. In Windy City, on a side road that connected to the main road. Little girl, haven't you had enough fun? Aren't you going back to the Ji family? Chu Bei turned his head and looked at Ji Ziyue, who was following him like a shadow. Boss Chu, can't you let me see the heart of the great emperor and the middle ground treasure? Ji Ziyue tugged at the corner of Chu Bei's shirt coquettishly. She was not afraid of this powerful man at all. Why don't you believe what I'm saying? I have already given the heart of the great emperor to someone else. I have also lost that piece of copper. Chu Bei stopped and looked at Ji Ziyue seriously. Mph, if I can't see you, I will continue to follow you. Anyway, following you too is quite fun. Ji Ziyue stuck her tongue out playfully and decided to follow Chu Bei. Little girl, I wonder if you are interested in being my agent. Chu Bei stopped and looked at Ji Ziyue with a smile. The reason why he had caused such a huge commotion in the Alcade Stone gambling den was not only to teach the owner a lesson, but also to show Ji Ziyue what he was capable of. What is an agent? Ji Ziyue's eyes widened in curiosity. I am a businessman. If you become my agent, you will be able to purchase my goods at a low price. Other than that, you can also get a commission from selling my goods. Chu Bei looked at Ji Ziyue calmly and said slowly. Ji Ziyue held her chin and thought for a while. She then asked tentatively, among the treasures you mentioned, is your origin identification technique included? Of course. Chu Bei smiled. His confident eyes showed that he was not worried that Ji Ziyue would reject him at all. Okay, I am willing to be your agent. After hearing what Chu Bei said, Ji Ziyue nodded happily and agreed. Then drip a drop of blood on it. Chu Bei threw the agent's ring to Ji Ziyue casually. You don't look like a bad person. Ji Ziyue took the agent's ring. After hesitating for a while, she clenched her teeth and pricked her index finger. A drop of blood fell on the agent's ring. Chapter 273. Host successfully signed first-level agent Ji Ziyue. First-level agent signing gift package issued. Cultivation conversion speed up. Listening to the system sound in his mind on time, Chu Bei nodded with satisfaction. Adding the source previously contributed to the system from the gambling den, when the system sound stopped, the conversion progress had reached 40%. On the system's agent interface, Ji Ziyue was added to the list of first-level agents. As for the back of the conversion progress bar, it showed that Chu Bei's current realm in the Shrouding Heaven bitwall was 4 extremities. Like Yi Fan, the system also gave him a signing gift box. As my agent, naturally, there should be a small gift. Chu Bei opened the signing gift package, and a square box appeared out of thin air and he threw it to Ji Ziyue. Ji Ziyue hadn't finished digesting the information about the first-level agent that suddenly appeared in her mind when she saw Chu Bei throw a square box to her and she quickly caught it. Opening the square box, there were 3 clouds of mist next to each other, surrounded by fairy mist. Boss, what is this? Ji Ziyue's face was confused. Just as she reached out and pointed to the 3 clouds of mist, the latter surged at the same time and quickly disappeared into Ji Ziyue's body. Boss, don't be nervous, the 3 clouds just now are called tricolor haki. They are observation haki, armament haki, and haoshoku haki. Don't you want to learn my origin identification technique? It is observation haki. The 3 clouds of mist entered her body, and Ji Ziyue just spoke with an anxious voice, but Chu Bei interrupted her. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Ji Ziyue took a long breath and then began to close her eyes to feel the changes in her body. After understanding the magical effect of tricolor haki, Ji Ziyue couldn't help but smile, and the color of joy was overflowing. Thank you, boss. I will practice this tricolor haki well. After a while, Ji Ziyue opened her eyes and excitedly bowed to Chu Bei. Buzz. Shortly after signing the contract with Ji Ziyue, Chu Bei's sea of consciousness buzzed again. Looking at the 3rd red dot that appeared not far away on the agent's location map, Chu Bei smiled and took Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan into the air. 15 minutes later. Boss, even if you really want to eat, Why do you have to come to such a remote place? Yi Fan looked at Chu Bei in confusion. It did not seem like Chu Bei was going to eat. Instead, it seemed like he was looking for something. It's here. Chu Bei suddenly stopped in front of a shabby shop. Raising his head, he saw a flag with holes all over it erected in front of the shop. The words Jiang Family Restaurant were especially eye-catching. Plop! Just as Chu Bei stepped into the restaurant, a small bird bumped into him. I'm sorry, big brother, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. She was a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. Her clothes were patched up and she was dressed very simply. She had 2 pigtails and looked very cute. Her face was as red as an apple. But at this moment, perhaps because she was afraid, the little girl's long eyelashes trembled, and tears immediately rolled down her face. Her bright red face was covered with tears, and her patched sleeves kept wiping away her tears. Don't be afraid, we're just here to eat. Chu Bei bent down to wipe the little girl's tears and carried her into the restaurant. The restaurant was not big. In fact, it could be said that it was very small. There were only 2 long tables in the restaurant, and there were a total of 8 tables. Moreover, the tables and chairs looked quite old. They had been wiped until they were shiny. However, they looked very antique and very clean. Big brother, put Ting down. Ting will cook for you. The little girl struggled. She seemed to be in a hurry to get down from Chu Bei's arms to cook. You can cook. Looking at the little girl who was not even as tall as the table, Yi Fan who was at the side twitched the corner of his mouth. Where are your family elders? Father and mother are dead. Grandfather, the little girl bit her lips tightly. Her voice was choked up as she spoke, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Did something happen to your grandfather? Don't be afraid, tell me. Maybe I can help you. Chu Bei sat on the chair and pulled the little girl into his arms. His 3rd-level agent was this little girl in front of him. Big brother. Grandfather was taken away by bad people. But he said he would come back. As she spoke, the little girl's eyes turned red again. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly and tears streamed down her cheeks. She lowered her head and looked at her patched shoes. She said softly, But 3 days have passed. Grandfather is still not back. Thud thud thud. Just then, a series of footsteps were heard. A middle-aged woman walked in. Aunt Liu, big brother, and the others are here to eat. Seeing the middle-aged woman, Ting immediately wiped away her tears. Tell big brother, who took your grandfather away? Big brother will help you bring him back and teach those bad people a lesson. Chu Bei patted the little girl's head tenderly. Little brother, don't do anything rash. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the middle-aged woman pulled a chair over and sat down. She said, the Li family has cultivators. They are not people we mortals can afford to offend. Uncle Jiang and the others were taken away. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to come back. The Li family? Is it also a clan of the ancients? Yi Fan asked curiously. What's a clan of the ancients? The middle-aged woman was confused. Aunt, tell us in detail. What is the background of the Li family? And why did they take Ting's grandfather away? Seeing Xiao Ting sobbing, Ji Ziyue felt even more pity for her and hugged her in her arms. Under the constant questioning of Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue, the middle-aged woman sighed and told them some things. The so-called Li family was one of the biggest families in the city. More than half of the young generation in the family were disciples of Hayes Grotto. The family leader, Li Hai, was the 3rd elder of Hayes Grotto. He occupied a mountain in the grotto. Coincidentally, Ting's parents entered Hayes Grotto to cultivate at the same time as Li Hai's son. However, in terms of cultivation talent, Ting's parents were far superior to Li Hai's son. Li Hai's son had bad intentions and misbehaved. He did something bad in the grotto, and Ting's father was too righteous. In the end, he couldn't help but make a move. As a result, they became enemies. Ting's father had extraordinary talent and was highly valued in Hayes Grotto, so he wasn't afraid of the Li family. However, as unexpected things may happen, Ting's parents were unfortunately killed by ferocious beasts when they went out to collect spiritual herbs. Since then, the Li family no longer had any scruples and took away Tingting's restaurant. In order to survive, the grandfather and grandson could only return to this remote alley to run this shabby restaurant. However, even though they were forced to such a state, the Li family still came to bully them from time to time. 3 days ago, Li Hai sent someone to say that his mountain was short of a sweeper and forcibly took old Master Jiang away. Although we don't like the Li family, they are cultivators. Why is it that the good guys are always bullied and don't live long, while the bad guys live 100 years? That's because the people who punish the bad guys are late. After telling the story of Tingting's family, the middle-aged woman let out a sigh. Then, Chu Bei's calm voice sounded. Tingting, come with Big Brother to take Grandpa home, okay? Chu Bei pinched Tingting's pink cheeks. Aunt Liu said that Grandpa was taken to Hayes Grotto. It's more than 100 miles away. Tingting pinched the corner of her clothes that were full of patches. However, before she could finish her childish words, a thunderous roar sounded in her ears. In the next moment, a rainbow light flashed in the shabby restaurant. Chu Bei, Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, and Tingting disappeared, leaving behind a middle-aged woman with a shocked expression. More than 100 miles away. Big Brother, this, in the sky, Tingting hugged Chu Bei's leg in fear. Her small face was full of nervousness. Below them was a continuous mountain range. The mountain range was dense with spiritual energy. It was a good place for cultivation. In the mountain range, there were several mountains. On each mountain, there were some majestic pavilions. Your grandpa is here. Chu Bei picked up little Tingting, and under the observation haki, he quickly locked onto a hilltop, and with one step, he appeared on the hilltop. Amidst the rumbling of thunder, several long rainbows flew out from the top of the mountain. The leader was a middle-aged man in black. Are you Li Hai? Chu Bei looked at the black-clothed man. Yes, I don't know why you are looking for me. Li Hai frowned. I came for one person. After the indifferent voice fell, Chu Bei's right hand reached down to the mountain below. A purple light emerged from the palm of his hand and then flew out. Grandpa, Grandpa. When the purple light returned, little Ting, who was curled up in Chu Bei's arms, immediately cried out in excitement. Her cry was filled with joy. However, when she saw the figure in the purple light clearly, tears began to fall from her eyes again. It was a grey-haired old man. Time had already left traces on his face. He was full of wrinkles and looked weather-beaten. Just like little Tingting, his clothes were patched up quite a bit. What was angry was that at this moment, the white-haired old man's face was full of blood. Bruised fingerprints were clearly visible on his wrinkled cheeks. Even his grey hair was stained with blood. At first, the white-haired old man looked blank, but when he saw Tingting, his sunken eyes were full of joy. Grandpa, Tingting cried sadly. Her big eyes were red, and she wiped the blood on the old man's face with her small sleeves. Tingting, don't cry. Grandpa is fine. The old man hugged Tingting tightly. His face was full of kindness. How could these bastards have the heart to treat a dying old man like this? They all deserve to die. Looking at the blood on the old man's face, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue clenched their fists. They only felt a burst of pain and anger that was difficult to suppress. Tingting's small face was full of sad tears. It was really distressing and pitiful. Chapter 274. You really do deserve to die. Seeing such a kind old man being bullied like this, and then seeing little Tingting covered in patches crying so sadly, Chu Bei's face completely darkened. It was not difficult to see the thick killing intent hidden in his cold gaze as he looked at Li Hai and the others. Patriarch, they're here for this old bastard. Behind Li Hai stood a few men. From the way they addressed him, it was obvious that they were from the Li family. May I know your relationship with them? Li Hai pointed at the old man and the girl, looking at Chu Bei warily. Chu Bei glanced at Li Hai indifferently. He didn't say anything and just slapped down with his right hand. In an instant, amidst the crackling of electricity, a gigantic lightning palm that was hundreds of meters long appeared in the distant sky. Looking at the giant lightning palm that appeared out of nowhere above his head, fear suddenly surged in Li Hai's eyes. However, Before he could react, the giant palm had already slammed down. Kyla. Li Hai and the Li family members behind him didn't even have time to scream before they were drowned by the lightning. Not even their bones remained. Rumble. After killing Li Hai and the others, the lightning palm continued to descend and slammed down on the mountain peak below. Accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, the mountain that was originally standing on the ground suddenly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a huge palm pit that was tens of meters deep. Inside it, one could faintly see the charred trees that were squeezed together. From the appearance of the gigantic lightning palm to the death of Li Hai and the others, to the disappearance of the mountain peak and its transformation into a crater. All of this happened in a split second. The old man looked down in horror. He was stunned for a long time before he gulped and asked, "Ting Ting, who are these immortals? Big brother is here to eat." Little Ting Ting bit her lips lightly. Her eyes were a little flustered as she muttered in a low voice, "I didn't know he could fly. Boss, well done. You even hurt an old woman. Serves you right." Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue both gave Chu Bei a thumbs up. Whoosh, whoosh. Amidst an earth-shattering boom, several streaks of light flew out from the other mountains in the continuous mountain range. Soon, dozens of figures, led by a man in a white robe, appeared in front of Chu Bei. "Boss Chu." Seeing Chu Bei's appearance clearly, the white-clothed man's pupils suddenly shrank. Hearing the way the white-clothed man addressed him, the group of elders behind him suddenly trembled. Although they had only known this name for a few hours, it had already been deeply imprinted in their minds. "Misty Grotto Sect Master, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Chu Bei greeted him indifferently with his hands behind his back. "Old ancestor, may I know what grudge you have with Elder Li Hai of my paradise?" When he thought of the fact that the person in front of him had strength above the dragon realm, there was no anger on the face of the Haze Cave leader. Instead, there was more respect on his face. He was also very nervous when he spoke. It was as if he was afraid that he would say something wrong. He didn't even let go of an ordinary old man in his 70s. "Do you think he deserves to die? This time, it's only a mountain. If you don't manage your subordinates well, I'm afraid the entire Haze Cave will disappear from the Yang country next time." A voice filled with supreme authority floated in the air. The Haze Cave leader's body trembled slightly. Just as he was about to say something, a flash of lightning flashed in his line of sight. Chu Bei, Yi Fan, and the others were nowhere to be seen. "Sect Master, pass down my order. No one in the paradise is allowed to bully ordinary people again, otherwise, kill without mercy." On a mountain below, two figures stared blankly in the direction of the flash of lightning. They were Li Xiaoman and Zhu Yi. "Thank you, Immortal." "Thank you, Immortal." As soon as they returned to the shabby restaurant, the old man carried little Ting Ting and bowed to Chu Bei to express his gratitude. "There's no need to be so polite. You're the descendants of my old friend. I didn't expect you and your granddaughter to be reduced to such a state." Chu Bei pretended to sigh. "Immortal, you know my ancestor?" The old man's voice was filled with surprise. Chu Bei nodded and did not say much. Night gradually fell. After dinner, Yi Fan used the source energy that Chu Bei gave him to enter a state of cultivation. Boom! As the black source energy was absorbed one by one, a powerful aura finally erupted from Yi Fan's body. The void where he was located trembled. Looking over, Yi Fan's body was full of spiritual qi and the golden divine fire burned fiercely outside his body. "Is this the life spring stage?" Yi Fan stood up. His eyes were shining as if two bolts of lightning were shooting out. It was exceptionally bright. Compared to before the breakthrough, Yi Fan now had a majestic aura. The aura he released shook the ground violently. At that moment, a spring appeared in the center of Yi Fan's misery sea. It was connected to the wheel of life. The holy spring was gurgling, surrounded by a misty colorful mist. "What a monster!" Ji Ziyue looked at Yi Fan and mumbled. This guy in front of her used 100 times more source energy to go from the misery sea to the life spring stage than ordinary people. What was more terrifying was that his body constitution was the sacred body of the ancients, which could turn into thunder and lightning. He used thunder and lightning to temper his body and then absorbed the source energy crazily. The speed of his cultivation could only be described as terrifying. "Boss, what kind of weapons do you think I should blood bond with?" Yi Fan asked Chu Bei. The Misery Sea, Life Spring, Divine Bridge, and Nirvana Realm were the 4 stages. Each stage could blood bond with one type of weapon. This weapon was similar to a magic treasure that could be used for defense or attack. Now that he had reached the Life Spring stage, theoretically, he could blood bond with 2 types of weapons. Do you know the saying, "One weapon can break 10,000 spells, and 100 flowers will die after I bloom"? Chu Bei asked Yi Fan. "Boss, what do you mean? Blood bond with only one type of weapon. The most powerful weapon is made by combining the 4 stages. To put it simply, if you want to get the most powerful weapon, the Misery Sea, Life Spring, Divine Bridge, and Nirvana Realm only need one type of weapon, not 4. Boss, what kind of weapon do you think I should blood bond with? The more complicated the weapon is, the harder it is to take shape. It contains the Tao and logic of heaven and earth. However, once it takes shape, it can break 10,000 spells with one weapon. It can be said that a great weapon is a late bloomer. I recommend you to blood bond with the cauldron. As for the cauldron, you can decide for yourself. Thank you for your advice." Yi Fan bowed to Chu Bei as he had an answer in his heart. A great weapon is a late bloomer, breaking 10,000 spells with one weapon? Ji Ziyue, who was listening attentively, nodded. At the same time, "Have you guys heard? Boss Chu destroyed one of the 6 grotto heavens, the Haze Grotto's mountain. It's impossible not to know about such a big thing. As far as I know, it's because Boss Chu couldn't stand the 3rd elder of the Haze Grotto bullying an ordinary old man with the surname Jiang. If that's the case, this Boss Chu has a sense of justice. I admire him even more now." The discussion about Chu Bei in the entire Yang country was getting more and more intense. Even Boss Chu's deeds were spreading in every corner. It was the topic of conversation before and after meals. The next day, at dawn, more than a dozen people on horses came to the Windy City. All of them were extremely mystical savage beasts. Each of them was covered in dense scales and had towering horns. The mount in the middle was the most extraordinary. It was covered in golden scales and was surrounded by a dazzling divine light. It looked like a golden flame was burning. There was a young man about 24 or 25 years old sitting on this mount. He was dressed in white and looked very refined. He had a gentle smile on his face and was very handsome. His eyes were like water and there was a faint divine light flowing in them. He could be said to be as handsome as jade. On his left was a green beast that looked like a lion and a tiger. It had a jade horn on its head that was emitting a 5-colored divine light. A 16 or 17-year-old young man was sitting on it. He wore a green robe and looked very handsome. However, there was a faint arrogance in him as he looked at everything in the town with disdain. On the right of the young man was a strange beast that was shining with silver light. It looked like a divine deer and was covered in silver scales. A 16 or 17-year-old girl was sitting on it. Her skin was smooth and her eyes were misty like autumn water. Her lips were red and she was very beautiful. However, she gave people a feeling that she was unattainable and had a trace of arrogance. The dozens of strange beasts behind the 3 people were also extraordinary. They were all very rare species. Some were covered in dense scales and some were like jade. All of them were shining brightly. The people on the mounts were from 20 to 40 years old. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they all had a murderous aura. A strong battle intent gathered around them. Where did these people come from? They are definitely not ordinary people. I don't know. Anyway, they are not from here. Look at those powerful mounts. I'm afraid they are from the big forces outside the Yang country. Why would such people come to a remote place like ours? Why can't they come? Boss Chu is here too. On the streets, the residents gasped when they saw the majestic procession. I heard that there is someone with the surname Jiang here. He was bullied yesterday. Do any of you know where this person with the surname Jiang lives? The group stopped, and a knight was ordered to ask the people on the street. Don't be afraid. We don't mean any harm. We just want to confirm if there is someone with the surname Jiang here. Seeing the residents' frightened faces, the middle-aged knight tried to show a kind expression. Even so, as a knight who had experienced hundreds of battles, he naturally emitted a murderous aura. When ordinary people felt it, they still trembled in fear. Are you looking for Uncle Jiang? In these few streets, only his grandfather and grandson have the surname Jiang, a resident said. Where do they live? Hearing this, the young man who was leading the group was delighted and immediately asked. Turn left on the street in front. The 7th restaurant is called Jiang's restaurant, the resident continued. Thank you. The young man immediately rode his beast and moved forward in the direction pointed by the resident. Not far away, a middle-aged woman heard this and immediately took a shortcut to Jiang's restaurant. Xiao Hong, why are you in such a hurry so early in the morning? The old woman walked out of the kitchen. Aunt Liu, what's wrong? Little Ting-Ting had just finished washing a plate of bright red wild fruits. She obediently brought it over, and her big black eyes blinked, flashing with a curious light. Liu Hong glanced at Chu Bei, who was sitting at the side. She first greeted him respectfully, then told Uncle Jiang about what she had seen and heard. After that, she asked curiously, Uncle Jiang, have you met these outsiders before? Uncle Jiang shook his head and said, I've lived for more than 70 years, and I've never left the town. It's impossible for me to know such people. The Jiang family, huh? They're quite fast. After listening to Liu Hong's description, Chu Bei had a guess in his mind. He took a few wild fruits that Xiao Tingting had washed and threw them into his mouth. Forces that can raise exotic beasts are not simple, Ji Ziyue murmured. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. I'll go and see what they look like. Stars appeared in Xiao Tingting's big watery eyes. She ran out of the restaurant and curiously looked toward the end of the street. Her childish nature was undoubtedly revealed. Liu Hong seemed to have thought of something. Could it be related to Tingting's parents? No. A trace of sadness flashed in the old woman's eyes. He said, they've been cultivating in the mist cave and have never traveled far. Their friends are also from the same sect. Grandpa, they're here, they're here. Come and see the exotic beast. Xiao Tingting stood at the entrance of the restaurant. Her rosy little face was filled with excitement and surprise. The old woman hurried out and saw a dozen riders rushing over quickly. There was no dust in the air. All the exotic beasts were 3 inches above the ground and were walking in the air. They're so fierce. When the exotic beasts came closer, Xiao Tingting hid behind the old woman in fear. On the exotic beasts, all the riders naturally released a strong murderous aura. An innate fighting spirit filled the air. May I ask which one of you is surnamed Jiang? The dozen savage beasts stopped in front of the restaurant. They shook their heads and wagged their tails. Their scales flickered and emitted all kinds of light. The leading young man, who looked very elegant and handsome, asked. He was dressed in snow-white clothes. His eyes were like water, occasionally flowing with a bit of divine light. He had a unique temperament. Uncle Jiang's wrinkled face was filled with confusion. He said, I am. May I know why you immortals are looking for me? Seeing the old woman's face engraved with years of hardships and wrinkles, the 16 or 17-year-old boy sitting on the 5-colored exotic beast immediately frowned. He said, Brother Ifei, this is just an ordinary old woman who's about to die. He can't be the person we're looking for. Hearing this, the young man in white glanced at the boy. The boy seemed to have some misgivings. He stopped talking and didn't say anything else. Uncle, have you been living here all this time? Yes, I've almost never traveled far. Did your ancestors live here or move to this town later? My father's generation moved here. I was born here. What do you want? Uncle, where's your father? He passed away more than 50 years ago. What? At this point, the man in white was stunned. A trace of surprise appeared on his jade-like face. Brother Ifei, I told you. He's just an ordinary old man. The boy on the 5-colored exotic beast showed an impatient look. It seemed that he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Shut up. The man in white turned around and glared at him. Then he turned back and continued to ask, "Uncle, is your father called Jiangzhe?" Chapter 275. How? How did you know? The old man was shocked when he heard the man's words. It's him. It seems that we really found it. Hearing this, the young girl sitting on the silver divine deer revealed a surprised expression. How could such an ordinary old man have the blood of the Jiang family? If he's really the descendant of Jiangzhe, how could he not know how to cultivate? He must have the same name. The young man frowned. The young man in white ignored the young man and went forward to help the old man. He said gently, "Uncle, can we go in and talk?" As soon as he finished speaking, the group of knights stood guard outside. The man in white helped the old man back to the small restaurant. The arrogant young man and the young girl followed behind him. After entering the restaurant, the man in white first looked at Chu Bei and frowned. When his eyes fell on Ji Ziyue, surprise flashed in his eyes. "You're from the Jiang family," Ji Ziyue exclaimed when she recognized the man in white. "Ji Ziyue, why are you here?" The man in white frowned. Not only him, but the young man and the young girl beside him were also puzzled. "I'll be wherever I want to be. It's none of your business." Ji Ziyue shrugged and pulled Xiao Tingting into her arms. "Why are you here? Are you and Tingting from the Jiang family? If I'm not mistaken, we should be." Then, the man in white looked back at the old man. "Uncle, are there a few red moles on Jiangzhe's left arm?" "There are 5 in total." "How do you know that?" Uncle Jiang was surprised. The man in white sighed. "I didn't expect Jiangzhe to live in seclusion in the Yang country. It's sad that he passed away 50 years ago." "Old man, I'm Jiang. Maybe I should call you granduncle." "You're too kind." Uncle Jiang hurriedly pulled the man in white up when he saw the man bowing to him. "You too, come over and greet me." Jiang turned around and said to the two behind him, "Greetings, granduncle." The beautiful young girl around 16 or 17 years old bowed and glanced at Yi Fan and Xiao Tingting. "Greetings, granduncle." The young man was somewhat reluctant and perfunctory. "You guys are." The old man looked at Chu Bei with fear in his eyes. "Big brother, big sister, do you know grandpa?" Little Tingting stayed in Ji Ziyue's arms, her long eyelashes fluttering. Jiang looked at Xiao Tingting. "We're from the same family." "What family?" Little Tingting blinked her big eyes curiously. "An ancient aristocratic family that has existed since the primordial age, the Jiang family. As you grow older, you will slowly understand how extraordinary our family is in the eastern wilderness." Jiang words carried a sense of pride. Old Master Jiangzhe was an outstanding talent back then, and his name shook the entire region when he was just 20 years old. Later on, he even shocked the eastern wilderness. With a stomp of his feet, the clouds in the 8 directions would move, and he would command the wind and clouds. At this point, Jiang glanced at the old man and little Tingting's patched clothes and lamented, who would have thought that his descendants would fall to such a state? "Granduncle, didn't old Master Jiangzhe teach you any cultivation methods back then?" The young girl beside Jiang asked. "Cultivation? I don't even know what you're talking about." The old man seemed to be confused by their questions. "Our family owes old Master Jiangzhe too much, but it's hard to explain what happened in the past. Anyway, we're here to bring you back to the family." Jiang seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became serious. "Granduncle, is it because of the Haze Grotto that you've fallen to such a state? If that's the case, then there's no need for the Haze Grotto to exist. The bad guys who bullied Grandpa and me have been sent to another world by Big Brother. They won't bully us anymore," Little Tingting said weakly. Looking in the direction that Little Tingting was pointing at, Jiang eyes fell on Chu Bei again. "You are. Since you want to bring them back to the Jiang family, how can you ensure that they won't be bullied in the Jiang family?" Chu Bei didn't answer Jiang question. Instead, he asked a question with a smile. "Who do you think you are?" The young man next to Jiang took a step forward and looked at Chu Bei with disdain. Then, before he could finish his question, He was sent flying with a bang, and blood spurted from his mouth. In an instant, his face turned pale, and his aura became extremely weak. "You! What did you do?" The young girl immediately distanced herself from Chu Bei with a vigilant look on her face. From the beginning to the end, she didn't see how Chu Bei attacked, but her brother was severely injured by an invisible force. Jiang Gefei glanced at the dying young man outside the door and then looked at Chu Bei warily. "I have a certain amount of authority in the Jiang family. I'm the one who brought them back. Naturally, I won't allow anyone to hurt them. Remember what you're saying now. If they're bullied in the Jiang family." Chu Bei's expression gradually turned cold. He glanced at Jiang Gefei indifferently and snorted. "I'll remove the Jiang family from the list of remote antiquity aristocratic families. Aren't you a little too arrogant?" Jiang Gefei's face turned ugly when he heard Chu Bei's words. "You don't believe me?" As soon as this calm voice fell, the air in the shabby restaurant suddenly became stagnant, and the atmosphere dropped to zero. At this moment, Jiang Gefei and the young girl suddenly trembled, and then an unknown chill surged in their hearts. Almost in an instant, all their bodily functions were taken away, and for the first time, they felt that death was so close. Inexplicably, when they met the mysterious man's eyes again, a wave of fear surged in their hearts, and there was a faint impulse to worship him. "Remember what I'm saying. As for who I am, you can call me Boss Chu. I think it won't be long before the master of the Jiang family knows this name." A voice full of majesty echoed in the room. Jiang Gefei and the young girl felt that the terrifying pressure that shrouded them suddenly disappeared, and sweat oozed from their foreheads in an instant. After regaining control of his body, Jiang Gefei immediately took a step back and looked at Chu Bei in horror, not daring to say a word. "Ting Ting, come here. I have something to tell you." Chu Bei waved to little Ting Ting. Jiang Ting Ting responded obediently and followed Chu Bei into the inner room. 5 minutes later, when Jiang Ting Ting walked out of the inner room, there was a purple ring on the middle finger of her right hand. "Little Ting Ting, you and Grandpa go back to the family with them. You don't have to wear patched clothes there, and you can eat and drink to your heart's content every day. I'll go and play with you when I'm free." Chu Bei lovingly patted little Ting Ting's head and said, "If you get bullied, remember how I call you. Ting Ting will listen to Grandpa. If Grandpa goes with them, Ting Ting will go. If Grandpa doesn't go, Ting Ting won't go either." Little Ting Ting ran to the old man's side. "I want to give Ting Ting a good environment." After a long while, the old man reluctantly looked at the shabby restaurant, but in the end, he got on the mount that Jiang Gefei prepared. "Brother Ifei, how strong is this Boss Chu? You are one of the strongest people of the younger generation in the eastern wilderness, but even you can't fight back." After leaving the restaurant, the young girl asked. She still felt a lingering fear when she thought of the pressure that shrouded her body. "I don't know." Jiang Gefei shook his head and said, "Maybe his strength is on par with the master, or even above him. Anyway, when we go back, we have to find out more about this guy." "What? Even above the master?" Hearing Jiang Gefei's words, the young girl gasped. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. In the restaurant, Ji Ziyue rested her chin on her hands and looked at Chu Bei with admiration. "Boss, you were so cool and domineering just now. Even when you said that you would destroy the Jiang family, Jiang Gefei didn't even dare to fart." Chu Bei glanced at Ji Ziyue and ignored her. Then, he looked at Yi Fan and said, "The Jiang family's father and son have left. Let's go too." "Boss, where are we going next?" Yi Fan looked around the restaurant and stared at Chu Bei with confusion in his eyes. "A place you've been to before." Chu Bei's lips curled up. As soon as he finished speaking, a rainbow light flashed and the three of them disappeared. Big Dipper Starfield. Eastern Wilderness, Southern Region. The Alcade mountain range was originally an ordinary nameless mountain range in the southern region. However, after the Alcade Holy Land settled there, it was named Alcade and became a place that all the major forces paid attention to. In the mountain range, peaks rose from the ground. On these peaks, there were many towering pavilions. In the center of these peaks, there was an extraordinarily majestic hall. It was surrounded by clouds and mist, which made it look majestic. If one looked closely, they would notice that there was a layer of purple mist on the surface of the hall. As the mist surged, the majestic spiritual energy made one feel refreshed. In the depths of the mountain range, in the territory of the Alcade Holy Land, teams of young disciples were sweeping back and forth in every corner. It was like an inescapable net. With this level of defense, even if a wild beast barged in, it would be immediately detected. Crack! Suddenly, the space in the main hall shook violently. With a loud bang, the void was torn apart. A huge crack spread out, and a figure descended like a deity. That person was wrapped in a hazy brilliance, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. He was like a deity descending to the earth, striking fear in people's hearts and making them have the urge to kneel down. Greetings, Saint Lord. There were nearly 30 figures in the main hall. Every one of them had a valiant aura, and they all knelt down in unison toward the figure in the sky. Is there any news about Boss Chu? The Central Region's treasure, the heart of the great emperor, the Tao scripture sea of reincarnation scroll. These are all immortal treasures. The Alcade Saint Lord placed his hands behind his back, and a halo covered his body. He was like a deity, and no one could look at him directly. As his majestic voice fell, he sat down on the main seat. Saint Lord, Boss Chu not only appeared in Clearwind City, but he also destroyed the Alcade stone gambling house there. A middle-aged man stepped forward and explained in detail. Damn it! Does this guy look down on me, the Alcade Saint Lord? The Alcade Saint Lord snorted coldly. 108 halos circled around his body, and each of them was crystal clear. They were like 108 great worlds that were faintly discernible. Saint Lord, Boss Chu's cultivation level is not low. Do you think we should send more experts to capture him? Someone suggested. The Bronze Immortal Palace has appeared. After finding this opportunity, I will go and meet this Boss Chu personally. The Alcade Saint Lord clenched his fists, and his eyes were cold. Chapter 276. Eastern Wilderness, southwest of the North Region. It was a dreamlike fairyland. The place was filled with divine chi. The mountains were green, the valleys were green, the waterfalls were flowing, the cranes were flying, and the longevity apes were jumping happily. On every mountain peak, there were jade palaces connected. It was like a poem or a painting, intoxicating. Hundreds of white figures were dancing in the huge square. If one looked closely, they were all women. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground was a sacred ground where 90% of the disciples were female. Sacred leader, you are out. As a beautiful heavenly music sounded above the square, the noisy square suddenly quieted down. The group of female disciples looked up at the jade palaces in the sky and saw a woman in white flying over. She had a pitilessly beautiful appearance, limpid eyes, snow-white skin, long black hair that was like a waterfall, and a slender and delicate body. This was a dreamlike woman. Her entire body emitted a spiritual energy, and it could be said that she possessed the wisdom of heaven and earth. When I was in seclusion, did anything big happen in the outside world? The woman in white asked calmly. Sacred leader, there were two important things. The person who replied was a beautiful woman in green. She was Bai Lian, who fought for the ancient ruins palace. After organizing her thoughts, Bai Lian looked at the woman in white respectfully and said slowly, the Shifter Emperor's tomb has appeared. This Boss Chu is the biggest winner. The Bronze Immortal Palace has appeared again. After hearing Bai Lian's words, the woman in white looked into the distance and muttered. Sacred leader, I think the Wavering Light Sacred Ground, the clan of the Ancients, and other top forces are looking for Boss Chu. Moreover, since the Bronze Immortal Palace has appeared, these forces will most likely be there. Bai Lian bowed to the woman in white. Sacred leader, what do you mean? We don't know Boss Chu's background. Let's put him aside for now and let the other forces find out. As for the Bronze Immortal Palace, I have been in seclusion for too long. It is time for me to go out. Maybe I can really find the opportunity to become an immortal. The woman in white's clothes fluttered. Eastern Wilderness, northwest of the North Region. In the sky above the Netherworld Forest, Dozens of extremely mystical savage beasts flew across the void. They were all covered in scales and had horns on their heads. On the back of each of these beasts was a knight who had killed Ling Ran. Of course, there were two figures that seemed to be out of place amongst these knights. They were respectively an old man that was over 70 years old and a little girl that was only 5 or 6 years old. "I'm back." Suddenly, a voice filled with majesty rang out. A tall figure appeared from the crack in the void. Every time he took a step forward, a large part of space would collapse. It was as if a god was patrolling the heavens. "Greetings, Patriarch." Everyone, including the white-robed man, bowed to the tall figure in unison. "Why is little Ming injured?" The tall figure glanced at the youth whose face was completely pale. "Holy Master, do you know a person called Boss Chu?" The young man in white immediately explained in detail. "I just found out about it not long ago. Now, the entire eastern wilderness is looking for him. Who would have thought that he would actually appear in the Clear Breeze City, and even know our ancestor?" The tall figure said with narrowed eyes. "Are they Jiang Zhe's descendants? You don't have any cultivation at all." The tall figure glanced at Uncle Jiang and little Tingting, then looked back at Jiang Gefei. "Bring them back to the clan first. I'll make arrangements for them when I come back." "Patriarch, where are you going?" Jiang Gefei asked curiously. "Bronze Immortal Palace." The 4 words were spoken calmly. The tall figure took a step forward and disappeared. "Eastern Wilderness, Southern Region. What? That crazy girl is with Boss Chu." A shout came from the top of a towering mountain. The entire space shook, and a middle-aged man with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers walked out of the crack in the void. The middle-aged man stood high in the sky as if he was in the 9th heaven, looking down at the world with awe. Looking at him, the tall figure seemed to be one with the great path of the void. It was like a lonely universe and a boundless starry sky. It was neither created nor destroyed, and it made people feel that it was eternal. "Sacred Master, I've dealt with Boss Chu before. Although his strength is unfathomable, he's not a bad person. He distinguishes between good and evil, and he only kills those who deserve to be killed. Although Miss is a little naughty and willful, she's not a bad person. Besides, since Miss took the initiative to follow him, it's obvious that Boss Chu doesn't mean any harm to her," Jifeng said respectfully. "Ridiculous. Find that crazy girl immediately and bring her back to me. Lock her in the Cliff of Reflection. The Bronze Immortal Palace has appeared, and I don't have time to waste on that crazy girl." The middle-aged man waved his robe and shouted. On this day, all the top forces in the Eastern Wilderness rushed to the eastern region of the Forbidden Land of Remote Antiquity. The Forbidden Land of Remote Antiquity was one of the 9 towering mountains. The mountain was covered with lush vegetation and strange rocks. It was beautiful. However, Ji Ziyue was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery around her. Her slender arms were tightly wrapped around Chu Bei's arm like a clingy husky, sticking close to him. "Boss, why did you bring me here? This is one of the 7 famous forbidden areas. It's not an exaggeration to call it the #1 forbidden area." Ji Ziyue looked like she was about to cry. "Ancestral Patriarch, let's get out of here as soon as possible. Those who enter the Forbidden Land of Remote Antiquity will most likely die, and those who survive will become old men and women. Thousands of years ago, there was a powerful force in Zhongzhou, and they were all annihilated here. What are you afraid of? I'm going to walk out of here. Besides, with the boss here, you'll be fine." Yi Fan looked at Ji Ziyue with a smile. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Ji Ziyue looked at the lightning shield around her body. Although her beautiful eyes were still filled with fear, her expression had softened. She could vaguely feel that there was a strange energy moving around outside the lightning shield, but it was being purified by the lightning. If she guessed correctly, the purified energy was the terrifying energy that could strip away time in the Forbidden Land of Remote Antiquity. "Ancestral Patriarch, tell me, why did you bring us here? Could it be that you have a lover here?" Ji Ziyue became more and more unscrupulous as she spent more time with Chu Bei. "Picking saint fruits. If there are more, you can have some too." Chu Bei could only answer after being asked again and again. His purpose of coming here was to find some saint fruits to contribute to the system so that he could continue to speed up the conversion of his cultivation. Saint fruits. Is this an opportunity that you're giving us? Hearing Chubei's words, Jizue's eyes lit up. However, just as she was about to ask more questions, an extremely powerful and terrifying fluctuation suddenly came from the front. It was as vast and unpredictable as the ocean, rolling in all directions. Dead, dead, all of them are dead. Out of nowhere, a white-haired madman appeared in front of them. He was crying and laughing as he kept repeating the same words. How can there be anyone alive here? Seeing the madman who appeared out of nowhere, Jizue's mouth was wide open and she was stunned. Dead, dead, everyone is dead. As long as you walk into the forbidden land, no one can survive. The madman in tattered clothes was crying and laughing at the same time. I can already see the scene of rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Uncle, are you all right? Yi Fan took a step forward and asked in surprise. Turn back, or you'll all die. The madman glanced at Chubei, Yi Fan, and Jizue with empty eyes. He was crying and laughing. Endless bones, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, it is here again. Uncle, what on earth are you talking about? Yi Fan was confused when he heard that. He did not understand what was going on. Endless bones, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, it is here again. However, the white-haired madman did not pay attention to Yi Fan. He continued to cry and laugh. Hearing the madman's repeated words, Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. Jizue could not help but shudder. Both of them looked at Chubei at the same time. Don't you know that there's a powerful force in Zhongzhou that's exploring the ancient desolate forbidden land? However, not all of them died. At the very least, he survived. Looking at the madman, Chubei shook his head and sighed. He's also a pitiful person. What? He's a survivor of that force. But according to the ancient records of my clan, that was 6,000 years ago. Could it be that this crazy old man, he's really from 6,000 years ago? Jizue stared at the crying madman in disbelief. An old man who had lived for more than 6,000 years was too shocking. Her heart was filled with shock. A figure from 6,000 years ago. Yi Fan swallowed and looked at the crazy old man in front of him again. This was simply too shocking. On Earth, with such a long history and so many eras, it was like a living history book. It was unimaginable. Dead, they're all dead. Crazy Ole cried and screamed as he gradually disappeared into the distance. Just like that, he disappeared into thin air. This is indeed not a place for humans. I just came in and already met a crazy old man who has lived for at least 6,000 years. How terrifying. Looking at the direction where the crazy old man disappeared, Jizue was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. Soon, you'll love it here. Chubei touched Jizue's little head and quickly found the target of this trip with his observation haki. Ancestor, are those the holy fruits you mentioned? Jizue, who was following closely behind Chubei, soon smelled the refreshing fragrance. Not far from them, there were 3 strange trees, all more than half a meter high, shining with green light, as if carved out of jade. They were shaped like pine trees, with clusters of needle-like leaves, as if carved out of green jade, shining brilliantly. There are 9 holy mountains in the ancient desolate forbidden area, and there is a holy fruit at the top of each mountain. This is one of them, Chubei said lightly. Although the 3 trees were short, their branches were covered with old bark, strong and powerful, winding and stretching like dragons. They seemed to have grown for hundreds of thousands of years and had existed for countless years, giving off an extremely ancient and strange feeling. They were not like plants, but like living fossils. At the top of each tree, there was a shining golden fruit. Although it was only the size of a thumb, it was crystal clear as if cast in gold. It was not ordinary at first glance. Chapter 277. Boss, can I become an immortal after eating it? Jizue stared at the golden fruit with shining eyes and subconsciously licked her lips. The dazzling fruit's fragrance was intoxicating. Hee. Chubei rolled his eyes. Rumble. That's. But before Jizue could run 2 steps away, she suddenly stopped and her expression stiffened. Unknowingly, a pitilessly beautiful woman appeared in front of the three small trees. This woman had bright eyes and white teeth. She was as beautiful as a lotus flower. She just stood there quietly, her white dress fluttering in the wind. She was like a fairy who was about to fly away with the wind. Looking at her, the woman gave off a dreamy feeling. She was like the spirit of heaven and earth. Ancestor, who is this pitilessly beautiful woman? Ji Ziyue instinctively retreated to Chu Bei's side. From the moment the woman appeared, he could feel that the corrosive power of time outside his lightning barrier was fluctuating more and more. Why is she not affected by the forbidden area of the remote antiquity? Yi Fan looked at the woman and frowned. Right at this moment, the woman suddenly strode out gracefully towards Chu Bei's group of three. With every step she took, the evil aura around her surged. The Bronze Immortal Palace is about to appear. The side quest is activated. The host needs to obtain enough creation chi for the system. During the process, the host can use the level 14 commodity once. Reward for completing the task. The host can obtain the right to use the level 15 commodity once. Old ancestor, that woman is coming. Ji Ziyue's slender finger pointed at the approaching woman with anxiety. Bronze Immortal Palace. The right to use the level 15 commodity. However, at this moment, Chu Bei's attention was completely focused on the system panel. A new side quest had been added to the quest bar. After recovering from the joy, Chu Bei immediately released his observation haki to the extreme, sweeping through every corner of the forbidden land of remote antiquity, and then spread out far away. Soon, Chu Bei found some clues. In the eastern region of the outer perimeter of the forbidden area of remote antiquity, there was a strange aura fluctuation in the void, as if an unimaginable existence was about to appear. Ancestor, she's already here. Ji Ziyue shook Chu Bei's arm crazily. The mysterious woman was now less than half a meter away from her. Looking at the mysterious woman up close, Ji Ziyue suddenly felt that she looked familiar. However, at this moment, she didn't have the time to think about this woman's identity. She only knew that this woman had the unique power of the forbidden land of ancient desolation. As the other party got closer, she could vaguely feel his power. If not for the lightning barrier around her body, she would have died of old age and turned into ashes. Kai. Just as her lightning shield was about to be eroded by the force, a loud clap of thunder was heard, and the lightning shield around Ji Ziyue's body became thicker. In an instant, the pressure on Ji Ziyue disappeared. I didn't expect to see another pitiful person. Looking at the woman in front of him, Chu Bei couldn't help but shake his head. Compared to Crazy Olay, the pity in his eyes was more intense. Boss, could she be the legendary Desolation? Yi Fan guessed. After landing in the Big Dipper and leaving the forbidden land of ancient desolation, he learned from Vivian that there was an unknown creature in the abyss of ancient desolation called Desolation. I remember now. I've seen her portrait. At this moment, Ji Ziyue stared at the woman and exclaimed. Her voice was filled with fear. 6,000 years ago, she was known as the first saintess of Eastern Desolation. She was flawless. Including my ancestors, several famous big shots in Eastern Desolation used to follow her. She was from the most prosperous immortal sect, the saintess of the force that was destroyed in the forbidden land of ancient desolation. Ji Ziyue was shocked. Could she be the same as that crazy old man? Is she also a survivor? Yi Fan guessed after hearing what Ji Ziyue said. No, she's different from that Crazy Olay. Crazy Olay is alive, but she's dead. What is desolation? A powerful person who died was cursed and became a desolate slave. In that era, she was known as the Heavenly Jade Saintess, Chu Bei said as he glanced at the woman. What? She's dead. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue's expressions changed. Die. Suddenly, an emotionless cold voice filled the air and rang clearly in the ears of Chu Bei, Ji Ziyue, and Ji Ziyue. The woman moved, and her body glowed brightly. A purple bronze mirror rushed out of her body. On the back of the mirror, there was an 8 trigrams diagram. The front of the mirror was as bright as the full moon, shining with dazzling light. A huge beam of light shot into the sky. The entire peak of the holy mountain shook violently. The beam of light was like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens, making people feel an endless and terrifying pressure. Boss, Jiziue was shocked when she felt the terrifying pressure from the woman. Although she had never seen a desolate slave before, she knew a lot about them. Only supreme experts with extraordinary strength were qualified to be chosen as desolate slaves by the forbidden land of the remote antiquity. Even the sacred masters of the sacred grounds would not have an easy time facing these desolate slaves. Jiziue felt an inexplicable sense of fear when she recalled that the woman in front of her was the heavenly jade saintess from 6,000 years ago. She tightened her grip on Chubei's arm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under Jiziue's horrified gaze, the purple bronze mirror in front of the heavenly jade saintess suddenly aimed at her. At the same time, an immeasurably terrifying beam of light was aimed at her. Boss, I don't want to die yet. Boo-hoo. I'm so beautiful, but I haven't become an immortal yet. Jiziue wailed in the face of the beam of light that she could not deal with. However, before the tears could roll down his cheeks, an unbelievable scene occurred with a ripping sound. The beam of light that could make the sun, moon, and stars pale in comparison turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared the moment it hit her. Then, with a crisp sound, the purple bronze mirror shattered. Her! Seeing the mirror disappear, the heavenly jade saintess's eyes flashed with a trace of instinctive surprise. She glanced at Chubei and saw another heavenly luo umbrella rushing out of his body. It covered the sky and the sun as it surged forward, stirring up a violent wind. Chubei gently pointed his finger, and the huge umbrella that covered the sky was instantly pierced through. Its brilliance dimmed as it fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, the heavenly jade saintess's body suddenly trembled as her graceful figure staggered backward. No matter who you are, you must die. The heavenly jade saintess stabilized her body and spoke in a low, chilling voice again. However, this time, the voice did not seem to come from her mouth. It sounded more like it came from the depths of the remote antiquity abyss. The heavenly jade saintess's eyes suddenly turned white after hearing the cold, murderous words. At the same time, a palm-sized green leaf appeared in her hand. It was like a green jade, sparkling with a crystalline luster and densely covered with Tao patterns. She held it with both hands, and suddenly, endless divine light appeared. It turned into a sky full of green light and drowned the entire sacred mountain in an instant. Chubei, Yi Fan, and Jiziue were all covered in it. The terrifying energy was incomparably vast. It was as if the stars in the sky had turned into green light and fell, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Thousands of divine lights carried all kinds of attacks as they swept toward Chubei and the other two in a densely packed manner. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling thunder, tens of thousands of lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky and enveloped Chubei and the other two. The dense divine light attacks lasted for a full minute before gradually dissipating. However, even after the heavenly jade saintess had used all her might and the light had faded, Chubei did not move a single step. He still stood there unscathed and was not affected at all. Sensing that her attacks were ineffective again, the heavenly jade saintess's glabella actually showed some black patterns. Stop struggling. This is just a form of torture for you. Get rid of it soon. The heavenly jade saintess's aura continued to rise. However, before she could launch another attack, Chubei's calm and indifferent voice rang out. In the next moment, a ball of light emitting a holy aura appeared in Chubei's palm. The dazzling golden light in the ball of light rapidly compressed. In an instant, it passed through the heavenly jade saintess and disappeared into the horizon. This was a grade 11 product that he had pawned. Although it was not much of a threat to the living, it had a strong suppressive effect on the dead. In particular, its purifying power was the nemesis of the dead. The golden light in the ball of light dissipated, and so did the heavenly jade saintess. I'm free. It's good that I'm free. The old lunatic who had left earlier appeared again, crying and laughing. Then, he disappeared in a crazed manner. Boss, you, Jiziue stared blankly at the direction where the heavenly jade saintess had disappeared. When her gaze returned to Chubei, there was only shock in her eyes. She knew that Boss Chu was very powerful. She had even thought that he might have the strength of a divine lord and be on par with her father. However, no matter what, she did not expect Boss Chu to be so powerful that he could easily kill a desolate slave in the forbidden land of the primordial era. It could even be described as effortless. It was not just Ji Ziyue. Even Yi Fan had a new understanding of Chu Bei. The latter's strength was like an invisible bottomless pit. Along the way, he had always been so calm and collected. No matter what kind of enemy he encountered, he seemed to be able to suppress them with a raise of his hand. Boss, did you survive from the primordial era? Are you really an old friend of the distant ancestor? For some reason, Ji Ziyue actually believed what Chu Bei had said before. Chu Bei smiled and did not answer Ji Ziyue's question. Instead, he stretched out his finger and pointed at the 3 thumb-sized fruits not far away. Yi Fan, your physique can turn the elements into lightning. You should be fine if you eat 2 of them. Circulate the Tao scripture and use the power of the sage medicine to build a divine bridge. You can also refine the cauldron. After saying that, Chu Bei shifted his gaze from Yi Fan to Ji Ziyue. As for you, let me help you refine them. Following Chu Bei's instructions, Yi Fan plucked 2 golden fruits and placed them in his mouth before chewing them gently. The moment the fruits entered his mouth, they melted into nectar. All the pores on his body instantly relaxed, and he felt as if he was about to ascend to the heavens. He felt as if he was about to leave the ground and float in the air. Yi Fan immediately sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the mystic technique recorded in the Tao scripture when he sensed the miraculous power that did not return to the sea of bitterness and did not enter the divine spring. As for Ji Ziyue, she had just swallowed 1 fruit. The feeling of her body exploding had just surged up when she heard the rumbling of thunder. At that moment, the feeling of her body exploding disappeared and was replaced by a comfortable feeling. She immediately circulated her family's scripture and began to refine the fruit's medicinal power with the help of the power of lightning. Time passed by slowly. Yi Fan's body continued to rumble. Tsunamis rose to the sky and thunder rumbled. Looking over, the golden sea of bitterness had already expanded to the size of a fist. A cold rainbow hung high in the sky. It was extremely dazzling. In just 1 day, he had formed his divine pulse above the life spring. He was suspended above the sea of bitterness and had become a divine bridge realm cultivator. Feeling the power in his body that was several times stronger, Yi Fan opened his eyes and stood up. Compared to before, there was a hint of calmness and simplicity. Boss, not only did I build a divine bridge, but I also successfully refined the prototype of a weapon. Yi Fan respectfully cupped his fists at Chu Bei. Then, with a thought, a small cauldron suddenly rushed out of his body and floated silently in the sky. A cauldron with 2 ears and 3 legs. Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all living things. All living things carry yin and embrace yang. Not bad. Chu Bei praised. Although the cauldron formed by Yi Fan was only in its prototype form, it already had a feeling of Tao and nature. It already contained the Tao and principles of heaven and earth. It was mysterious and profound. I'm looking forward to the moment when you break all the rules with 1 weapon. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. Not long after, Ji Ziyue slowly opened her eyes. Unlike Yi Fan's calmness, Ji Ziyue hugged Chu Bei excitedly when she saw the life spring and the divine bridge that had been successfully formed in her body. She was so excited that it was as if she wanted to give Chu Bei a few bites. Boss, you're so awesome. You actually helped me break through 2 levels. I really admire you. I think my body can still take it. Why don't you send me directly into the Tao Palace secret realm? Ji Ziyue looked at Chu Bei with anticipation. You're just too greedy. Chu Bei rolled his eyes at Ji Ziyue. Don't you know that you can't bite off more than you can chew? Everything has to be done slowly. In the next 2 hours, Chu Bei used his observation haki to plunder the sacred fruits in the forbidden area of the ancient antiquity and contributed them all to the system. Now, his cultivation conversion progress had reached 62%. Boss, where are you taking us now? Ji Ziyue stared at Chu Bei. I'm taking you guys to join in the fun. Chu Bei smiled and pointed to the east of the forbidden area of the ancient antiquity, where the bronze immortal palace was located. With a wave of his hand, a rainbow light flashed and disappeared with Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue. Chapter 278. 30 kilometers to the east of the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. Purple clouds surged in the sky, bringing with it a faint whistling sound. It was extremely eerie. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of people floating below the purple clouds. Apart from the various human forces, there were also some demon clans. The phenomenon appeared 3 days ago. Why hasn't the bronze immortal palace appeared yet? Could it be that this is not the sign of the bronze immortal palace's appearance as recorded in the ancient books? Is it just a normal phenomenon? Impossible. The bronze immortal palace appears once every 3,000 years. Every time it appears, it will shine brightly. That's what's happening now. If the ancient books are correct, today is the day the bronze immortal palace appears. But then again, the waiting time is indeed a bit long. The tomb of the Shifter Emperor appeared just like that. It's so fast that we can't react in time. What do you think is in the bronze immortal palace? It has been recorded several times, but why is there no description of it? Because those who went in never came out. Are they dead? Then why are all the major forces rushing here? Death is just one possibility. There's another saying that the bronze immortal palace has the opportunity to become an immortal. Perhaps those who went in have already become an immortal. Because of this, those sect leaders and grand elders who have no hope of breaking through and don't have much time left would come here to try their luck. Everyone present raised their heads to look at the boundless purple clouds in the sky, and discussions broke out everywhere. Say, those sacred grounds and remote antiquity families have already arrived. Why haven't their sacred masters and family leaders arrived yet? Don't worry. The appearance of the bronze immortal palace is a big deal. They might be late, but they definitely won't be absent. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a rumbling sound came from the distant sky, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. In an instant, hundreds of riders were sitting on all kinds of mystical beasts. Their killing intent soared into the sky, and their battle intent was high. All the beasts were shining with divine light, and their scales were awe-inspiring. Their feet didn't touch the ground. They were 3 feet above the ground and galloped in the sky like a tsunami. A majestic aura shook all directions. The hundreds of riders were covered in divine armor, and their killing intent filled the air. Those eastern wilderness overlords are here. Everyone exclaimed and looked up into the distance. Boom. Rumble. Under everyone's gazes, 50 bronze chariots appeared behind the 100 powerful knights. The chariots were stained with black blood and covered with blade scars and sword holes. They recorded their glory and emitted an ancient and desolate aura. 50 ancient bronze chariots crushed through the sky, releasing ear-splitting noises, as vast as a tsunami. Compared to the knights, the cultivators on the war chariot released even more terrifying fluctuations. The sky seemed to be about to be crushed by them. The wheels rolled, and the ancient war chariot crossed the void. On both sides of the ancient chariot, dozens of divine rainbows stood in an orderly manner, guarding a special chariot. Yaoguang Holy Land's war chariot. 7-colored carriage. Wavering light sacred master has indeed come personally. Just as the war chariot came to a stop and occupied a part of the void under the boundless purple light, a phoenix cry suddenly came from the west, resounding through the horizon. The feathers of the 9 birds were extremely dazzling. They flickered with rays of divine splendor. They had 5-colored bodies and were over 10 meters long. They looked very much like the legendary phoenix divine birds. They pulled a 5-colored divine chariot from afar and arrived in the blink of an eye. Those 9 birds definitely have the divine blood of the phoenix flowing in their veins. They are the descendants of the divine bird. It's the Ji family's 9 phoenix chariot. The Ji family's master's chariot. Look to the south. The Jiang family is also here. In the south, the roars of savage beasts shook the sky, causing people's ears to buzz and their souls to tremble. 9 strange beasts with golden divine holes pulled a jade chariot that was flickering with divine light. They soared through the clouds and gave off thunderous noises. It's the Jiang family's divine armadillo chariot. Only the Jiang family's master can ride it. The fairies of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground are also here. Is that white-clothed fairy on the rainbow the Jade Lake Sacred Master? In the southwest, a few ladies stepped on green lotuses, their clothes fluttering in the wind. The leader was a white-clothed lady. The rainbow behind her was beautiful and carried a holy aura at the same time. Soon, the wavering light sacred ground, the Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Jade Lake Sacred Ground occupied the east, west, south, and north of the boundless purple light. All the overlords of the eastern wilderness are here. It seems like they are all determined to get the opportunity in the bronze immortal palace. Everyone looked up at the sky and exclaimed. They may be powerful, but that doesn't stop us from fishing in troubled waters. If we're lucky, we might even be able to obtain an immortal opportunity. Some earth cultivators looked expectantly at the surging rays of light in the sky, hoping to get lucky. The remote antiquity families and sacred grounds didn't communicate at all. They just occupied one area each and paid attention to the situation in the boundless purple light. Little Ziyue, your family is quite ostentatious. Among the tens of thousands of people, 3 figures appeared out of nowhere on a huge rock. Yifan glanced in the direction of the Ji family in the sky as a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Of course, our Ji family has the arch among our ancestors. We are a family that has been passed down since the remote antiquity era. Ji Ziyue gritted her teeth and raised her head slightly. Her voice was full of pride. Chu Bei didn't pay attention to the forces in the sky. Instead, he looked at a fat Taoist priest with a ruddy face, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Although the fat Taoist priest looked fat, his movements were very agile. He walked among the crowd, and every time he passed by a person, one or several rays of light would light up on his body. Little fatty, we meet again. Chu Bei took a step forward and instantly appeared next to the fat Taoist priest. You've gained quite a lot. The fat Taoist priest frowned when he heard a familiar voice. He was stunned for a moment, but when he saw who it was, his body suddenly trembled. The joy that he had gained from the bountiful harvest was instantly replaced by a bitter expression. Boss, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here too. The fat Taoist priest immediately put on a flattering smile and took the space bag in his hand. Ever since he was robbed the day before, he immediately investigated the person in front of him. He found out that even the people from the sacred land and the remote antiquity family had been robbed by him. The Theacher's heart, Middlestream's ultimate treasure, and the Taoist scripture were all taken by him. Duanda, you're really wicked. You're stealing again. Yifan also appeared next to Chu Bei and looked at Duanda in disdain. Be****, what are you talking about? Do you want me to strip you? Duanda glared at Yifan fiercely, then he winked at Chu Bei. Boss, ever since you robbed me yesterday, I've been penniless. However, I sensed the existence of a weapon on you. With your ability, you can't suppress them. Since you've formed a good relationship with me, I naturally have the obligation to get rid of the evil for you. A teasing voice was heard. Duanda only felt a breeze blowing past him. In the next second, the space bag that he was holding tightly fell into Chu Bei's hand. Boss, it's not easy for me to live. You can't be so poor. Looking at the space bag that appeared in Chu Bei's hand that he had stolen painstakingly, Duanda instinctively wanted to curse. However, when he thought of the other party's methods, he immediately said, "You're lacking in compassion. So many weapons. You have to believe me. I'm really doing this for your own good." Chu Bei glanced at the treasures in the space bag and casually contributed them to the system. I've worked for nothing. I've worked for nothing. Duanda was disheartened. He swayed his body and collapsed on a rock. He looked like he had lost his soul. Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Bei's mind buzzed. Duanda's name appeared on the proxy suggestion column. Chu Bei was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Duanda and said with a smile, "When the bronze immortal palace appears, I'll give you an opportunity. What opportunity? Duanda could not wait to ask when he heard Chu Bei's words. An opportunity that can allow you to become an immortal. Chu Bei tidied his clothes. Become an immortal? Duanda gulped. Then, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, he jumped up and said excitedly, "Thank you, boss." Swoosh. While the humans were focused on the Holy Land and the remote antiquity families, a long rainbow arrived from the east. However, this long rainbow landed in the direction of the demon army. Which big shot of the demon clan is here? My God, such a young guy. Is he a human or a demon? Even the golden black ape at the peak of the dragon realm is so respectful to him. Who on earth is he? Judging from the respect of those demons, he seems to have a high status in the demon clan. As the long rainbow landed in front of the demon army, the humans instantly turned their attention to it. It was a young man about 16 or 17 years old. He was thin and looked a little weak. His face was delicate and pretty. His black hair was soft, and his eyes were as clear as a lake. At first glance, this young man looked like a clear spring deep in the mountains. He gave off a refreshing and natural feeling. "I can't believe you're still alive." Suddenly, a majestic voice came from the seven-colored carriage of the wavering light Holy Land. "If you're not dead, how can I pass away?" The young man from the demon clan hovered in the air quietly. His soft black hair fluttered gently as he smiled. Who is that young man from the demon clan? Judging from their conversation, he seems to know the wavering light Holy Master and they're from the same era. The humans looked at each other. "Boss, do you know his identity?" Ji Ziyue pointed at the young man in front of the demon army and asked. "A junior," Chu Bei said indifferently, "but you seem to call him Peacock King." "Junior Peacock? What? His Peacock King," Ji Ziyue mumbled. When she realized what was going on, her mouth was wide open and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Almost at the same time, the humans confirmed the young man's identity through the conversation between the wavering light Holy Master and the young man from the demon clan. In an instant, a commotion broke out. Such a delicate-looking young man is the Peacock King who was once famous in the southern region. 800 years ago, he was invincible in the southern region. After so many years of silence, I thought he had passed away. I can't believe he's still alive. He must have come out this time for the Bronze Immortal Palace. I heard that when the wavering light Holy Master fought with him back then, neither of them could defeat the other. Now that so many years have passed, I wonder what level they're at now. Everyone looked at the young man from the demon clan in shock. Apparently, they knew more or less about this powerful demon. Who was the Peacock King? A powerful demon from the demon clan. 800 years ago, he had swept across the southern region of the eastern wilderness. He had countless glorious achievements and had never been defeated since his debut. Chapter 279. Conservatively speaking, he should be more than 2,000 years old, Ji Ziyue muttered as she looked at the Peacock King. Yi Fan was surprised. If he was born on Earth, he would be an old monster born during the Qin and Han dynasties. It was also because of the Peacock King's youthful appearance that the humans were so astonished. They had thought that the Peacock King would be as majestic as a mountain with a domineering aura. However, they had not expected that he would not have aged at all. He looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old. He was like a snow lotus on an ice mountain or a breeze on a pure land. Swoosh. Suddenly, there was another piercing sound. In an instant, another middle-aged man appeared beside the Peacock King. Green Dragon King. Everyone felt their mouths go dry when they heard the deep voice from the Ji family's war chariot. Another terrifying existence from the demon clan had arrived. The Green Dragon King was a demon clan almighty who had been famous before the Peacock King. The Bronze Celestial Palace was left behind by the immortals of the human clan. "Why are you demons here?" The Alcade sacred leader snorted. A terrifying aura surged out of the seven-colored war chariot and swept toward the demon clan. "Let's not talk about whether there are immortals in this world. How are you so sure that the Bronze Celestial Palace is the heritage of the human clan and not the demon clan?" The Peacock King waved his hand and cut off the Alcade sacred leader's aura. He then said in a low voice, "So what if the Bronze Celestial Palace belongs to the human clan? Didn't you humans participate in the birth of the Demon Clan's Emperor's tomb yesterday? Boss Chu stole the heart of the Demon Clan's Emperor. Where is he now?" The Green Dragon King roared after the Peacock King. His roar was deafening like rolling thunder. "This Mr. Chu has a mysterious background. We're also looking for his whereabouts. After all, the Central Continent's supreme treasure and Daoist scripture are in his hands." The Jade Lake sacred leader's ethereal voice reverberated in the air. "Boss, they are looking for you. Do you want to go out and show your face and intimidate everyone with your overbearing aura?" Duanda looked at Chu Bei with a flattering face. "The Bronze Immortal Palace has yet to appear. Don't be impatient." Chu Bei glanced at Duanda and said with a faint smile, "The Bronze Immortal Palace has appeared, so how can we not get involved?" Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted, shaking the skies. A group of 70 to 80 people dashed over from the north. Each of them was riding on a savage beast. The beast's roar could be heard for dozens of miles. Their murderous aura soared to the sky. This was a group of powerful knights. Their bodies were suffused with a bloody aura, and it was obvious that they had killed people like scything flax. They had gathered an unimaginable amount of killing intent, and bloody light curled up around their bodies. 70 to 80 savage beasts roared, and their iron hooves shattered the sky. In the blink of an eye, they occupied a part of the sky. The person in the lead of this group was a grey-clothed middle-aged man, and he sat upright on a rhinoceros beast while his iron clothes flickered, causing him to seem extremely valiant. He held 3 large banners in his arms, and they fluttered about as if they could shatter the world. Every single one of them was scarlet red like blood, and a baleful aura surged into the heavens. It was as if they had drunk the blood of countless creatures. Clang, clang, clang. When he steadied himself, the 3 blood-red banners were thrown to the ground below. The flagpoles pierced the ground like pillars that supported the heavens, and their aura was like a mountain. The banners swayed and made clanging sounds, and bloody light soared into the sky. Who are they? They don't seem to be any weaker than the Holy Lands and remote antiquity families. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the man in the lead as they spoke in shock. "Jiang family master, he is a member of your Jiang family. Aren't you going to say a few words?" The Alcade sacred leader's mocking voice rang out in the sky. However, no one from the Jiang family's war chariot spoke. There was only a faint sigh. "After my elder brother, Jiang Zhe, left the Jiang family, I completely left this family. Don't mention this matter to me again." The middle-aged man riding on the rhinoceros beast glanced at the Jiang family's location, and then his gaze fell on the Alcade sacred leader's location. His iron clothes flickered with cold light, and the 3 blood-red banners emitted ocean-like terrifying fluctuations. In the next moment, he summoned a large banner with his right hand and threw it in the direction of the Alcade sacred leader at an extremely fast speed. "Jiang Yi, I haven't seen you for many years. You are still so hot-tempered." The Alcade sacred leader's sarcastic voice rang out. Then, a pestle flew out from the war chariot and emitted divine light to meet the blood-red banner. Rumble. When the 2 weapons collided, the void instantly exploded, and layers of ripples spread out. "Jiang Yi. What a familiar name. The 9th great bandit of the North region, Jiang Yi." After the humans confirmed the middle-aged man's identity, they were all shocked. "Jiang Zhe. Jiang Yi." Yi Fan repeated the 2 names. After a while, he said in surprise, "Boss, could this 9th great bandit be Uncle Jiang's uncle and Xiao Tingting's great-uncle? They are indeed related." Chu Bei nodded lightly. He focused his gaze and looked into the distance. There, another rainbow streaked across the sky. "Brother Jiang, I haven't arrived yet, but you have already started fighting. Did someone mention your past again?" A burst of laughter came from afar, and in an instant, a muscular man in a black robe with a full beard appeared beside Jiang Yi. The muscular man in the black robe held a clay jar in his hand. It was grey as if it was dug out from a pile of dirt. It was extremely old. However, upon closer inspection, This clay jar was no ordinary item. The mouth of the jar was like a black hole, and it seemed to have a powerful devouring power. The surrounding sky was distorted by it as if it could suck everything in. "He is the seventh great bandit in the North region," Tu Tien, a cultivator, screamed. The North region was filled with the 5 largest source mines in the eastern wilderness. These source ores were occupied by various top factions, and there were also some bandit-like existences among them. Among these bandits, there were a total of 13 who were considered powerful. They were also known as the 13 Great Bandits. Other than Jiang Yi and Tu Tien, the Green Dragon King was also one of the 13 Great Bandits. "Do you see the clay jar in Tu Tien's hand? That's an extreme weapon. This is also the reason why he can be one of the 13 Great Bandits. With this extreme weapon, almost no one can kill him. With an extreme weapon, it is impossible to break through." "What is an extreme weapon? Is it so powerful?" "Only weapons refined by ancient great emperors can be called extreme weapons. If one can wield its true power, it is simply unimaginable. Those sacred grounds and remote antiquity families should also have extreme weapons. After all, they have been passed down from the remote antiquity, and they have all given birth to great emperors. There is a record about Tu Tien's clay jar. It was a great emperor from the remote antiquity. When he was about to die, he used his primordial spirit as the fire, his unparalleled flesh and blood as the clay, and supplemented it with endless legendary divine materials. He used his own body to forge this clay jar, and thus left behind an extreme weapon for his descendants. It's a pity that the clay jar lacks a seal and is incomplete. Otherwise, he could roam the eastern wilderness with this jar alone. However, even if he only has half of it, as long as he has enough divine power to support it, it is absolutely impossible for anyone here to take him down." Everyone's eyes began to focus on the grey clay jar in Tu Tien's hand as they discussed animatedly. "Treasure, a real treasure. If we can get it and combine it into one, we will really be rich." Duanda stared at the clay jar, his eyes shining. "Boss, is that jar really as magical as they say?" Yi Fan looked at Chu Bei and asked. "This clay jar is called the sky-devouring demonic jar. It was transformed from the flesh of a great emperor." Chu Bei smiled faintly. This was transformed from the flesh of great Emperor Ruthless in his first life. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Right at this moment, the boundless purple clouds in the distant sky suddenly surged, and a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate gushed out from the sky. Is the bronze celestial palace about to appear? It appears once every 3,000 years. The records about the celestial palace are still in the ancient books. This time, no matter whether we can get an opportunity or not, as long as we can see it with our own eyes, we will have no regrets. Almost at the same time, everyone's eyes were focused on the purple clouds in the sky. A figure flew out from the chariots of the wavering light holy ground, the Jiang family, and the Ji family. They stood at the front of their respective forces with their hands behind their backs, exuding an aura of superiority. "Look, something is falling." Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, layers of ripples appeared in the boundless purple clouds. Following that, several balls of light floated out and slowly floated down. Corpses. These are wax corpses from the desolate antiquity era. When the light dissipated, when everyone saw what was in the balls of light, some of the cultivators cried out in alarm, and their faces turned pale. These corpses were sealed with a layer of wax, and their bodies looked like cocoons. They looked extremely evil. These corpses, as the corpses fell, the wavering light holy ground, the Jiang family's patriarch, the Green Dragon King, Tu Tien, and the other almighty experts sent out a strand of divine sense to investigate. They tried to find clues from the corpses to confirm their identities. Azura ring. This corpse is Bei Feng Ming. Finally, the wavering light holy ground confirmed the identity of one of the corpses. It was also because of this confirmation that a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the Jade Lake holy ground seemed to have sensed something. She raised her hand to summon a wax corpse and peeled off the wax. Instantly, a lifelike human body was revealed. It was a woman. She was as beautiful as a flower, and she seemed to be in a deep sleep. However, in just an instant, the rosy woman shriveled up. Following that, her flesh and blood withered, and she turned into a skeleton. Her white bones shattered, and nothing was left behind. Master! Suddenly, the wavering light holy ground let out a mournful cry. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the dissipating ashes. Bei Feng Ming and the previous Jade Lake holy ground. Didn't they enter the bronze immortal palace before? Why did they turn into wax corpses? So they didn't become immortals. They died. How did they die? Could it be that there are no fortuitous opportunities in the bronze immortal palace? Could it be that we were all wrong? The bronze immortal palace is a trap. As the corpses were confirmed one after another, even the wavering light holy ground, the Peacock King, and the other almighty experts' expressions changed. In terms of strength, these wax corpses were all peerless experts when they were alive. However, in the end, they still ended up in such a miserable state. Chapter 280. Dare I ask the heavens if there are immortals? At this moment, the patriarch of the Jiang family exclaimed. In front of him was a snow-white skeleton. Unlike the other corpses, which would disappear instantly after being stripped of their fat, this corpse had only turned into ashes, leaving the skeleton behind. What was even more shocking was that there were actually 8 dried blood words imprinted on the skull of the skeleton. Dare I ask the heavens if there are immortals? These 8 bloody words were black and red, and they were blurry. They had an indescribable charm, as if they were branded with the essence, energy, and spirit of this expert. They gave off a very special feeling, as if they were conveying some kind of emotion. When this person died, he must have been filled with regret and unwillingness, Ji Ziyue muttered softly as she bit her lips. What is an immortal? Above the Emperor realm. These little fellows are too ambitious. They have only taken half a step on the path of cultivation, and they are already thinking of ascending to the immortal realm. Chu Bei shook his head and sighed. Boss, how much do you know about the bronze immortal palace? With your strength, how far have you walked on the path of cultivation? How far are you from ascending to the immortal realm? After hearing Chu Bei's words, Duande put away his frivolous look and looked serious, as though he was trying to solve the doubts in his heart. Chu Bei did not answer Duande's question. Instead, he said, since ancient times, many people have become great emperors. However, how many of them can ascend to the immortal realm? The path of cultivation is long. Those who become immortals must find a unique path. Your path is to reincarnate 9 times and return to 1. Only then can you step into the immortal realm. After hearing that, Duande pondered for a moment. Then, he bowed deeply to Chu Bei and said, I am enlightened. Taoist immoral, are you suffering from a split personality? Yi Fan stared blankly at Duande, whose temperament had undergone a drastic change, as though he was a completely different person. Believe it or not, I will tear your mouth off. Duande glared at Yi Fan and resumed his frivolous attitude. Rumble, when there were no more corpses falling from the purple clouds, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amidst the strange sound, the purple clouds in the distant sky multiplied. In the blink of an eye, its area had expanded to cover the entire horizon. Everywhere one looked, there were purple clouds. Purple clouds surged as dense runes flickered with a strange light as they drifted down. At the same time, the huge black shadow within the purple clouds became more and more solid until it slowly emerged from the purple clouds and completely appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was a huge copper palace, incomparably grand and majestic. Although there were green rust spots on its surface, it was still well preserved. It was simple and elegant. At first glance, it gave off an extremely desolate feeling. Is this the bronze immortal palace? It's much bigger than I thought. This is almost the size of a town, right? Is there really an opportunity to become an immortal? Everyone in the human clan and the demon clan raised their eyes and stared at the colossus in the endless purple clouds, holding their breaths in concentration. Even the Alcade Sacred Master, the Peacock King, and the other almighties stared at the sky without blinking. In front of the bronze immortal palace, these almighties were no different from ordinary cultivators. For them, They also knew nothing about this bronze immortal palace. Chu Bei stood on a rock with his hands behind his back and released his observation haki to the extreme to investigate the bronze immortal palace. What surprised him was that even with his current observation haki, he couldn't completely perceive everything in the bronze immortal palace. But even so, he noticed countless life aura fluctuations, and among them, there was a powerful aura that made him feel a little troublesome. Right now, he had already exchanged for a level 11 item. This item gave him enough power to easily crush a Do-Di existence that could break through a plane. Boss, what are you thinking about? Is there something strange about this bronze immortal palace? Yi Fan noticed Chu Bei frowning and immediately asked. Let's take it one step at a time. Chu Bei narrowed his eyes, and his face was slightly dignified. Boss, is there a terrifying existence in that immortal palace? Ji Ziyue seemed to have guessed something and asked tentatively. Chu Bei nodded slightly. Maybe we'll know soon. I just did a divination for myself, and it's not good. I think it's better for me to slip away first. Duende put his hands together and sighed towards the huge immortal palace in the sky, and was about to leave. However, before he could fly away, he was imprisoned by a force. Boss, why don't you let me leave? Duende looked at Chu Bei with a sad face. Chu Bei smiled. I said I would give you an opportunity. Why are you in a hurry to leave? Why? Have you divined that there is a terrifying existence in that immortal palace? Rumble in the distant sky, the bronze immortal palace began to tremble violently, and a terrifying sound directly appeared in the minds of everyone present. Some cultivators with weak cultivation, under this sound wave, directly covered their ears with their hands in pain, and fell to the ground and rolled. Fortunately, this terrifying sound only lasted for 3 minutes before completely dissipating. Swoosh, swoosh. When the bronze immortal palace stabilized, the endless purple clouds suddenly surged with majestic spiritual energy. Under the shroud of this spiritual energy, everyone felt their exhaustion dissipate, and every cell in their body became active. Just as everyone was immersed in this comfortable feeling, with the sound of air being torn apart, balls of light shot out from within the purple clouds, hundreds of them. The objects contained within these balls of light were all different. There was a long spear that flickered with light, a folding fan that was covered in runes, a dagger that was coiled with a cold light. In addition to all kinds of weapons, there were also all kinds of rare herbs and spirit pills. These opportunities given to us by the bronze immortal palace? The light is dense. They are all treasures. No matter what, I have to get one. With the treasures, my strength will definitely increase by 2 levels. Looking at the balls of light floating in the sky, the tens of thousands of people in the field were stunned at first, and when they came to their senses, the world instantly boiled. All kinds of rainbows swept up from below, grabbing the treasures in the balls of light in the sky. Bang! 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 In a short while, the originally peaceful sky became a bloody battlefield. The various forces of the human race and the demon race fought together. Light flashed continuously, and Taoist techniques were endless. The continuous deafening battle sounds were mixed with sharp and excited roars. Wicked fatty, you treat treasures as your life. There are so many treasures up there, why don't I see you fighting with them? Yi Fan pointed at the battlefield in the sky. Life Spring cultivators, Divine Bridge cultivators, Nirvana Realm cultivators, and other cultivators of various realms were fighting together, and it was getting more and more chaotic. Anyone who obtained a treasure would instantly become the target of the nearby cultivators' joint attack. In the end, they would either throw the treasure away or dye the sky red with blood. My intuition is telling me that I can't take these treasures, I can't take them. Duende rubbed his fingers like a fortune teller. As for Chu Bei, his thoughts were not on the battlefield in the sky, but on the bronze immortal palace. His intuition was not wrong. There was indeed a terrifying existence in the immortal palace, and it was a conscious existence. Just now, when these treasures appeared from the purple clouds in the sky, he sensed the fluctuations of that existence's divine sense. In short, these treasures were thrown out under the control of that mysterious existence, and were not bestowed by the so-called bronze immortal palace. As the battle in the sky continued, a large number of cultivators began to bleed. There were even some cultivators who could not escape the battlefield in time and were directly killed. Blood sprinkled from the sky, and the ground began to be dyed bright red, as if it was a gloomy hell. Chu Bei's observation haki locked onto the existence in the bronze immortal palace. He could clearly feel that as the number of casualties on the battlefield increased, the latter's aura began to faintly strengthen, and there was a hint of bloodlust in its excitement. The top forces such as the Holy Land, the remote Antiquity family, the Peacock King, and the Northern Region bandits that each occupied an area did not participate in the battle for the treasures in the sky. Although these treasures were of extraordinary quality, they were only useful to cultivators in the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and Four Extremities realms. They were not of much help to cultivators in the Dragon realm, let alone those who had stepped into the Immortal Foundation realm. Enter the palace. The Alcade Sacred Leader, the Jade Lake Sacred Leader, the Ji family's Patriarch, the Jiang family's Patriarch, the Peacock King, the Green Dragon King, Jiang Yi, and Tu Tian were the 8 most powerful cultivators present. After looking at each other, they actually flew toward the huge bronze immortal palace in the sky at the same time. Perhaps it was because of the mysteriousness of the bronze immortal palace, or perhaps it was because of the ancient era's corpse that appeared previously, but these 8 cultivators actually stood on the same side. Boom! Just as the 8 cultivators flew into the purple clouds and were about to enter the bronze immortal palace, a low muffled sound drifted from the void. In the next moment, the bronze immortal palace trembled slightly, and layers of ripples spread out with it as the center. In an instant, the 8 cultivators were sent flying by an invisible force. After stabilizing themselves, the Alcade Sacred Leader, the Peacock King, and the other cultivators looked at each other. This bronze immortal palace was not as easy to enter as they thought. Let's attack together. In the buzzing sound, the 8 cultivators released their auras at the same time. Their bodies shone brightly, and their terrifying auras instantly rose to the maximum. Then, they condensed the energy in their bodies and turned it into a beam of light. Together, they struck the purple clouds above their heads. Boom! Along with a loud bang, the boundless purple clouds only rolled a little before there was no more movement. Brother 2, why don't you try your clay pot and see if it can swallow the purple clouds directly? Jiang Yi looked at Tu Tian, who was next to him. However, before Tu Tian could reply, there was an extremely powerful and terrifying fluctuation in the void. It was as vast and unpredictable as the ocean, and it rolled in all directions. Dead, dead, all of them are dead, it's coming, it's coming. If you don't leave now, all of you will die, all of you will die. A pitch-black gap appeared out of nowhere, and a white-haired old madman walked out with empty eyes. He was mumbling, crying, and laughing at the same time. He kept repeating the same words. It's the old madman in the Forbidden Land. He's actually still alive. Looking at the old madman who suddenly appeared, the 8 cultivators' expressions changed. They were a little dazed. Obviously, every single one of them knew something about this crazy old man. Everyone is dead, no one can survive. The old madman in tattered clothes glanced at the Alcade Sacred Master and the others. With a step, he pierced through the void and arrived in front of the Jiang family head. He grabbed the latter's arm, crying and laughing crazily. I can already see the scene of rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, suddenly being grabbed by the old madman. The Jiang family head panicked. However, what frightened him was that the moment the old madman grabbed him, the spiritual energy in his body was suppressed. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the old madman's hands. The Alcade Sacred Master, the Peacock King, and the others seemed to have noticed the situation of the Jiang family head. They all looked at the old madman with vigilance. This madman was recorded in the ancient books. When he took a step, there was no trace of him at all. The runes under his feet seemed to contain the profound meaning of the great Tao. Endless bones, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It is here again. Fortunately, the white-haired old madman soon let go of the Jiang family head and continued to cry and laugh. The old madman's repeated words echoed in their ears. Even the Peacock King, the Alcade Sacred Master, and the other powerful cultivators felt a headache and couldn't help but shudder. Do you know who this madman is? Look at the expressions of those powerful cultivators. They seem to be afraid of him. He's a figure from 6,000 years ago. He's the only one who survived after trying to conquer the forbidden land of the remote antiquity 6,000 years ago. What realm is this old madman in now? Has he touched the immortal realm? In the chaotic sky battlefield, some of the cultivators who had left the battle changed their expressions when they saw the old madman. Boss, this poor old man has appeared again. Why don't you help him? Boss, you're so powerful that even the heavenly Jade Saintess couldn't last more than one round against you. With your divine power, you can definitely help him. Yi Fan and Ji Ziwa looked at the old madman who had appeared again in the distant sky and felt pity for him. However, Chu Bei wasn't in the mood to deal with those two at the moment. Just now, the being in the bronze immortal palace had sent a divine consciousness to him. It seemed that he had discovered Chu Bei's perception. Perhaps because the divine consciousness couldn't return, the being in the bronze immortal palace's bloodthirsty excitement had slowed down. He seemed to be more vigilant against Chu Bei. That year, the setting sun was like blood, and the heavenly Jade Saintess was bathed in blood. That day, everything withered, and the heavenly Jade Saintess fell. The old madman suddenly quieted down. He sat cross-legged in the void and kept crying. His old eyes were cloudy. As he spoke, two rays of dazzling light suddenly shot out from his eyes and pierced through the void. The sadness in his eyes disappeared, and he suddenly stood up. In an instant, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He was like a peerless sword that revealed its sharpness, causing the world to fall silent. Everyone on the noisy battlefield trembled in fear. At this moment, whether it was the Alcade Sacred Lord, the Jiang family head, or the Peacock King, they all felt a great pressure from the old madman's aura. Fortunately, this aura wasn't targeted at any one of them. Otherwise, even with their strong physical bodies, they wouldn't be able to withstand it and would have their bones and tendons broken. The old madman mumbled and began to wander between everyone on the battlefield. He was like a mountain, exuding a great pressure. Everyone within 5 meters of him couldn't move. This old man, what realm is he at? Tu Tian held the clay jar in his hand tightly and couldn't help but shiver. This old madman was too terrifying. He was far stronger than any cultivator he had ever met. Chapter 281. Whoosh! Suddenly, Crazy Olay stopped and waved his right hand. An image appeared in the sky. In the image, countless white bones were densely packed on the mountain ridge. There were 9 sacred mountains, and each of them was covered with bones. What kind of ability is this? Everyone present was flabbergasted. Being able to restrain a living shadow with just a light brush was truly unheard of and unheard of. The forbidden area of the desolate ancient. This is the forbidden area of the desolate ancient. Soon, someone recognized the 9 sacred mountains in the image. However, what really shocked Alcade's sacred master, Peacock King, and the others was the huge object floating above the sacred mountains. The bronze immortal palace. It was the bronze immortal palace in front of them. Looking at the eerie bones in the image and the bronze immortal palace in the sky above, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Could it be that the destruction of the heavenly jade sacred ground was not only related to the forbidden area of the desolate ancient, but also the bronze immortal palace? While everyone was guessing, Crazy Olay waved his right hand again and the image changed. A woman in white was hovering on top of a mountain. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her figure was light and graceful. Her beauty was unparalleled. She was so beautiful that it was indescribable. The woman in white looked ahead. There were 3 figures standing in front of her, and behind them were 3 thumb-sized fruits. Impossible. The moment the new image appeared, the Ji family patriarch's pupils suddenly shrank. His eyes focused on a girl among the 3 figures. In the air, the Ji family patriarch was shocked. He stared at the image that Crazy Olay waved his hand. Even though he had been in a high position for a long time, when he saw the purple-dressed girl in the image, his emotions couldn't help but fluctuate violently. Old bastard. Why is Ziue in the forbidden area of the desolate ancient? Where is she now? The Ji family patriarch suddenly rushed toward Crazy Olay as if he had gone mad. However, before he could attack, rolling thunder appeared in the image and annihilated the heavenly jade sacred lady in an instant. She's free. She's free. Great. Crazy Ole's eyes became hollow again. He laughed crazily, and the scene on the screen was fixed on the three figures. At that moment, everyone in the sky battlefield, the Alcade Sacred Master, the Peacock King, Tu Tien, and the other Almighties were all focused on the person in the middle. His boss Chu. On the battlefield, a few people who had seen Chu Bei with their own eyes were stunned for a moment before they cried out in surprise. It was also because of this uniform shout that the atmosphere, which had fallen silent under Crazy Ole's pressure, was reignited, and every corner was filled with clamor. When did this happen? Could it be that Boss Chu is also a character from 6,000 years ago? Impossible. Do you see the girl next to him? She was the little princess of the Ji family of the ancients. In my opinion, this scene should be from today or tomorrow. The forbidden land of remote antiquity has a terrifying power that can devour time. Why are the three of them not affected? Could it be that the terrifying power in the forbidden land has disappeared with the passage of time? Or is Boss Chu's cultivation so powerful that he doesn't fear the power of time? On the battlefield, the topic of discussion revolved around the azure-robed man standing with his hands behind his back. Is he the human who stole the heart of the great emperor? The Peacock King looked at the black gold ape behind him and asked, "Senior, it's him." The black gold ape pointed at the azure-robed man in the image and said with certainty. Hearing this, the Peacock King's delicate face turned solemn. Although he couldn't directly feel the terrifying energy contained in the light ball in Chu Bei's palm, it must be extraordinary since it could easily kill the heavenly jade holy lady from 6,000 years ago. Boss, we're in Crazy Ole's image. We've become the focus of attention. Yifan glanced at the sky and murmured, "Boss, Dad seems to be very worried. I want to go and say hi to him." Ji Ziyue bit her lips and pointed at the Ji family master. However, since Chu Bei didn't say anything, she didn't dare to fly to the Ji family master. "Boss, can you bring little Dao along the next time you enter the forbidden land of remote antiquity? There are great opportunities there." Duanda looked in the direction of the forbidden land of remote antiquity with longing in his eyes. It's here. However, Chu Bei didn't care about Yifan, Ji Ziyue, and the other two. His expression changed slightly as he uttered two indifferent syllables. "It's here." "What's here?" Hearing this, Yifan, Duanda, and Ji Ziyue were confused. Just as they were about to ask, the purple clouds in the sky surged. Then, a huge, pitch-black hole appeared below the bronze divine palace. From the hole, a ball of light shot out rapidly and hovered above the Alcade Sacred Leader, Jade Lake Sacred Leader, Peacock King, Tu Tien, and the other Almighties. It was a dawn stone with a diameter of 10 meters. Unlike the dawn stones dug out from the Primordium ancient mine, this dawn stone was completely purple and had a very smooth surface. It was surrounded by layers of hazy purple gas. I've been to all the mines in the North region, but I've never seen such a dawn stone. Jiang Yi focused on the purple dawn stone. Just as he finished his sentence, a large amount of blood gushed out from the surface of the dawn stone. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the bright red blood shone brightly and started to change rhythmically until a huge immortal was imprinted on the surface of the dawn stone. The immortal word shone brilliantly and dazzlingly as if it was formed by the bright red clouds. Immortal source. This must be the immortal source. It contains the secret to becoming an immortal. In the sky, the thousands of cultivators who were fighting for the precious artifacts stopped attacking at the same time and looked at the purple dawn stone. The blood-red immortal word was especially eye-catching. The Alcade Sacred Leader, the Peacock King, the Jiang family head, and the other Almighties stared at the purple dawn stone with burning eyes. Greed appeared in their eyes, and they were eager to take action. The bright blood-red word gave them a strange feeling. They didn't rush to fight for it. Instead, they calmed down and savored it carefully, trying to discover something from it. Purple fog flowed on the surface of the dawn stone, and the bright immortal word had a unique and strange charm. Unknowingly, everyone was in a trance as if they had touched an indescribable concept. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, the purple dawnstone vibrated, and a wisp of fog separated from the surface of the dawnstone. In an instant, the weaker cultivators in the sky had a terrible change in expression. They were suppressed by an inexplicable power, and they couldn't breathe. This is the heaven and earth aura. Looking at the heavy purple mist that could crush a mountain ridge, the Alcade Sacred Master was stunned for a moment before she cried out in surprise. What's the matter? Almost at the same time, the Peacock King, the Green Dragon King, and the other Almighties came to a realization. After confirming the origin of the fog on the surface of the purple dawnstone, they looked at each other and became more excited. The stars were in chaos, the yin and yang were mixed up, and the heaven and earth were overflowing. Ordinary people thought that the heaven and earth aura was denser than the spirit chi. However, real cultivators knew that the heaven and earth aura were the essence of heaven and earth. Therefore, the heaven and earth aura represented heaven and earth. Gosh, if the fog outside the dawnstone is really the heaven and earth aura, then what is inside the stone? Hearing the Alcade Sacred Leader's exclamation, the cultivators in the field felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and their eyes widened. Boss, is that really the heaven and earth aura? It's the best holy artifact that only exists in legend. Jizue's face was full of shock, and her eyes were full of stars. Chubei nodded slightly in response to Jizue. However, his expression became more serious, and he was a little confused. This mysterious dawnstone that was wrapped in the heaven and earth aura was thrown out by the terrifying existence in the bronze divine palace. He did not understand. What was the other party's intention? What exactly was inside the origin stone? Little Yeye, tell me more about the heaven and earth aura. Yi Fan looked at Jizue blankly. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth, is Tao. Named, the mother of all things, is heaven and earth. The heaven and earth aura is the essence of heaven and earth. It is the source of all things, and it is the holy artifact that can refine all tangible substances. It is the rarest essence in heaven and earth, and it is the holy artifact that can be used to refine artifacts. Many powerful cultivators have searched for it their entire lives, but they could not find even a trace of it. Jizue looked at Yi Fan as if he was an idiot. If you use it to refine your artifact, you can condense Tao and truth, and turn it into an extreme weapon. There is also another saying. If you absorb the heaven and earth aura into your body, you will eventually become an immortal. Extreme weapon. Become an immortal. After listening to Jizue's explanation, Yi Fan had a basic understanding of the heaven and earth aura. He lifted his eyes to look at the mist surrounding the purple dawnstone again, and he was shocked. Heartless fatty, aren't you tempted by the rare heaven and earth aura? It is an opportunity to become an immortal and a treasure for refining artifact. Yi Fan looked at Duanda, who was beside him, and said in surprise. I have calculated with my fingers that this is a lethal artifact. With my current strength, I am still unable to control it. Amitabha. Then, Duanda prayed devoutly. Essence of Mother Aura, the essence of the heaven and earth aura, it is a rare sight. If I can't get it, I will regret it until I die. Tu Tian glanced at the purple dawnstone that was floating above his head. As soon as he finished speaking, his sea of reincarnation shook, and a vast amount of spiritual energy was injected into the grey clay jar in his hand. In an instant, the clay jar lit up with a dazzling light, and a terrifying devouring power tore the surrounding void apart. Brother Tu, let me lend you a hand. Seeing this, Jiangyi took a step forward and appeared beside Tu Tian. Then, he injected another powerful force into the clay jar. Almost at the same time, the devouring power released by the clay jar multiplied. Under the terrifying devouring power, the purple dawnstone trembled slightly, and a little of the mist surrounding it was peeled off. It was slowly sucked into the clay jar. As expected, these almighties could not resist the temptation of the heaven and earth aura. They could not help but make a move. There is only one immortal source, but there are 8 almighties. I wonder who will get the immortal ascension opportunity. It is a pity that we are too weak. We don't even have the chance to fight for it. This immortal treasure cannot be taken away by a big thief like you. The G family head snorted when he saw that a little heaven and earth aura was about to enter the clay jar. Chapter 282. As the head of the G family snorted, he opened his 5 fingers, and a palm print as big as a small mountain instantly reached the purple source stone. Wherever it passed, the void distorted. In an instant, a prison formed by 5 fingers appeared around the purple source stone, locking down the space. It was also because of the appearance of the prison that the Xianhuang qi that was about to be sucked into the jar was attracted by the purple source stone again and slowly returned. Obviously, the Ji family's head was using a secret technique that could seal off everything in the prison. Little Yeye, your father's skill is not bad. Yi Fan glanced at Ji Ziyue and said while looking at the majestic figure in the sky. Of course, although my father is not as powerful as the boss, he is still a powerful figure who stands at the top of the eastern wilderness. Moreover, the Great Void technique is the supreme secret technique of the Ji family, the essence of the ancient void scripture. Ji Ziyue raised her head slightly, and her delicate face was filled with pride. The Great Void technique is unpredictable and extremely mysterious. It is said that if you cultivate it to the peak, you can cross a star field. Duanda rubbed his hands and stared at Ji Ziyue with sparkling eyes. Little girl, I have some ancient treasures. Can I exchange them for your ancient void scripture? Get lost. Ji Ziyue shouted coldly and looked at Duanda as if she was looking at an idiot. The ancient void scripture is an immortal scripture created by our ancestors to observe all things and capture the immutable laws. It is the secret technique of the Ji family. Let me have a taste of your great void technique. In the sky, Jiang Yi moved. With a wave of his right hand, the 3 blood-red flags that were stuck in the ground below were uprooted. The 3 flags fluttered, and every time they swayed, they would shoot out beams of sword light that were invincible and sharp. Break! Jiang Yi shouted coldly. His hands danced, and the 3 blood-red flags shook violently like a flood, quickly changing their positions. At the same time, Jiang Yi's hands seemed to be filled with endless magic. Although his movements were slow, they revealed a terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate, resonating with the 3 blood-red flags. Bang! The void trembled as the 3 blood-red flags intertwined together like a giant roller. It rumbled through the void and headed toward the giant palm cage not far away. Brother Jiang, this is a traitor of your Jiang family. Are you just going to stand aside and watch? The Ji family's patriarch glanced in the direction of the Jiang family's patriarch with an ugly expression. The master of the Jiang family shook his head. He didn't say anything, nor did he attack. He just sighed. As for the cultivators in the sky who were below the dragon realm, their expressions instantly changed. Under the pressure of the 3 blood-red flags, they swayed back and forth like duckweed in a raging sea, unable to control their bodies at all. Jiang Yi has actually cultivated the Jiang family's pyrocelestial brute force to such a level. One of the Dragon Realm fighters could not help but exclaim when he recognized Jiang Yi's remarkable ability. Pyrocelestial brute force was the top godly force of the controller. It had a demonic nature, and once it was cultivated to the peak, there was nothing it couldn't break and nothing could stop it. This supreme secret technique was the ultimate technique of the Jiang family's ancient scriptures. Just like the Ji family's Great Void technique, it was the pinnacle secret technique of each ancient scripture. Rumble. The 3 overlapping blood-red flags made a clanging sound and suddenly bombarded the giant palm cage. With a deafening bang, the giant palm cage that was holding the purple dawnstone in place cracked and a circular gap appeared. Brother Tu, now is the time. Jiang Yi shouted. Tu Tian nodded heavily and used all his strength to take out the clay jar. The terrifying devouring power once again gushed out from the clay pot. Under this suction force, the giant palm prison, which already had a hole in it, directly turned into a rain of light fragments, which were sucked into the clay pot amidst a series of cracking sounds. Then, the purple dawnstone wobbled toward the clay jar. Do you think you're the only one who has an extreme weapon? With a cold snort, an ancient cauldron appeared in the Alcade Holy Lord's hand. The ancient cauldron floated up and down. There were dragon inscriptions on it. It was simple and unadorned, and chaotic fog gathered around it. Buzz, 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 the ancient cauldron vibrated, and a beam of light hit the purple dawn stone directly, wrapping around it. In an instant, the dawn stone with the black and yellow aura outside was restrained by the ancient cauldron and the clay jar. It was like a tug of war, unable to advance or retreat. An extreme weapon, huh? I haven't used it in a long time. The master of the Jiang family sighed. Runes flickered on his hands, and a divine furnace made of crimson gold phoenix blood appeared in front of him. It shone brightly, and a majestic divine might surged. The surrounding space shook, and layers of ripples spread out. Rumble. The Jiang family head held the divine furnace and also hit the purple dawnstone with a beam of light. After the Jiang family head, the Jade Lake sacred leader, the Peacock King, and the Ji family head all took out their extreme weapons at the same time and hit the dawnstone with a beam of light. The Jade Lake sacred leader held a blue 9-story pagoda. One could vaguely see various images of mythical beasts on the pagoda. There was an azure dragon, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, a black tortoise, a Chilean, and so on. The Peacock King held a ruler with strange patterns all over it. The ruler was transparent and emitted a hazy glow. The Ji family head held an antique bronze mirror. However, the moment he injected spiritual power into it, the surface of the mirror was like a glaring sun. The dazzling golden light made it difficult to open one's eyes. Far away in the sky, the people holding the extreme weapons each took a position and circulated the spiritual power in their bodies with all their might. Tu Tian's clay jar, the wavering light sacred grounds dragon pattern cauldron, the Jiang family's eternal universe divine furnace, the Jade Lake sacred grounds immortal tear pagoda, the demon race's demon emperor ruler, and the Ji family's void mirror. I can't believe I'm seeing 6 extreme weapons at the same time. The cultivators in the sky were dumbfounded. At that moment, the 6 extreme weapons in the sky were controlled by 6 powerful cultivators. They each took a position and slowly approached the purple dawnstone in the center. Under the encirclement of the 6 extreme weapons, the Xianhuang Qi outside the purple dawnstone was slowly being stripped away. As for the dawnstone itself, perhaps because the energy of the 6 extreme weapons was clashing with each other, it was actually in a very balanced state. Roar. Suddenly, a roar broke the silence in the sky. The Peacock King took a step forward and reached out his hand to grab the purple source stone in the middle of the 6 supreme weapons. At that moment, the void behind him turned into a pitch-black starry sky, filled with stars. They were like diamonds embedded in the night sky, sparkling continuously. That was the Peacock King's Sea of Reincarnation avatar, stars illuminating the blue sky. Demon, how dare you? Almost at the same time, the wavering light sacred leader, the Jiang family leader, Tu Tian, and the Ji family leader also manifested their Sea of Reincarnation avatars. Rumble. In an instant, an extremely terrifying chaotic battle broke out in the sky. In the battlefield, 8 different Sea of Reincarnation avatars intertwined continuously. It was as if the Milky Way was descending, and divine light was radiating in all directions. The sky seemed to be burning in these intertwining gorgeous lights. Is that the Almighty's Sea of Reincarnation avatar? Every star is so terrifying. It's as if they can destroy the earth. They have unparalleled majestic pressure. Even though I'm so far away, I can still feel the pressure. With my strength, I'm afraid I'll be blasted into minced meat the moment I enter the battlefield. These fellows are really the overlords standing at the top of the eastern wilderness. Yeah, these techniques are really terrifying. Looking at the increasingly intense battle in the sky, the cultivators below were shocked and their hearts trembled. Under the terrifying power, their bodies made cracking sounds. Their joints were trembling, and they were under great pressure. As the battle between the 8 Almighties began, the group of cultivators below the Dragon Realm once again began to fight for the surrounding treasured weapons. In a short while, 2 battlefields formed in the sky above the mountain range. On one side, the 8 almighty experts fought for the purple energy stones. On the other side, the cultivators below the Dragon Realm fought for the treasures. Rumble. As time passed, The battle between the mountain range below and the bronze celestial palace in the purple clouds became more and more intense. The murderous aura was like a tide. Furnace return. In the battle between the Almighties, the Jiang family leader actually took the lead to call back the eternal universe divine furnace. He injected all his spiritual power into the furnace. In an instant, the space where the Jiang family leader was at produced an unparalleled terrifying fluctuation. It was as if a vast ocean was surging, as if an ancient king was born, as if a god was looking down on the mortals. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the Jiang family leader's control, the eternal universe divine furnace shot out several light beams toward the other Almighties. Splat. The Green Dragon King, who was closest to the furnace, was caught off guard. His chest was instantly pierced through, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Heavily injured, he immediately transformed into his beast form from his human form. His miserable wails shook the heavens and the earth. "Human, you're despicable," the Peacock King shouted angrily. His voice was filled with murderous intent. He then used all his strength to control the Demon Emperor ruler. As he shouted, the Demon Emperor ruler seemed to transform into an ancient ferocious beast. It opened its mouth and swallowed the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it sucked up all the spiritual essence in the space and whipped toward the eternal universe divine furnace. At the same time, a dragon's roar shook the sky. It was clear and distant, and it rang in the minds of all the cultivators present. The Alcade sacred leader controlled the dragon pattern cauldron. Unparalleled divine power rushed out, causing the entire space to tremble. The Jade Lake sacred leader held the fairy Tear Pagoda in her hand. Behind her, a godly phoenix spread its wings. It was so huge that it covered half the sky. The aura of an ancient great emperor filled the air. In an instant, the battle between the 8 Almighties evolved into a battle between Almighties with extreme Dao weapons. Although there was only one more extreme weapon joining the battle, the intensity of the battle was far from what it had been before. Roar. With a roar, the Peacock King held the Demon Emperor ruler and approached the purple source stone. However, before he could touch the purple source stone, he became the target of the other 5 extreme Dao weapons. In an instant, the Peacock King's body was pierced through by the 5 terrifying beams of light. He turned into a huge 7-colored peacock. With a miserable shriek, the Peacock King immediately left the battlefield. If not for the protection of the Demon Emperor ruler, he would have been turned into ashes by the previous attacks. Gradually, in the intense battle, the Almighties started to bleed. Perhaps it was because of their powerful recovery abilities or the temptation of the purple source stone, but even though they were injured many times, they did not leave the battlefield. As for the cultivators below, most of them had already stopped fighting. It was as if they could not wait to escape. The aura of the battle between the Almighties made them feel suffocated. Among them, some of the weaker cultivators who were closer to the battle between the Almighties could not escape in time. They were bombarded into pieces by the aftershocks. The sky was shaking, the earth was shaking, and people's hearts were trembling. In one area, the murderous aura was getting thicker and thicker. There was endless fear and oppression. In the end, even Dragon Realm cultivators could not breathe. It was unbearable. Large amounts of red blood fell like raindrops, staining the ground. The smell of blood was pungent. Chapter 283. Endless bones, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Greed. Because of your greed, you will see this scene again. It's here again. The old lunatic who was sitting far away and was almost ignored by everyone laughed maniacally again. He spun in the air and swung around leisurely. However, no one on the battlefield was paying attention to the old lunatic from 6,000 years ago. The Almighties who were holding the apex weapons were fighting with all their might. All they could see was the purple energy stone that was enveloped by the Xianhuang Qi. Is this the power of the apex weapons? Yi Fan looked at the battle above him in a daze and could not help but mumble. After the Almighties activated the apex weapons, their combat strength increased by a few levels. Treasure, my treasure. The fat Taoist priest, Duan De, had a golden glow in his eyes. He kept looking at the various apex weapons on the battlefield as if he wanted to take all of them for himself. Ji Ziyue looked worried. Since the beginning of the battle, her eyes had been focused on the Ji family's patriarch. Every time she saw him bleeding, tears would gush out of her beautiful eyes. As for Chu Bei, his face was getting more and more serious. His divine consciousness was locked on the bronze immortal palace. Since the beginning of the battle, he had discovered that when a group of cultivators, including the 8 supreme experts, were seriously injured or killed, the blood essence they spat out would inexplicably disappear after a while, as if it was absorbed by a strange energy. Apart from that, the 6 apex weapons contained a small amount of the Great Emperor's aura. Every time a small amount was activated, it would mysteriously be taken away by a force. What made Chu Bei feel the most was that as the blood essence and the apex weapon's Great Emperor's aura disappeared, the presence in the Bronze Immortal Palace's aura became more terrifying. It was getting stronger and seemed to be even more bloodthirsty. Boss, Yi Fan looked at the solemn Chu Bei. Just as he was about to say something, the latter had turned into a beam of light. When he appeared again, he was already in the battlefield in the sky. Chu Bei reached out his right hand. Billowing ripples extended from his palm and wrapped around the purple energy stone. At first, the Almighties who were fighting fiercely did not notice Chu Bei, who had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. However, when they sensed an energy ripple that appeared out of nowhere wrapped around the purple source stone, the 6 apex weapons instinctively fired a beam of light in the direction of the ripple. Kaila. 6 heaven-destroying, earth-shattering beams of light bombarded Chu Bei's body. However, when these light beams hit the surface of Chu Bei's body, the frightening power that could frighten a person's soul suddenly disappeared. The explosion that should have been earth-shattering was replaced by a soft sizzling sound. The 6 beams of light dissipated, but Chu Bei didn't move at all. To be exact, his robes didn't even flutter. It was as if the terrifying attacks of these extreme weapons had no effect on him at all. Rumble. Amidst the deafening roar, Chu Bei ignored the 8 Almighties. He waved his right hand, and the energy ripples that wrapped around the purple energy stone suddenly shrank. The purple energy stone appeared in Chu Bei's palm in an instant along with it. When the purple energy stone appeared in his hand, all the cells in his body became active. A cool and comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. Chu Bei held the purple energy stone in his hand. He didn't rush to cut it open. Instead, he stared at the green bronze immortal palace in the purple clouds. He could feel that the existence in the green bronze immortal palace was staring at him. Its aura fluctuated violently, mixed with monstrous anger. Boss Chu. When they saw Chu Bei's appearance, the 8 Almighties were stunned at first. When they came to their senses, they exclaimed in unison. Look, Boss Chu has appeared. It's exactly the same as what we saw in the previous image. However, why can't I feel any spiritual energy fluctuation from his body? Don't you know that Almighties can resonate with the spiritual energy in the universe? Such a powerhouse can completely conceal his aura. Was I seeing things just now? Why is he still completely unharmed when the attacks of 6 supreme weapons landed on his body at the same time? If I'm not wrong, he must have some supreme weapons on him too. However, when did Boss Chu appear? Was he here from the beginning? Then why did he only appear now? What's the point of attacking earlier? Just like now, it's better to seize the opportunity and hit the target with one strike. Look, didn't the immortal origin that the 8 Almighties were fighting over fall into his hands? He only got it temporarily. Next, he will have to face the joint attack of the 8 Almighties and the 6 supreme weapons. No matter how strong he is, he will have to hand over the immortal origin. As for who the immortal origin will belong to, it's hard to say. Chu Bei's appearance instantly became the focus of all the cultivators present. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chu Bei as they discussed among themselves. Where is Ziyue now? The Ji family patriarch looked coldly at Chu Bei and immediately questioned him. He seemed to have forgotten about the purple source stone. Father, I'm fine. Boss is very good to me. Please don't attack him. Before Chu Bei could speak, Ji Ziyue shouted impatiently and waved her hand at the Ji family patriarch. Yue, why is your cultivation level? The Ji family patriarch's expression changed as he scanned Ji Ziyue with his divine consciousness. Father, with the help of the boss, I obtained a fortuitous opportunity. It's a long story, I'll tell you later, Ji Ziyue quickly replied. Your boss Chu. Where is my emperor's heart? When the Peacock King, Green Dragon King, and the rest of the demon race saw Chu Bei's arrival, they shifted their attention away from the purple source stone. To them, the purple source stone was far less important than the great emperor's heart. The purple source stone might be able to create a new almighty expert or even a deity king. However, the purple source stone could create a new demon emperor. Hand over the immortal source. Unlike the other almighties, the Alcade Sacred Master pointed the dragon pattern cauldron at Chu Bei. Chu Bei glanced at the Peacock King, Alcade Sacred Master, and the other almighties and ignored them. His divine consciousness was focused on the terrifying existence in the bronze immortal palace. Vaguely, he could feel that the existence seemed to be hitting something as if it was trying to break free from some kind of restraint. Are you looking down on us? Alcade Sacred Master's face darkened when he saw that Chu Bei did not even look at him. With a cold snort, his sea of reincarnation shook and 9 halos circled above his head. He looked like a deity as he stared at Chu Bei with a sharp gaze. How dare you? As Chu Bei continued to ignore Alcade Sacred Master, the latter's eyebrows instantly twisted. In the next moment, Alcade Sacred Master's spiritual power surged and poured into the dragon pattern cauldron in his hand. With a deafening and majestic dragon roar, a golden dragon claw formed by runes surged out of the dragon pattern cauldron and slammed down in Chu Bei's direction. It was not only a dragon claw but also a manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth. One could even vaguely see Dao inscriptions on the dragon claw, forming a web of order and displaying the power of the rules. Especially the terrifying aura of the ancient emperor. Although it was only a small amount, it still suppressed the cultivators below and made them unable to breathe. In the previous battles between the Almighties, most of them had been injured by the dragon claw and had been bleeding profusely. However, even in the face of such a terrifying dragon claw, Chu Bei was still unmoved. He did not look at Alcade Sacred Master. Other than the initial solemn expression, there were no other emotions on his face. Rumble, the dragon claw pierced through the void and instantly appeared above Chu Bei's head. Chu Bei was still fearless. He did not dodge and continued to look at the green bronze divine hall. However, just as the golden dragon claw was about to slam down with a rumbling sound, Sumo pointed with his finger. Suddenly, a crimson divine radiance shot out from the tip of his finger. With a swoosh, the crimson divine radiance seemed to become the only thing in heaven and earth. It was brilliant and eternal. On the other hand, the dragon claw with the aura of the great emperor collapsed and dissipated into a rain of light. This. Alcade Sacred Master stared in disbelief at the direction where the dragon claw had dissipated. He was horrified. Before Alcade Sacred Master could recover from his shock, Chu Bei shifted his gaze and looked at Alcade Sacred Master. His eyes shot out 2 sky-blue jade-green rays of light. Ah! Alcade Sacred Master let out a miserable cry. The moment the jade-green rays of light struck him, he instinctively raised his right hand and gathered the spiritual influence of heaven and earth to form a barrier to block them. However, the terrifying power contained in the 2 jade-green rays of light was beyond his imagination. The barrier formed by the spiritual influence was instantly pierced through and was right in front of him. Fart. Blood splattered. Alcade Sacred Master's eyes were pierced through by the 2 jade-green rays of light and came out from the back of his head. Blood splattered everywhere as he screamed in pain and flew out. How is this possible? He destroyed an extreme Dao Emperor weapon with one blow and pierced Alcade Sacred Master's eyes with another. Boss Chu is already so powerful. Even Alcade Sacred Master could not withstand his attack. How terrifying. What cultivation level is he at now? Compared to the old lunatic from 6,000 years ago, who is more powerful? Below, the crowd of cultivators revealed astonished expressions as they stared at Chu Bei's back with their mouths agape. Even the Jade Lake Sacred Master, the Peacock King, and the other Almighties could not help but tremble when they saw Alcade Sacred Master's eyes being pierced through. Their pupils constricted. Obviously, they did not expect Boss Chu, who had appeared out of nowhere, to be so powerful. Boss is indeed powerful. Yi Fan was shocked and surprised. He did not expect his boss to be able to suppress the overlord of the Eastern Wilderness with a casual attack. Although Alcade Sacred Master's eyes were pierced through and his head came out, he was not dead yet. At his cultivation level, as long as his divine soul was not destroyed, he would not be considered dead. As for his physical body, as long as it was not destroyed, he could regenerate his limbs. It was very difficult to kill him. After trying his best to stabilize his body, Alcade Sacred Master returned to the battlefield. Although his pierced eyes had returned to normal, it was not difficult to see that he had consumed a lot of spiritual power. At this moment, his face was pale. Their gazes towards Chu Bei were filled with resentment, but at the same time, there was also some fear. Chu Bei ignored Alcade Sacred Master, who had returned to the battlefield, and looked at the bronze immortal palace again. In the palace, there was a low and continuous crashing sound. The crashing sound was extremely difficult to detect. If he had not released his observation haki to the extreme, even he would not have noticed it. Chu Bei stopped attacking, and the 8 almighties around him did not dare to act rashly. They all stared at Chu Bei. As for the purple source stone from before, no one knew where it was. In the dead silence, time passed by minute by minute. Boss Chu, the monster clan has no intention to be your enemy. But the heart of the great emperor is related to the future development of the monster clan. If you are willing to return the heart of the great emperor, not only will we not covet the immortal source, but we will also give you a rich treasure as thanks. Finally, the Peacock King and the Green Dragon King, the 2 monster clan almighties, broke the silence. The two stood side by side, holding the monster emperor ruler together, and looked at Chu Bei very politely. Chu Bei was silent and did not give an answer, but his face became more and more dignified. Boss Chu, I've been roaming the northern region for several years. Although I've never heard of your name before, judging from your previous techniques, I'm sure you're at least at the peak of the Almighty. You might even be above us. You've successfully cut off your path and become a divine king. Tu Tian held the clay pot with both hands and stood side by side with Jiang Yi, who was holding 3 blood-colored flags. But, there is only one immortal source. Even if we give it to you, shouldn't you cut it open in front of us and let us see what is inside? As soon as Tu Tian said this, the eyes of all the cultivators in the field suddenly lit up with curiosity and expectation. However, to everyone's disappointment, Chu Bei seemed to have lost his mind. He slowly rose into the air and stabilized himself when he was less than 100 meters away from the rolling purple cloud sea. His entire body was transparent, and black-purple lightning surged in his body. Occasionally, there would be a strange sound of thunder, which shook everyone's soul. Damn it! Is Boss Chu so arrogant? Tu Tian snorted coldly. Then, he looked at the Alcade Sacred Leader, the Jade Lake Sacred Leader, the Jiang Family Master, and the others. After exchanging glances with each other, they unexpectedly came to an agreement. In the next moment, apart from the Ji Family Master, all the other almighties who had extreme Dao weapons aimed their weapons at Chu Bei, who was above them. A dragon roar came from the dragon pattern cauldron. It was still the golden dragon claw formed by interweaving runes. However, the dragon claw's aura was more powerful this time. In the eternal universe divine cauldron, the blazing flames gathered and burned through the void with a sizzling sound. In the fairy tear tower, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, Chileen, and other godly beasts appeared. The last godly phoenix spread its wings and flew out. It was huge. In the heaven-swallowing demonic pot, a translucent ball of light condensed with terrifying devouring power was formed. As it tore, the cracks in the void started to spread. In the demonic emperor ruler, the translucent ruler shook. An ancient ferocious beast could be seen roaring and swallowing with its ferocious bloody mouth. The 5 extreme Dao emperor weapons were formed. As the dragon roared and the phoenix roared, 5 terrifying attacks tore through the void and attacked Chu Bei in unison. I have never met such a foolish junior like you in my entire life. You are at a dead end, but you still treat it as an opportunity. What a joke! Chubei finally spoke. It was like a divine bell striking a chicken, and it reverberated in the sky and even spread to every corner of the continuous mountain range. As his indifferent voice sounded, Chubei raised his hand and struck out a huge lightning palm formed by black-purple lightning. Chapter 284. Amidst the terrifying roar of thunder, the huge lightning palm that covered half the sky as if doomsday had arrived came crashing down. It went straight for the strongest attack of the 5 extreme weapons. There were no flashy explosions, no dazzling explosions, no deafening noises, no, after the blackish-purple lightning palm destroyed the powerful attack of the 5 extreme weapons, it went straight for the Alcade Sacred Lord, Peacock King, and the other Almighties. Clang, 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 clang. Sensing the terrifying destructive power in the blackish-purple lightning palm at close range, the Almighties did not hesitate at all. They immediately raised their extreme weapons to block it. Amidst the continuous clanging of metal, the 5 extreme weapons left the Almighties at almost the same time and were sent flying. Fortunately, these extreme weapons endured 90% of the power of the huge lightning palm. However, even if the remaining power hit the Almighties, it still caused their blood to boil. They spat out essence blood and their faces turned pale. If you dare to attack again, you'll die. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the distant sky. This time, Chubei's voice was filled with cold murderous intent. It was also filled with supreme majesty, completely intimidating the Almighties. 5 indifferent syllables drifted in the sky and reverberated in the minds of everyone present. In the distant sky, the slightly thin young man stood with his hands behind his back. He did not look at the Almighties again. His gaze was fixed on the bronze immortal palace. However, at that moment, even if the Almighties had summoned back their extreme weapons, they could only stand there in a daze. They did not dare to move at all. After the combined attack of the 2 extreme weapons, they could clearly see the difference in strength between them and the figure above. They were not on the same level at all. The Almighties looked at each other and occasionally looked at the figure above. Although their eyes were filled with unwillingness, they did not move at all. At their level, they naturally knew that the other party had held back in his previous attack. If they continued to be stubborn, they might really die. Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremes, Dragon Realm, half Almighties, Almighties. In the path of cultivation, what are the levels above the Almighties divided? What realm is this boss Chu at? He actually managed to intimidate these powerful beings who were using extreme weapons with just a wave of his hand. Is he really an old monster who has lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years like that lunatic? Maybe he can unlock the secrets of the 7 forbidden zones. Why does he keep staring at the bronze immortal palace? What exactly was inside the immortal palace? Is he also after the opportunity to become an immortal? The group of cultivators below stared blankly at Chubei's back in the sky. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion. Just as everyone was discussing Chubei, runes suddenly curled up in the sky not far away, and it was extremely gorgeous. A cool breeze blew over, and a tall man walked out of the rune. He had a bronze face, a straight nose, and a square mouth. Other than his empty eyes, this was a very imposing man. He was like an immortal god of war, making people feel reverence. Is this still the old lunatic from 6,000 years ago? All the cultivators, including the Almighties, looked at the imposing man. At first, they were stunned, but when they glanced at his clothes, their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Judging from his clothes, this imposing man was indeed the old lunatic from before. How did he suddenly become like this? Did he suddenly transform? Everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. A moment ago, his white hair was messy, his body was skinny, his eyes were cloudy, and he looked crazy. But now, he was very different. His body was strong, and his hair was thick and black. He was like a different person, as if he had obtained eternal youth. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the imposing man walked towards Chubei in the sky. With every step he took, the void would resonate with him. The strange runes under his feet seemed to contain the Tao of heaven and earth. Endless bones, mountains of corpses, seas of blood, it's coming. You are very strong, but even you can't stop it. The old lunatic was sometimes clear-headed and sometimes crazy. He walked back and forth around Chubei and kept muttering, "Poor man." Chubei glanced at the old lunatic and sighed. His gaze returned to the bronze immortal palace. Two beams of divine light shot out from his eyes. They were as bright as two golden lamps. They pierced through the purple clouds and shone on the bronze immortal palace. What's the it that the old lunatic keeps muttering about? Could it be the desolate slave from the forbidden land of ancient desolation, the existence that once destroyed the entire heavenly jade sacred ground? Have you forgotten that the day the heavenly jade sacred ground was bathed in blood was the day the bronze immortal palace appeared? You mean the it that the old lunatic is talking about is the bronze immortal palace? Or the existence inside? Stop guessing. We don't even know what's inside the bronze immortal palace. The gazes of the cultivators in the field kept switching between Chubei and Crazy Olay. Thump, 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 thump. While the crowd was still immersed in the heated discussion, the endless purple clouds in the distant sky churned like a raging sea. Layers of waves rolled over each other. At the same time, the incomparably huge bronze immortal palace in the clouds began to sway slightly. Rhythmic hammering sounds came from within. The low and strange hammering sounds were like demonic sounds from hell. With each hammering sound, the souls of all the cultivators present trembled violently. A bone-piercing chill inexplicably surged into their hearts. What's that sound? Is the immortal opportunity in the bronze immortal palace going to appear again? The cultivators raised their eyes and stared at the trembling bronze immortal palace. Suddenly, Chubei lowered his head and glanced at the crowd below. His indifferent voice came from his mouth, "If you don't want to die, leave immediately." However, even though Chubei's voice echoed between heaven and earth, only a few people below hesitated and flew away. As for the others, they looked at each other and remained unmoved. Looking at the indifferent crowd of cultivators below, Chubei shook his head and didn't say anything else. Clang! After a long while, the huge bronze immortal palace suddenly let out an ear-piercing roar. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the sky, accompanied by strange sounds of collision and friction. What's going on? This roar, is there a living creature in the bronze immortal palace? Look! The door of the immortal palace is open. Hearing the roar from above, all the cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Amitabha, this Taoist master has divined that danger is coming. The fat Taoist master, Duanda, played with the Buddha in his hand and muttered a few words. After that, he looked at Ji Ziue and Yi Fan beside him. Little guys, do you want to leave with this Taoist master? Even if the boss can't protect the others, he can protect us. Yi Fan had no intention of leaving at all. Moreover, he had eaten the thunder elixir, so his body could turn into lightning at the critical moment. Buzz, 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 the bronze immortal palace trembled, and the purple clouds rolled. The roar shook the entire continuous mountain range. Even the forbidden area of the remote antiquity not far away was affected. From the opened door of the immortal palace, black shadows rushed out and disappeared into the purple clouds. Living creatures, there really are living creatures. In the clouds, an unknown living creature roared, and its roar shook the heavens and the earth. Are they all ancient living creatures? The cultivators below the dragon realm felt their souls tremble. In the sea of clouds, there were more than 10 unknown living creatures. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the terrifying aura. Isn't there an opportunity to become an immortal in the bronze immortal palace? Why are there so many ancient living creatures? Everyone looked at the rolling sea of purple clouds and felt uneasy. Buzz! The bronze immortal palace trembled, and the vast sea of purple clouds below it turned black in an instant. It pressed down, and the terrifying aura sent chills down everyone's spines. Boom! Before the group of cultivators could recover from their shock, a gigantic claw covered in green scales reached out from the black clouds. It was as big as a small mountain, and it clawed down. Fart! Almost instantly, a few people in the area where the giant claw was about to land were crushed into a bloody mist, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. What kind of living creature is that? How big is it? It can kill a few experts of the 4 extremities with one claw. Such a powerful living creature. I'm afraid that even the powerful experts would have to put in some effort to deal with it. Witnessing the deaths of more than 10 experts in that direction, the group of experts was dumbfounded. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Boom! In the clamor, the giant claw reached out again, sweeping across the void. No one could stop it, and dozens of experts were crushed in the air, turning into a bloody mess. Clang, clang, clang. Another sea of clouds surged, and ancient music was heard. The murderous aura was like raging waves, and the music was like the sound of swords, clanging loudly. The sea of purple clouds turned white, and a delicate lady could be vaguely seen sitting high in the clouds, playing an ancient instrument that looked like a zither. As the music rang out, rays of bright light shot down. The zither music was like a stormy sea, destroying everything and covering the heavens and earth. This was a sharp murderous sound, and it was like a powerful army was galloping. Endless murderous aura swept down, and dozens of cultivators were pierced through. Corpses fell from the sky, and they were torn apart by the endless murderous aura. Is this an ancient humanoid creature? Jiziue looked at the delicate lady in the clouds in astonishment. The zither music in her hand was like a stormy sea, and wherever it passed, corpses were strewn everywhere. Rumble. The third sea of clouds quickly changed and turned dark gray. A bloody claw slammed down, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. It was like a mountain had smashed down, and the cultivators below were crushed into powder on the spot. Run. These ancient creatures are not something we can fight. We will die if we stay here any longer. This bronze immortal palace is not an opportunity at all. It's a dead end. No wonder those experts from 3,000 years ago were all turned into wax corpses. These ancient creatures have the strength of a half-step almighty at least. Perhaps only those almighty experts can fight them. As for us, we are simply cannon fodder. As more and more cultivators died, screams rose one after another. Many cultivators had already rushed into the sky, trying to fly into the distance. However, before the thousands of rainbows could go far, one after another, ferocious ancient creatures charged out of the endless sea of purple clouds in the sky. There were many of these ancient creatures, and there were many kinds of them. Some were strong, and some were weak. Amidst the rustling sounds, thousands of primordial life forms roared savagely as they charged at their targets. Ah! A series of miserable wails resounded between heaven and earth. Damn it! Seeing their own people being eaten by the ancient creatures, the Alcade Sacred Master, the Jade Lake Sacred Master, the Jiang family head, and the other almighties looked terrible. Chapter 285. Those almighties have made their move. On the battlefield, the cultivators who were fighting fiercely with the primordial creatures saw the 8 almighties charging into the purple cloud sea. Their auras surged. A beam of light flashed past. The Alcade sacred leader held the dragon pattern cauldron and roared. Runes intertwined to form a golden dragon claw that fought with the delicate woman who was playing the zither. The Jiang family patriarch held the eternal universe divine cauldron, and the blazing flames condensed into a beam. The high temperature burned through the void and hit the bloody claw. The Jade Lake sacred leader held the immortal tear tower, and a godly phoenix flew out and attacked the enormous palm that reached out from the cloud sea. In the blink of an eye, the group of almighties entered the cloud sea. With the power of their extreme Dao weapons, they each chose a powerful primordial creature to fight. Even the demon race's Peacock King and Green Dragon King stood on the same side as the humans at this moment. Their roars shook the sky. Rumble. The purple cloud sea was boiling. The sky was like a painting. It rustled and shook violently as if it would be torn and shattered at any moment. Damn it. Don't these primordial creatures have consciousness? Must they kill each other to the death? On the fierce battlefield, the cultivators were furious. Even if someone tried to escape from the battlefield, they would immediately be targeted by another primordial creature. Gradually, the battle between the humans, demons, and primordial creatures became a battle to the death. The battle became more and more intense. In the end, no cultivator could stand by and watch. Even Duander and Yi Fan were forced to join the battle with the primordial creatures. Heaven and earth trembled. This was a bloody battle. Humans, demons, and primordial creatures were covered in blood and corpses. Even the Alkaid sacred leader, the Jiang family patriarch, Tu Tian, and the other almighties with extreme Dao weapons kept bleeding when facing the primordial creatures in the Cloud Sea. I hate it. If we had listened to Boss and left this place, we wouldn't have to fight with these unknown creatures now. It's all because of greed. We shouldn't have thought that we could get the opportunity to become an immortal. This is a hopeless situation. Could it be that Boss Chu entered the Bronze Immortal Palace? Otherwise, why would he let us go? The sound of fierce fighting was mixed with the sound of regret. Endless bones, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Crazy Ole's figure wandered around the battlefield, returning to his crazy state. As for Chu Bei, who was high up in the sky, he looked at the increasing number of corpses below him and listened to the cries for help. He just shook his head and ignored them. Previously, he had already warned these fellows. Moreover, all his thoughts were on the existence in the Bronze Immortal Palace. To be more precise, he was restraining the other party with all of his strength, carrying out a contest against that existence in the Bronze Immortal Palace. Dong dong dong. As the battle continued, the frequency of the low collisions in the Bronze Immortal Palace grew faster and faster. From time to time, they would even send messages to Chu Bei with their consciousness, roaring with resentment and anger. Are they coming out? Suddenly, the Bronze Immortal Palace fell silent. Following that, Chu Bei's expression became even more serious. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar that seemed to come from ancient times came from the huge Bronze Immortal Palace above the Sea of Clouds. The roar resounded between heaven and earth. The terrifying sound wave passed through the main hall, pierced through the Sea of Clouds, and reverberated in the sky above the continuous mountain range. The forest below collapsed with a loud rumble, and the ground cracked open with a bottomless crack. The mountain rocks in the forest trembled and shattered. The sudden loud roar reverberated in the sky, and a strange friction sound came from the Bronze Immortal Palace. Following that, a violent and terrifying aura spread out from the huge Immortal Palace. Sensing this terrifying aura, even the expressions of the Almighties in the Sea of Clouds who were holding extreme weapons changed abruptly. Needless to say, the cultivators whose cultivation levels were below the dragon realm immediately fell from the sky under this pressure, paralyzed on the ground, unable to move at all. At this moment, the ferocious-looking ancient creatures stopped fighting at the same time and knelt down in the direction of the Bronze Immortal Palace. They let out strange, low, and pious cries. Roar. There was another loud roar, and a terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation that could destroy heaven and earth surged out from the door of the Immortal Palace. The roar was filled with heart-palpitating cruelty and brutality, and it was filled with endless destruction and killing. The source of the roar seemed to represent the most terrifying disaster in the world. It seemed to have come from a prehistoric beast that had awakened from a deep slumber. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a skeletal hand without any flesh and blood stretched out from the Bronze Immortal Palace. The skeletal hand waved gently, and a white light expanded rapidly. Then, it pressed down on the Sea of Clouds. Looking at the white light that was tens of thousands of feet long, the pupils of Alkaid Saint Master, Master Jiang, Tu Tian, and the other powerful experts shrank. The speed of the white light was not fast, and it was moving at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. However, what terrified the powerful experts was that the moment the white light hit the skeletal hand, their bodies were inexplicably restrained by an invisible force. At this moment, the invisible force that was several times stronger than their bodies had forcibly severed their connection with their weapons. They could only watch as the white light slowly descended. Unknowingly, the foreheads of the 8 powerful experts began to drip with cold sweat, and their eyes were filled with fear. At their level, what they feared the most was death. Faintly, Even though they were strong, they began to regret coming here. They regretted that they had mistakenly entered this deadly situation in search of immortality. Dead, we're all going to die. The old lunatic looked at the skeletal hand in front of the immortal palace's door and muttered. What exactly is that skeletal hand? Could it be that it's still alive? What is its origin? What is the relationship between the bronze immortal palace and it? Even these savage ancient creatures are bowing to it. Those powerful experts don't even have the strength to resist. Could it be that we're really going to die here today, and become wax corpses like those experts who entered the immortal palace 3,000 years ago? The cultivators who had collapsed in the mountain range stared at the small half of the skeletal hand outside the immortal palace's door in fear. Their faces were pale with fright. Above the purple sea of clouds, as the white light approached, several powerful ancient creatures quickly left the sea of clouds, leaving behind the Alcade Sacred Master, the Jiang family's master, and the others. In the end, it feels like we've brought our weapons from the north region to our deaths. Tu Tian and Jiang Yi looked at each other and smiled. Their words carried a hint of self-mockery. Not only them, but the Alcade Sacred Master, the Jiang family's master, the Peacock King, and the other powerful experts also shook their heads helplessly. Clearly, they didn't expect this to be the result. However, just as the experts felt chills run down their backs as they watched the white light descend, waiting for death to descend with great reluctance, an ear-piercing thrum of a sword rang out. Just as the white light was about to hit them, a huge and dazzling sword light appeared in the void and met the white light head-on. Rumble. Following a deafening explosion, the collision created a huge gap in the void. Countless space fragments rained down until they dissipated into nothingness. After the deafening explosion, there was dead silence in the world. Everything was silent. Almost instantly, the Alcade Sacred Master, the Jiang family's master, Tu Tian, and the others in the Sea of Clouds regained control of their bodies. After they regained their senses, they didn't hesitate at all. They held their weapons and quickly left the surging Sea of Clouds. After the 8 of them stabilized themselves in the void, they looked at Chu Bei with an indifferent expression and his hands behind his back. They didn't know when, but a long sword that was emitting a demonic light appeared in Chu Bei's hand. They were very sure that the sword ray had come from Boss Chu. It was Boss Chu who had pulled them back from the brink of death. Even the Alcade Sacred Master couldn't help but cup his fists at Chu Bei to express his gratitude. Ever since the ancient creature appeared in the Bronze Immortal Palace, the forces that were originally at odds with each other had united as if they were tied to the same boat. Your opponent is me. Suddenly, an extremely calm voice was spat out from Chu Bei's mouth. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in the minds of everyone present. Chu Bei pointed his sword at the Immortal Palace. His robe fluttered without wind, and a supreme aura that didn't contain any spiritual power but made people feel suffocated suddenly erupted with him as the center. Shenyuan sword, a level 14 commodity. Perhaps it was because of Chu Bei's deliberate actions, but under this sword aura, the human race and the demon race's performance was still fine. However, the ancient creatures were all trembling. From time to time, they would let out beastly roars, as if they were crying for help from the existence in the Bronze Immortal Palace. Whoosh! The existence in the Bronze Immortal Palace responded. The skeletal hand that was exposed outside the Immortal Palace trembled slightly. Layers of white light spread and selectively wrapped around the ancient creatures. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, the ancient creatures that were previously suppressed by Chu Bei's aura seemed to have been reborn. They roared and charged at the cultivators again. Kill. Perhaps it was because of Chu Bei's protection, the pressure from the Bronze Immortal Palace that the cultivators of the human race and the demon race had been enduring suddenly disappeared. Under the leadership of the 8 powerful experts, they faced the ancient creatures with great momentum. In a short while, the battlefield that had stopped fighting was once again filled with all kinds of brilliant lights and flesh and blood. Chu Bei glanced at the battlefield below. His expression didn't change in the slightest as he controlled his body to fly slowly toward the purple cloud sea. To be precise, he was flying toward the Bronze Immortal Palace above the cloud sea. Crack! The cloud sea surged and a thick barrier formed. However, it only lasted for half a second before it was turned into a rain of light fragments by the sword light of Chu Bei's Shenyuan sword. Looking at Chu Bei, who had already appeared above the cloud sea, Crazy Olay steadied his swaying body. Two beams of light shot out from his originally empty eyes and focused on the bronze immortal palace. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.